93, 93, 93. We back in here once again. Let me turn this down. Just getting the sound where it needs to be. Yep. Testing 1, 2. Yeah, that should be good. That should be good. All right, what's up, Josh? What's up, Kay? What's up? Anyway, we in here now. I'm pretty much on a fast, so the energy is going to be a little different. That's why I want to be a little bit more technical in this live instead of just running off, with my own thoughts. I want to be a little bit more technical. Now, I didn't go as far as to research what I'm going to talk about, so I'm not gonna say all that. I just thought of the title, I put it in there, and here we are. So essentially, I'm going to go off my memory in terms of to speak about what I have to speak about. So no, I didn't do any thorough research. Maybe I should, but let me make sure this is looping. I'm going to repeat that. All right. Wait. How long have I been fasting? Pretty much this whole day. It wasn't planned. So that's the thing. It's not planned. So this was not a planned fast. Like, okay, I made up in my mind that I'm going to do this. It's just more so. It's just time to cleanse. It just is what it is. You know what I mean? It's like, for example, like whenever you wean yourself off of anything, whether it be drugs, alcohol, wrong foods, anytime you're trying to remove all that out of your system, then your body essentially has to adapt to that new environment. I guess that's a good way of saying it. So essentially my body is adapting to the new environment of me taking certain things out. So I've taken certain things out of my diet, out of my lifestyle. So the body just has to adapt to that new climate. So that's what's going on. Anyway, we're 6 minutes in, so let me actually get to some actual information. I know everybody is here now. You doing a juice fast or a juice cleanse, rather? Salute to you, Josh. I still been working out. No, not today. I didn't do much of anything today, honestly, because it's just been fast. What's up, Ashe? 93, 93, 93. What's up? You already know. Salute to you. Always salute to you. What's up, Alkaline Goddess? Much love. What's up? Again, I appreciate everybody for tuning in, everybody for watching, everybody for supporting the channel, everybody for any type of currency that you choose to exchange. So let me get off this screen. So we pretty much in. So there we go. You still do yoga when you fast or just chilling? It all depends on what the goal is. I think this mic is kind of loud. Hold on. I think it's kind of loud for no reason. Yeah, okay, yeah. All right. Cause I'm hearing some background stuff. Hold on. All right. So basically there's two different types of fast. You got the feminine fast and you got the masculine fast. This is my words, my terminology. You're not going to be able to find this anywhere. So this is just through my experience. There's two different ways of fasting. You're either fasting to charge up your lunar waves. Let me turn this down. Hold on. You're either fasting to charge up your lunar waves or you're fasting to charge up your solar rays. Not solar rays, but solar waves. There we go. You're either fasting to charge up your lunar waves or your solar rays. I don't know why I keep saying, it's just, my mind just wants to rhyme words. Solar waves or lunar waves. It all depends on what you're trying to charge up. Now, if you're trying to charge up your lunar waves, you're doing that for the purposes of spirituality. So basically, dream yoga, if you're trying to get into your 0 point consciousness, basically. I'm just using terminology that everybody would understand. So if you're trying to get to your 0 point consciousness, that's more so a feminine fast. You're more so trying to unlock the chambers within your own psyche. That's more so the feminine fast. Versus the masculine fast is more so for your health. So anybody who's fasting for their health or being health conscious, that's more so of a masculine fast. So it's not necessarily to get deeper into anything. You're just trying to keep your body at a good pH level. We just use these terms. So whenever you're trying to balance out your pH levels, you can say that's when you do a masculine fast. And whenever you're trying to balance your lunar waves or your spirituality, you're trying to enhance your spirituality, then you would do a feminine fast. Hold on, okay. So in my case, I was more so doing a feminine fast. Because it wasn't necessarily for my health. I'm not fasting for my health. Just simply because, I don't eat too crazy. I barely eat meat. I'm not going to say I don't eat meat, but barely. I barely eat meat. It's like, I really don't eat too much of anything, really. If I just want to be completely honest, I don't do too much just haphazard eating just for the sake of eating, just because I'm hungry. I don't do too much of that. And I'm not saying that because I'm just this spiritual being. It's just, I've been fasting since I was 15 years old, so I just got a lot of years in at this point. So at this point, I'm not moved by hunger and all that stuff. That's due to experience, not because I think that I just reached this higher echelon. It ain't got nothing to do with that. And that's really, that's why I always get on, What we deem spirituality in 2020 and beyond is way different than when I came into the game. So there's a real big separation between, again, spirituality and basically occultism, whatever you want to call it. There's a huge difference. And I don't know if anyone else is actually around to even point out that difference, because they wasn't around. So I don't even know who to point at. Because like the people from my time, when I was coming up, gaining information and knowledge, they're not teaching anymore for the most part. So basically the people that I came up, listening to, whether it be on YouTube or whatever the medium was, they're not really active now. Then, if we go back in time, it wasn't really too many young people, speaking the way I speak when I came on the scene. Because they was not privy to the information I was privy to, right? So that's why I also opened up my older videos, just to show and prove that. So you can go back and trace my whole history to, get that information if you want it. And that's really what I want to speak on before we get into the main topic here. Of the reason I showed everybody the process I don't think it's who else. Again, I'm not gonna say, because again, I don't watch everybody's channel, but I don't know too many people who documented their journey for everyone to see. That's just basically what I'm gonna say about it. Yeah, you got people who come onto the scene and they're already wherever they're supposed to be. That's essentially what I see more so nowadays. It's people coming onto the scene and basically they're already set in stone in whatever their ideology is, whatever their spiritual system is, whatever their beliefs is. They're already set in stone. They're already whoever they came to be. They're already that person, right? But if y'all actually observe my experience, that's completely different than what I like. Again, my name has changed. I've changed my name. I've changed my life. Everything has changed since I've been documenting my journey. Because it was for me first. It's for me to document my journey. Then whoever else can observe, who can gain benefit from my documentation, then peace to them. Because I'm not going to say that's the point. Because again, the first point is the documentation. And that's why I always tell everybody you have to document your journey. So essentially, excuse me, I didn't mean to do that all in the mic. I kind of lost my train of thought. I was going to say something. But anyway, I'm looking at the comments. You even look different. Your face changes a lot. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay, so let me just stay on point here. The point I'm making is there's not too many people that actually have shown you the journey, who have shown you the process, and they are the experiment. They may be doing experimentations in other places, but in terms of they are the centerpiece of the experiment, it's not too many people that documented that. I'm not saying that they didn't go through it, but it's not documented for everybody to see. So that's basically what I'm saying. There's not too many people where you can go through their channel and you can see pretty much 10 years of their spiritual journey. So you can see how they have evolved versus, again, they already being wherever they are. Right, you were Prince, no, not Prince Asar, it was Prince Raziel, then Lord Asar. So when I originally created my YouTube, I introduced myself as Prince Raziel, not Raziel, the angel Raziel. So I pretty much did a little name change there because I didn't want to just name myself after something else. So for those who have been around that long, or you can just go back to my first videos and you can just see me speak it out my own mouth. So you've seen it, the change. So I went from Prince Raziel to Amun Asheranu. Then I briefly changed my name to King Fortune. Then we went back to the Amun Asheranu. All that is just an example of me evolving, where I may not feel the same way I felt 2 years ago, so I'm going to reflect that. Instead of being trapped into the universe that I have manifested. And that's essentially, this is going into the topic of sound. You're either trapped or liberated by the sounds you intake. So this is essentially just me using myself as an example to further explain these points. So what happens a lot of times, for artists especially, like you may, let's just say you're an artist, you release an album that everybody loves, but then you evolve. You may have released some content that came from a very dark place. I have myself. There's a lot of my content that I was in a dark place. I'm not going to say a negative place, but a dark place. Because I've been speaking about the inferno. I've been speaking about the pit for years now, right? And you can go back and observe me in those pits, in those lower levels. Like, it's all documented. So you may have people that fell in love with that idea or with that particular point of your journey. So then people begin to expect that of you, even though you can say that was a point on your journey. That wasn't your destination. That was just you could say a pit stop. We just call it what it is. So that's essentially why people have classics. You know, you got the first album. The first album may be better than the music that you're releasing today because of the different spaces that you're in. So basically what I'm saying is, you know, when we're young, when we're coming up, we're full of energy, and we just want to express ourselves. And as we mature and we get older, we become more content in who and what we are. So we're more so not moving based on reaction anymore. We're moving based on what feels right and basically what aligns with your ideologies, whatever that may be. So I'm saying that to say, this is why I wanted to document my journey so that it can be seen. So I really don't have to talk about it. Everything that I'm talking about, you can go back and see for yourself. So I'm just talking about it, but you got evidence. The evidence is already there. And the reason why I made the evidence available is so everyone can see that this is not a stagnant path. So this is what I'm getting at. This is not a stagnant path. This is not a path that you come in and you just get big-headed or egotistical, because we see a lot of that as well. We see a lot of people come into knowledge and it makes them egotistical. It makes them feel like they're better than people that don't have knowledge, even though you were just right there with them. So just like it was a point where we were all unconscious or unaware of our higher self, as soon as people become aware of their higher self, now they're talking down on the people that are not aware. So that's essentially why, you know, I was like anti-angel for a very long time. I was anti-angel or anti-religion, whatever you want to call it, because this is what I would see. It would be a lot of big-headedness. And I wasn't drawn to that at all, because that was not my experience. And let me explain to you what I'm saying by that. It was not my experience because, again, I didn't create a YouTube channel to blow up and to get famous or to go viral. There are some people that come into this space for that reason alone. They're trying to gain clout, as we call the new terminology now, right? They're basically trying to clout themselves up, right? So this is the biggest difference between when I started and where we are now. Because when I started, again, it wasn't really no clouding up. That word wasn't even in circulation. Again, YouTube wasn't paying people. So basically, if you were uploading content on YouTube, you were doing it from your heart, not because you necessarily had anything to gain. Back when it originally started. Yeah, I dislike the arrogance too. They always trying to be so above everyone. And this is what I'm saying. We've all seen it. So we are all familiar with the arrogance that is developed. This is what pulled me into the feminine mysteries. I'll just call it that, the feminine mysteries. Because I didn't resonate with that, because I was amongst that. What I mean by that is, I may be quote unquote spiritual, but I'm still around people that don't necessarily share my ideology. Purposefully. What I mean by that is, I didn't really care to be around a lot of people that disagree with everything I said, because it wouldn't be based on experience. As basically the terms that we call like the yes men, having a bunch of yes men around you, having a bunch of people around you that just agree with everything you say, and it's not coming from experience, it's just because they resonate with you or whatever the case may be. I didn't really care to surround myself in those atmospheres, because I always knew that. But again, that's just, my journey is different. So let me go back in time a little bit before YouTube. What propelled me to even get on YouTube? So I started teaching in about 2011. After I Knowledge 120. You know, for the 5%ers, you know exactly what I'm speaking about. 120 lessons. So it was that mastery, not mastery, I just knowledge it. I didn't master it, but I basically memorized it. So basically, when you come amongst the 5% nation, or the 5% nation of gods and earths, you are required to memorize 120 questions and answers by Master Farad Muhammad given to Elijah Muhammad. The whole Nation of Islam thing, so on and so forth. Cool. That's my background, I would say, because of where I'm from. Because I'm from Detroit, and the Nation of Islam was created in 1930, July 4th, in Detroit, Michigan. I understand my connection with Islam, not the religion, but the culture and the lifestyle. I understand why I'm connected with that, or why I resonate with that. That's just because of where I'm from, more so than something I have developed into. Because I've been through essentially every school of Islam. I've been through the traditional schools, or the Sunni Islam. So I understand the Sunni Islam, I understand the Sufi Islam, I understand the Nation of Gods and Earth Islam, and I understand the Nation of Islam, which is all different perspectives. All right, I appreciate that, Alkaline Goddess. What I see most is societies full of people that lack heart. They lack the heart because the heart is the gateway into the higher chambers. And this is essentially what I'm getting at here. Most people are not allowed into the higher chambers because you have to earn it. Because essentially the higher chambers don't make you arrogant. And let me explain to you why. The higher chambers don't make you arrogant because all you want to do is give. That's why the heart, that is the gateway into the higher centers. Because once you unlock this heart center, all you want to do is give. You don't have time to put other people down because you're trying to help them. So if you see somebody who's not aware of certain things, you're going to make them aware. You're not going to have an arrogant attitude, you know, that, oh, I'm better than you. No, I actually want to assist you. All right? So for me, because of my background, again, the Nation of Gods and Earths, Sunni Islam, all these things, I wanted to give, or essentially I wanted to teach. So before I even got on YouTube, I was teaching people around the streets of LA. I was teaching people. I was meeting up with people, men and women. You know, whether I'm going down Supreme Mathematics or I was going down Supreme Alphabets. So I was meeting up with people, teaching, laying down the game. Same thing I do now. So the YouTube just became an extension of what I was already doing before I even wanted to manifest my presence on YouTube. So I'm just saying that to say that I didn't come on this platform or whatever platform that I'm on to brag and boast about how much I know and how much other people don't know. Because if that was my prerogative, I wouldn't have 800 videos on this bitch. If it was just about me being big-headed, why did I take 800 videos to not just teach, but to show and prove the reality of this path? And that's what it was really for. It was to show and prove the reality of this path. And what I mean by the reality of this path is you go through phases of evolution. And the example that I gave earlier was my name changes. And just like someone pointed out in the comments, well, Dank Wizard, I've actually physically changed. You can go back through my videos and see I look different. Even though, of course, I have the same, you can say, blueprint. You can still recognize me. But I have evolved, like my facial features and all that. Like all that has evolved. And again, you can go back and see it. Not because I'm getting older, but because I'm getting deeper. And I'm documenting it. So I'm not just bragging about it, I'm documenting it. showing and proving and sharing what's going on amongst me or around me. Because my whole goal was to document. And that's the main difference, because that's what I saw coming up. So when I was watching YouTube, when I was younger, when I was a teenager, I saw people documenting their journey. I didn't see a bunch of clout chasing. I didn't see a bunch of people that's trying to blow up and to have a reason to feel like they're better than the next person. That wasn't really a factor. So when I was coming up, that was never my goal, because that's not what I was seeing. I'm not saying it didn't exist, but I wasn't intrigued by that. So because that's not where I started, that's not where I'm going to end. And that's the main thing, because I'm sure y'all have heard that phrase before. How you start is how you end. So if you come through the door, looking for something to gain, you're going to leave out of the door looking for something to gain. What do I mean by that? It's not too hard to get people's attention, like when you are you're using the events that are occurring in the world to your advantage. What do I mean by that? Let me explain. Out of 100% of all available information, most people will only share with you about 25%, maybe even 20% of all available data. And whatever that 20 or 25% that they actually share will be in alignment with however they already think. So for example, if I think the world is going to hell, that, this world is just going to be destroyed, then I'm just going to pay attention to that 20% or 25% of the information that comes out on a daily basis about the world is being destroyed, or the world is breaking up as we know it. The foundations of the world is cracking. Because you see, every single day you're going to have information that is printed in these newspapers and online about, the world coming to an end, basically. So there's always going to be information out there. Whether it's 2000, 2012, 2020, the world is going to fucking end. That information is going to always be out here. Why? Because it's people that are remixing older information and trying to make it apply to these new times. Let me say that one more time. These are people remixing older information that may have applied to their time. Now they're remixing it for the new millennium. Not just a new century, just a new millennium. Because again, once we entered into 2000 and 2001, we didn't just go into a new century. We went into a new millennium. And that's what truly changed. It was that transition between the old millennium and the new millennium. So that wasn't just a change, basically from like 1899 to the year 1900. You start a new 100-year cycle. So every 100 years, you start a brand new 100-year cycle. Then you start the 1,000-year cycles. See, that is the main thing. 1,000-year cycles. That's what happened between 1999 and 2000. That was the beginning of a new 1,000-year cycle. Peace, Natasha. Peace, peace. That was the beginning of a new 1,000-year cycle. As we see, which does not happen often. So soon as we came into that new 1,000-year cycle, if we go back in time and we analyze the events that were occurring around 2000, 2001, what comes to your mind? 9/11. So 9/11 occurred when this transition was happening into the new millennia, which I call the Holy War. So at the beginning of the new millennia, or 1,000-year cycle, the most, or basically the biggest event to occur was the 9/11 event, which marked the beginning, not the beginning, because obviously Christians and Muslims have always been at each other, but it marked the beginning of the new Holy War, the new war with old ideologies. So let me explain that. We had this age-old war. What I mean by age-old war, meaning Christians and Muslims have been warring for hundreds of years now. Very, very, very long time. Religion versus religion. Culture versus culture. Red versus blue. Essentially, that's really all people know. Let's just be real here. That's really all people know is war. And when I say people, I don't mean the high-minded ones, the ones who realize that this is a game, this is a facade, so let me get up out of here. The ones who can't see the facade right in front of them, all they know is war. What I mean by that is, that's why all they care about is fear porn. Let's just call it what it is. It's called fear porn. So while they down you about actually watching regular porn, that's something you shouldn't do. You know, that destroys your mind. They push propaganda. Fear porn is basically propaganda. It's plutonian magic. So propaganda. This is where we are now. Because all we hear on a daily basis is propaganda. Whether it's about COVID, whether it's about Universe A dissolving and being replaced by Universe B. All this is fear porn. All this is propaganda. All this is to keep you into a certain way of thinking. And now this goes into the sound, because sound traps you into a certain way of thinking. Let me go further. And that's why I said sound and not music, because sound includes everything that we can hear. So that's why I want to take it beyond the music that we listen to. Of course, we all know, that's really nothing new or nothing special. We understand, we should filter our music, or we should filter basically the bullshit that we intake. We already know that. What we may not have known is this applies to all sound. It's easy to say, okay, I should listen to more positive music, or I should invest my energy into reading more positive articles. But that doesn't necessarily fix the problem, because now you have to deal with your predispositions. And this is what no one else will tell you. What I mean by your predispositions is, now we have to go into astrology. Now we have to go into your natal chart, because your natal chart explains your predispositions. And for the people who may not know what I mean by predispositions is what you're naturally attracted to. So if you analyze your chart, what you're looking at is your predispositions. What you're looking at is your algorithms. Let's just use modern day terms. Your natal chart or your astrology chart is just showing you your algorithms. Hopefully I didn't lose you. But let me continue. So if you know what your algorithms are, or what you're naturally drawn to doing without any outside stimulation, then we can put it into its proper context. So let me explain that in a different way. If the natal chart is showing you your algorithms without outside interference, once we start studying the transits, because the transits show those outside interferences. So that's why when you study your natal chart, then you study the transits, because you always have transits hitting certain points of your natal chart. So essentially what's going on right now in terms of the planets, the planetary movements, is not just affecting. So basically you can say the sun, let me just bring this up, because I can just bring up the alignments right now. So you can say, for example, in Western astrology, we are currently in the season of Capricorn because the sun is in Capricorn, right? And that's cool to know. That kind of gives you a perspective of what everybody is feeling. However, what does that have to do with your chart? The sun, the outside sun or the transit sun, may be conjuncting your natal Mercury, for example. That is a greater indication of what the sun is doing for you versus what the sun is doing for everyone. That's why transits are so powerful, because it lets you know what's happening right now and how it affects your predispositions, because it gives you extra energy. Let me go further. So what the transits do, it gives you extra energy because it is filtered through the planets. So planets are filters. They filter energy. So for example, if the sun is in Capricorn, the sun is filtering the energy of Capricorn, because Capricorn represents a fixed star called the zodiac, right? The sun is revolving or moving inside of the zodiac. All of the planets move inside of the zodiac. That's why, they have different signs. The signs of the planets is just the planets moving through the zodiac, through the fixed stars. So the planets are filtering those energies of the fixed stars. So again, if the sun is in Capricorn, the sun is the filter of the zodiacal or the zodiac energy of Capricorn. So we can say, okay, Capricorn has its own energy without any outside influence. But once Capricorn is being influenced or filtered through the sun, because when we analyze the energies of the sun, we understand the sun is all about creativity and self-expression and basically self-power. So essentially your self-power is the sun. What makes you feel powerful, what makes you feel harmonious and at ease. Because the sun isn't really a worker. Let's just be real here. The sun isn't the worker. The sun is the creative. The worker of the planets is more so Mars and Saturn. So when we are analyzing the sun, you can say the sun is pretty lazy. Again, this is my own original perspective here. Because the sun deals with creativity and self-expression. But the sun moves very slowly. So the sun isn't necessarily, you can say, a workaholic. The workaholic is Saturn, because Saturn is all about labor, whereas the sun is all about procreation. Not procreation just in terms of what is occurring in the bedroom. Procreation as to how do you multiply yourself into this world via a different medium, such as art. So when we create art, we are manifesting, because people talk about manifestation all the time, but manifestation includes art. When you draw, you have manifested a piece of your soul onto a piece of paper or whatever you're drawing on, if it's in the physical world or the digital world, right? Let's see if I can show this. This is a piece I just did today. I haven't posted it yet. I will be posting it though on social media, but I have not posted it yet. But I'll show it, just to reiterate this point. So if I go to this, cancel that. So this is a 30-second video. Let me see if I can show it. There we go. This is a 30-second video. All right. So I just created this maybe about 12 hours ago or something like this. All right, no problem. That is a form of manifestation. The thing is, we have manifestation confused with the law of attraction. See, we look at this as the same thing. Again, this is New Age. The New Age just confused every goddamn thing. Let's just call it what it is. The New Age, not the New Age movement of the 1970s. The New Age movement of 2012. Confuse every goddamn body. And I explain why. Damn, you still do graffiti? Absolutely. Absolutely. I just do it more so in the digital world now. Absolutely. Absolutely. I got spray cans right now. I can get up right now and grab some spray cans straight out the closet. I keep the spray cans because that's just hip hop. See, when hip hop is your religion, and I don't mean dogma, so let me make that clear. So when I say religion, I'm not saying dogma. Religion is more so you being attuned with the stars. Religion just means, again, star constellations, the movements of the stars. Right? That's what religion really is, again, which is separate from the dogma, which is like the holy books. The holy books is like the laws and all that. That's all dogma. That's what the people have. The people have dogma. The so-called elites and those who are aware, they have the religion because they understand the stars actually have effects, physical effects. Right? So they understand this science is real, and that's why they deny it publicly. We can say like astrology isn't accepted, astrology, but secretly it is. Openly it's not. Openly it's about dogma. Secretly it's about religion. So we just have to make that very clear. So that's why, all these rituals, they're all done in accordance to star alignments. So they have to be into what they tell you is fake. That's the whole thing. They tell you it's fake. They don't acknowledge it, but secretly behind closed doors, that is the most essential factor for everything, because it's all about timing. So if it's all about timing, the best timer or time tracker is the stars, the planetary motions. So to say that you don't acknowledge that would just simply be a lie. But of course, that's propaganda. Propaganda is telling you, fuck astrology, it's outdated. Even though they still acknowledge it, they still utilize it, and that's how they have control over most people, because they're telling most people that it's fake. All we gotta do is do our history. History reveals all. See, this is what astrology has done for me. Astrology made me go back in time and become a historian. That's why I'm always talking about older events. That's what astrology is, because I'm always looking back at what was the current alignments at a particular time, and those patterns repeat. So let me continue. The true essence is religion. Again, planetary motions. Then we have the dogma. People who's trapped into the books, which is a sound. Why? Because when you go to church, what do you hear? You hear the sound from the holy books. Or when you go to church, or you go to Juma for the Muslims. You go to the temple for the Jews and everyone else. Everyone has this holy book of dogma that they adhere to, that they control the people with. They are controlled by dogma, not religion. The only person that knows religion is the imam or the priest. Because remember, all you gotta do is go back in history. Before everybody had a Bible in their home, you had to go to church because the Bible was in Latin. So if you didn't speak Latin, you couldn't read the Bible about 500, 600 years ago. So if the only way to access the so-called Word of God was through a medium or a hierophant, if we want to go to the tarot, you had to go to the hierophant to even have an understanding of what's being said in this book, right? Because everybody couldn't read the book. Versus now that anybody can just read these books, there's really no reason to go to church or to the imam, because they're just saying the same thing that you can read yourself. Now it's just social activities. Now people go to church or Juma, synagogues, temples. They do all that. It's just social gatherings. It's just rituals. That's really what it is now, just a ritual at this point. It ain't too many people going to actually learn something that they couldn't learn themselves by opening up the book. But this is the thing. There's 4 different levels to understanding. So any holy book or any, you'd say, book of wisdom has 4 dimensions, depending on what a person knows. So depending on what you know, this will be the determining factor of you being able to interpret mysteries or taking things on face value. So if we see here, we know that most religious people take these events as literal. Exodus, Jesus Christ, Moses, Noah. You ask the average religious thinking, not religious, dogmatic thinking person, they're going to interpret this as reality. Because this is interpreted as reality, events that actually did occur, because the book is being taken literally, you shield yourself from the actual mysteries, because to you there are no mysteries. And when I say you, I mean the dogmatic thinking person. There is no mystery. It's just the book it means everything that it says. There is no reason to go deeper into it. You just have to take it on face value. So when you take these dogmatic books on face value, you miss the religion, which is in every holy book. You cannot show me a holy book that don't reference astrology, which is why they call astrology outdated, because all these so-called holy books are filled with astrological secrets for those who can interpret them. For those who cannot, you become trapped by the book that's supposed to liberate you. You see how that works? These books that are supposed to liberate us, hold on. These books that are supposed to liberate us trap us, because we get so concerned with the dogma, right? So when you enter into the occult, for example, what you're essentially doing is you're saying to yourself, there is more here than the surface. There's more going on with these books, with life, with reality, with the universe, than what is written in these books. These sound manifestations, because a book is just sound. Because when you read a book, you're not physically reading, even though you can read a book out loud, but most of the time we are reading it silently. Silent reading, which also produces a sound. Because it's like when people pray. Sometimes you can pray out loud, but sometimes you can pray into the silence, which produces a sound. It's just an inaudible sound. So when we go into meditation, for example, we're still producing sounds, just inaudible sounds. See, this is what nobody's going to tell you. Meditation or trance, all that, it is you becoming attuned to inaudible sounds. That's truly what it means to be spiritual. If we just want to get all the bullshit out the way, because I know we're all sick of it at this point, all this extra shit. To be spiritual, just simply to be able to pick up on inaudible sounds, invisible frequencies. You can pick up on invisible frequencies, because you learned how to navigate the silence, which is full of sound. The sound is just inaudible. So this is why they say silence is golden. Silence is golden not because it's soundless. It's because it's full of sound that's inaudible, that's invisible. So that's why they say the emptiness is really fullness. So like when you look up in space, it seems empty, but it's very full. So when they say God was created out of the nothingness, or Allah was created out of the nothingness, or the gods or the goddesses that create themselves out of the nothingness, that nothingness is actually very full of something, which that something is inaudible, invisible sounds. Yes, Dank Wizard, it's the same thing with light. We can only see between infrared and ultraviolet, which is basically the chakra system. So just think about this. Is not the chakra system that we all are familiar with, is that not just the frequency of light? Or not all light, but light that we can actually pick up on. This is just the spectrum of light that we can actually perceive. So what is that really telling you? You see, people ain't even thinking about this stuff because they're so caught up in the dogma. They're not thinking about, okay, well, what is this really trying to say? If the chakra system is just speaking about light that you can actually pick up on, from infrared, aka the root chakra, all the way to ultraviolet, aka the crown chakra, what is this really trying to say? What is this really trying to point out to you? Once we dig past the surface, okay, this is chakras and this is how you open up your chakra. Fuck all that. A chakra is just a wheel of light. Chakra just means wheel. Wheel of what? Wheel of light. Because you're not going to open up nobody's body and find no chakras, because they are made up of light. But you see, that's just the surface. You see, this is what I mean. I'm just trying to point out how people miss the point, because they think that they got it already. They think they're doing something because they know about chakras and they got stones and crystals and all this stuff, not realizing what are you truly doing here. You're right, Ashe. It is beyond science. It's also artistic. They tried to remove the art out of it. I was just reading an article about this recently, about gang language. What I mean by gang language is not only just the hand signs, not only or the finger signs, but also when they're in prison, they actually have to code their words. So if you're inside of a gang and you're in prison, you're not just writing, hey, I need this done, I need this delivered, or as they call sending kites. You're not speaking, you're not using English letters. They have created their own languages. But here's the thing. It's not that simple, because basically if you have a decoder, they will be able to decode the language just using science. But what if you have multiple symbols for one letter? If you have multiple symbols for one letter, you can't just rely on science now, because it's going to be hard to interpret that if each one letter has at least 3 symbols. And we have 26 letters in the alphabet, so each of the 26 letters have 3 dimensions. What is that? Let me just do that in my head. 26 times 3. I'll just do it in my head. 60. So was it 69? Let me verify. I just want to see how accurate my math is. Let me verify though. So was it 23 times 3? Yes, gives you 69. 23 times 3 is 69. So yeah, I was just able to do that quick in my head. Anyway, so that's 69 symbols. It's not easy to decode that just using science. Now you have to be artistic. What I mean by artistic is because they may not be speaking proper English. Here's the deeper level to it. So you may be decoding. Well, no, not saying you're going to be decoding, but let's just say somebody, a CO, got a letter that's fully symbolic, and you start decoding it. It's not going to be proper English. You may have a note you can say that's just speaking hip-hop-ish. We just call it hip-hop-ish because we know the hip-hop lingo is different than proper English, or we can call it ebonics. This is why it's artistic and not just scientific, because it would be scientific if everybody spoke proper English to the point where you can decode the words and understand it. But we already know ebonics is, you have to decode that too. You have to decode the hip hop lingo. You don't just know what it is. If you're outside of hip hop, it's not easy to have a conversation with somebody who's fully into hip hop, because you're not going to really know what all these code words mean. So when people are talking about the drip, for example, if you don't know what that means, they said it, but you don't get it. So you see what I mean? So you have to factor that in too as well. You have to factor that in. So not only is the language coded by symbols, it's also spoken, you can say, in the hip hop tongue. We just call it that. Ebonics. So you have to decode a symbolic I'm confusing the words. You have to decode a symbolic letter that's written in ebonics. There we go. So I had to say that slowly. That's why it's artistic and scientific, because you may use the science to decode the symbols, but now you have to use the art to decode the ebonics, which is not obvious. So it's 2 layers deep. So I'm saying all this to say, this is how most people interpret religious texts. It's just symbols. It's symbolic. And going back to my original point, this is what the true purpose of going to church was about. You had to go see the Hierophant. You had to go see the Hierophant because the Hierophant spoke that language that we would call in modern times ebonics or hip hop. And they understood symbols. So who was a modern day Hierophant? Because we see that's not what's going on now. Because you don't need a Hierophant to decode religious books anymore. You don't need a medium anymore. But if we roll it to 2022, you need a medium in these times, because these times are full of propaganda. You need a medium. That's why people are on the internet. The purpose that the internet serves is as a filter or a decoder to what's going on. That's why people use the internet. Because they don't want to rely on mainstream sources for their information. Not anymore. Because people are privy of the propaganda. So newspapers ain't selling like they used to. Because people already know, like, okay, this has to go through a process that is aligned with the ideology of that particular news organization. And we see it. The difference between Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, so on and so forth, if I even said those letters right. They all have an agenda. So whenever you access their content, it's going to be only giving you a certain percentage of what's actually occurring. So if you are a conservative, for example, you're going to get conservative content on Fox News or wherever. And if you're a liberal, you're going to get liberal news on CNN, MSNBC, so on and so forth. So depending on your ideology, you have you can say a news organization that you listen to. Then you have those who go beyond the news organization and go to the actual people. That's why YouTube exists. All YouTube is filters or mediums decoding all of the information that's coming through the streams. That's all this is. So that's why y'all will rather listen to me than read an occult book that was written 100 years ago. This is what YouTube is for. You can actually interact with real people in real time instead of just relying on a book. Instead of just relying on, a recording. What's up, Mary? This is what the internet is for. It serves as a filter. It serves as a medium to remove the propaganda that is in abundance, to the point where you can't even trust the news anymore. And most people know this already. Most people know, like, the news is not to be trusted. The government is not to be trusted. We already know this. So now we have people in place, a hierophant, to filter the information that is given to the people. So whenever news is reported, it's filtered. So that's what YouTube is for. That's why you subscribe to a person's channel. It's not necessarily that you're interested in what they have to say. You're more so interested in their perspective. Like, oh, okay, I understand that perspective. So they become a filter for you because you understand the perspective. So now you're not taking anything on face value. Now it's being filtered through someone who knows how to crack codes. That's why YouTube is number one. The number one video streaming website. Because you're not going to really get this anywhere else. Of course, there's other websites you can upload content to, but you're not going to have the same amount of reach. So getting back to the sound, I'm just using all these different examples so that, I'm using 12 different ways to make one point. Just going through the entire zodiac here. Going back to the original point of sound will either liberate you or trap you. And this is why sound is magical. Sound is magical because it can liberate you or it can put you into a trap. So let me give a different example. Because again, I'm just trying to go beyond the obvious. Because again, anybody can tell you, okay, we'll stop listening to, you could say there's music with death in it. But that's not the issue. And let me explain to you why. That's only an issue if you're taking it on face value. That's essentially all hip hop. If you take it on face value, and again, I'm not saying rap. Rap is different than hip hop, but there is a similarity there. If you take the music on face value, it seems low in dimension. we're just talking about a bunch of ass and titties and guns going off and just a bunch of, just braggadocious raps. That's basically like, if we just take it on face value, it's all low music. Even if they're trying to be conscious with it, it's still low. And what I mean by that is, just look at all the conscious rappers out there. What are they really talking about? Are they really giving you something that you couldn't foresee yourself? Like, the whole idea of a conscious rapper is dead. I'm here to tell you that. There is no such thing as a conscious rapper. Let me explain to you why. And I'm talking about 2020 and beyond. I'm not talking about prior to this. 2020 and beyond, because we're in a whole different reality now. So I'm talking about moving forward. What is a conscious rapper really going to tell you that ain't already been said? Or in other words, what new information are they going to give you that hasn't already been broken down by somebody else? That's really what I'm saying here. What conscious rapper is talking about things, or they're bringing their own originality to their lyrics? Let me give you an example. That's why with my music, I'm just going to use my own goddamn music. Why not? I don't need to even use nobody else's shit. My music isn't conscious. It may be interpreted. It's not conscious at all. Because I'm not trying to necessarily make people privy to things that they're not privy of already. I'm not telling people, okay, you need to do this or you need to do that. Your way of thinking is wrong. You need to switch. I ain't doing none of that. I'm not trying to make people more aware because I feel like they're dumb and they need to hear me say it. So the so-called conscious rapper doesn't exist. What are they making you conscious of that you're not already conscious of? Because you already been doing your studies. So this is what I'm saying. Like, we are in a time that we are privy already. We're privy already. What the fuck are they making you privy to? You're already privy. If you study, if you're in the game, you're already privy. You done did your own research. What are they telling you that you don't already know? I gotta be honest, I could never get into conscious rap because they use the same formula, use it lacking in past personal experience, and their sound is on some oldie shit I can't get into. That's what I'm saying. It's dead. It's dead. It's dead. There is no new knowledge. Exactly. They're dead. They're just telling you what you already know and not adding anything new. So when Nas said hip hop is dead, this is what he's speaking about. How do you feel about the new reggae? Again, I have a great and deep appreciation for all music, because all music has the potential to uplift us. Especially instrumental music without lyrics, classical music, jazz. That gives you, good vibrations. That gives you good vibes. I'm not gonna lie about that. You take the words out of the picture, then it's great. Because that sound is magical. So the point that I'm making is, when it comes to artists and their lyrics, so not just art, the lyrics are lacking. That's the point I'm making. The lyrics are lacking because it's people still trying to be conscious. We don't need that in 2020 and beyond. We don't need conscious rap or any type of conscious music. We don't need conscious music. We're already conscious. If you're spiritual, you're conscious. I just like feelings the formula hip hop delivers. And that's because hip hop can be used to liberate you, if you know what you're doing. That's why I advise everybody to be technomancers. Am I not the one that's pushing that? Who else is telling you to be a technomancer? This is what I'm saying. Like, this is me adding on newness. Of course, the concept of technomancy, I didn't invent the concept, but I'm showing how it can be applied into any dimension. So conscious rap is dead. In terms of music, so again, we're talking about sound. So if we're talking about music, what people actually do need, people don't need consciousness anymore. People need rest. And this is directly from the spirit. This is what I've been receiving. That's why if you look at my last 2 videos, they're ASMR videos. Because the spirit's been telling me people are not able to sleep. Fuck partying. People are not able to rest because of all this tension in the world. All this unpredictability in the world. People are not able to just lay down and get into a trance. That's hard for people. It's hard to get into a deep meditation. So I'm saying, okay, what purpose am I serving this rapping? Or consciously rapping? I'm not helping that. Because you're probably not going to listen to me or my raps as you sleep. But you probably listen to the ASMR. See, that's the difference. The one that you posted last time was very helpful. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. This is what the spirit is telling us. We need to be able to rest and to get into trance. We don't need no more party music in a fucking pandemic. Let's just be honest here. Why in the fuck are we still making party music in a fucking pandemic? It's because the government wants that to be created. Let's just be honest here. Motherfuckers is rapping like we ain't going through a fucking pandemic. Like we ain't got empty shelves in the markets. Like people ain't leaving their jobs at record numbers. This whole world is changing and you still got the same people rapping about the same shit. Like nothing changed. Like we're still doing the same dumb shit that we was before the pandemic. And we're in a whole different place now. So this is what I'm saying. It's not working. It's not helping us. Making party music or the party face, it's not working. So this is what I'm saying, even for me. So when I'm speaking about this, I'm using myself as an example as well, because I actually do create music. So as a person that actually does create music, I have to look back at myself. I'm like, okay, what can I really say to people that they don't already know? That's not what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm not just supposed to make you conscious of what you're already conscious of. What is that doing? But what I can do is I can help you get into a trance. I can trigger your ASMR, which will help you relax and get into a deeper sleep. I can do that. So I have to evolve. And this is essentially the whole message of this is how magical sound can be. Meaning I'm taking the skills that I already have and I'm applying them differently. So I already know how to make music. You see, all the music that y'all have heard from me, well, recently, I've done right in this room. So everything that you heard from me recently, the last 3 or 4 tracks that I played on here, I recorded right in this room. So I'm not going to somebody else's studio. I'm not relying on another engineer. And yes, the mixing and the mastering, all that has been done right in this room. So I don't record and just send my tracks to somebody else to do their engineering. I had to learn how to engineer. So that was my evolution, because again, I've been rapping for about 10 years now. Or basically creating music. I got songs that I can play that I did 10 years ago. I think it's actually on the channel already. Just listen to the NLE music. Just go to my channel, type in NLE music, and those tracks are from 10 years ago. So I've been laying down lyrics for about 10 years now. However, I was purely an artist. I didn't know nothing about technology. I didn't know nothing about engineering, mixing, mastering, uploading content and all that. This is before YouTube and all that. So I didn't have that knowledge. So I had to pay for studio time. So I had to go to somebody else's home or someone else's studio and pay them to not just record me, but also mixing and mastering. You're that man on the moon. That's what I'm saying. It's some great tracks. Some great tracks. I'm not here to deny that. Some great tracks. But I can't really call it mine. I can't really call it mine because all I did was write the lyrics to my part. Because obviously I'm not the only one on the track. So basically all I did was write my lyrics and record them, but I didn't do any of the mixing and the mastering. I didn't essentially create the feel. I didn't make the beat either. Right? Just like the beat that y'all are hearing in the background, I made the beat. This ain't a beat that I just got off YouTube somewhere. This is I arranged the sounds and I also slowed it down. Right? So this is more so you feeling more of me in a different way. And this is what I had to learn as an artist. Or as a lyricist. I'll just say lyricist because artist is like too broad. So as a lyricist, I had to learn how to produce my own music, which I was not able to do 10 years ago. Right? So once I started not producing my own music, that's why it's a difference now. If you go back and listen to the music from 10 years ago and you listen to the music that I've been putting out, it's completely different. Not just with the lyrics, but also the sound. The sound is different. The sound is different because I'm actually in control of the sounds and the frequencies. Because I'm doing the mixing and the mastering. And now, I'm transitioning that into the ASMR. Right? So that's what I'm saying. So everything that I've been applying towards hip hop and rap and lyricism, now I have to use it in a different avenue, hence ASMR. So I'm taking all these skills that I picked up on the last 10 years, technomancy, basically just call it technomancy. So I've been a technomancer for about 10 years now, if we're just talking about that. In terms of just recording music and writing music and doing all this stuff. Sure. Now that technomancy has to be applied into ASMR. And you see, yeah, I'll still do the live streams because that's what y'all want. So I'll still, come up and do live streams. But that isn't the main agenda anymore because again, I can only do so much speaking in this fashion. I can only do so much. I can do more with technomancy. Right? But I had to learn. That didn't just come from the spirit. That took time to learn. It takes time to learn how to engineer, how to mix, how to master, how to write lyrics that actually mean something. All this takes time. You ain't just gonna wake up one day and just know how to do these things. So essentially all these things that I picked up on. So I took y'all back all the way 10 years ago. Before YouTube. So even before I got on YouTube, I still had to know what I was speaking about. So if you go back to my very first video, I'm flashing tarot cards because I was studying the tarot at that particular point. I was just getting into the tarot that year, 2013. 2013 is when I first got into the tarot, deep. Because that's when I moved to Vegas and I became a magician. Well, no, not in 2013, but that's what Vegas have done for me. Do you use 432 or 528 hertz frequency for your music? Yeah. I've actually done videos tuned to 432 before I started live streaming. So I've known about 432 since about 2014, 432 hertz. But this is a strange thing. See, I think I've told this story before, but I'll reiterate it here. Like, I used to work at a Walmart at that time, and my supervisor was a white man. Actually, it was two supervisors. It was a black man and a white. See, I'm gonna break this down, and this is what changed me at this particular time. So this is how I really knew, okay, something is pretty weird here. It's some weird shit going on. So I had two supervisors, black man, white man, and I'm just using these terms because this is just how we talk. There's no black people, white people, fuck all that, okay? For the sake of conversation, black man, white man. The black man was religious, went to church, all that, right? Religious man, I really, I guess the only similarity we shared was, just being the same color, I guess. So I really wasn't able to have too many deep conversations with him just because of where he was. And again, which is not a bad place. It's just that he was into dogma. I did just say religion. He was into religion. No, he was into dogma. So let me correct myself. So this black man was into dogma, but this white man was into religion. This is how I knew that, like, the spirit moves in very mysterious ways, as they say, right? So I didn't go to this job thinking I'm about to meet somebody who's into this stuff. I'm just trying to get a paycheck like everybody else, right? However, lo and behold, I was introduced into something that I couldn't even imagine. Because every time I would go to work, me and this white man would have religious, not dogmatic, but religious conversations. And it was him that introduced me into the 432 hertz. Because every day, well, again, not every day, but we would be working and having conversations. I don't know how it worked. So just imagine you're supposed to be doing your job. I guess we're technically doing our job, but we're more so having these conversations on the job, in the back. So just imagine we're in the back of Walmart, because I worked in the back, so I'm not talking about the front and cashiers on the floor. I worked in the back where you got to scan all the boxes and all that. So I was that guy. So it wasn't really too many people just looking to see, your behavior and all that. So we would have full-blown conversations about religion, star alignments, Moorish history, and he actually acknowledged, the black civilizations and all that. Like he was speaking about the Prince Hall Masons and all that. So I'm like, oh, not only is this person aware, this person is really aware, because they're letting me know that, yeah, I actually acknowledge all that black shit too. I ain't just on this white power shit. I acknowledge you too. Which is probably why he was speaking to me in the first place, because he saw that, okay, he's aware too. So the color boundary dissolved once those minds connected. Once those minds connected, color boundaries dissolved instantly. Because again, this was somebody who was completely different than me, but he's introducing me to concepts I knew nothing about, and I'm introducing him to concepts he knew nothing about. And this happened for maybe a couple months. He wasn't there long. He transferred to a different store, so he wasn't there that long. So this was only about, maybe 3 or 4 months. About 90 days, 120 days of me knowing this person. Now, I don't know what happened to him. I'm sure he moved. So essentially when I got hired there, he was on his way out. I was on my way in, he was on his way out. So those couple months of transition, we was having those conversations. So this is how I knew at that particular time. And again, I'm thinking, where was I with my YouTube channel? This is when I started getting serious, because yeah, exactly. This is when I started implementing the 432 hertz into my videos, right? Because I wasn't doing it before. So I started tuning my videos. So not just the music, but also my uploaded content was tuned to 432 in the beginning stages before I started live streaming. So essentially before I started live streaming, the majority of my content was in 432 hertz before I started live streaming. So again, this is all Vegas. So when I said I moved to Vegas and I became a magician because of things like this, because when I came to Vegas, I started the YouTube channel, because before I was in Vegas, I was in Los Angeles for years. I was in Los Angeles about 4 years. But when I was in Los Angeles, I was just working. Again, I didn't have a YouTube channel. I didn't have an online community. None of this existed at that time. So my only concerns was, working and all the other stuff that, a 20-year-old is concerned with. Because I wasn't necessarily, I'm not going to say I wasn't spiritual, because I was spiritual before I went to California, because that's when I was introduced into meditation. So right before I went to California, I was introduced into meditation, which is what got me to California in the first place, because I learned how to meditate. So I was able to change my whole environment, went from the east to the west. But and again, I know it was meditation because I remember those times. This was like 2008, 2009. Yeah, 2008, 2009. I was young as fuck. Meditation. And again, it's a strange way I was introduced to that as well. See, there's a lot of, like, when I look back in my life, I'm like, the most profound moments was very, very strange. Very strange. Why? I'll tell you why. I got introduced to meditation in my grandparents' home. It's not, they didn't introduce me to it. I was there and I didn't even want to be there. I think I told this story too. But essentially, I visited my grandparents because my mother's like, yo, you got to go over there and, just make sure they're all right. They're getting older in age. So, she just wanted to make sure that everything was smooth for them. So I'm there because, of course, I'm a teenager. So the last place you want to be is at your grandparents' home. When you got, because again, they don't have internet. I didn't have a cell phone at this time. So it's like, of course, the last place I want to be, no cell phone, no internet, no computer. All that was at mom's house. So going to their home, I'm like, all right, I gotta completely go back in time. Cause they didn't care about any of that stuff. So while I'm there, I end up just flicking through the channels, just trying to find something to watch on TV. And I end up watching this documentary about a yogi that died. And they were showing like a documentary of his life. I think his name was Marshy. Let me get the name. He died in 2000. No, he died in 1990, I think. See, that's what was profound to me. He died in 1990. That was the year I was born. I was born in 1990. He died in 1990. I knew nothing about this man until I looked at this program. And he was the yogi that introduced transcendental meditation. So basically, if you just Google transcendental meditation, the yogi will pop up. So just Google transcendental meditation. So that was my introduction to meditation. I knew nothing about meditation before that. I'm like, what the fuck is that? So I wrote it down in my notes, because while I was there, I was documenting. These are my first notes. See, I documented my whole spiritual journey. My whole spiritual journey is documented. So this was my first introduction into spirituality when I was introduced into meditation. So I got one of my grandfather's notepads and one of his pens. And I just started writing. So I wrote the name of the yogi down. Then I started writing, you know, they had an astrology book in their basement. See, that's crazy. It's just crazy to me. So my grandparents was religious. No, well, yes, I would say religious because they had a fucking astrology book in their home. But we never talked about astrology. So I was just going through their library because they had books all over the place in their basement. Yeah, that's the name, Ashe. That's his name right there. Yeah, Mashi. Yeah, there you go. That's the name. So I saw that documentary, and that's what introduced me into transcendental meditation, because he was also the yogi for the Beatles. So most people know him by that. So the Beatles, when the Beatles started getting into meditation and all that, that's who they went to see. So basically he's called like the Beatles yogi. So that's who that was. So again, I'm in my grandparents' basement and I'm just looking through their books, and they had an astrology book that I never saw before, and it was never mentioned to me. They never talked about astrology to me. And again, you know, they I'm sure they felt like, oh, the fuck, you know, he was too young to understand this stuff, or maybe not. Anyway, I found the book, and then I began to document. Okay, Aries is this, Taurus is this, Gemini is this. I just started writing it all down. This is back in 2009. So my first notebook was just me writing astrology, yoga. I was reading books, I think about what James Allen, The Subconscious Mind or The Subconscious Power, and he had a bunch of prayers in that book. I was just writing down the prayers. I was doing all this stuff. Right? So this was the information that was coming to me at that time. So I began to implement it. So every morning at 4 a.m., I would get in half lotus position. I would wake up, get into half lotus position, and I would meditate. About 20-30 minutes, and I would just imagine, or I would use my visualization skills, and I would basically like build a home. So basically, they say, they would say like build your dream home, for example. So that's what I did. So in my mind, I forged a whole home that I still have in my mind to this day. I can walk through this whole house. I visualized the whole home. I can walk through that bitch. There's no problem. I can put myself in there because I just created it from scratch. What it made me realize is I wasn't good at visualization at all, because I remember reading books and they would go through visualization exercises and I couldn't do it. It wasn't easy for me to do at first. So just imagine this machine with all these handles. It's a red button in front of you. Press a red button. When you press a red button, butterflies fly out the center of this machine. After the butterflies, you see bats. You see the bats, you close it back. Now the button is now blue. Now you have a blue button. So it didn't transform from red to blue. When you hit the blue button, now the machine flips upside down and you see graves. Just things like that. It wasn't easy for me to do that. It was not easy for me to do that. I'm like, how am I supposed to? Now, as I was speaking, I was seeing everything that I was saying. I can do it now. So it was easy for me. So everything I just said now, I was visualizing it, but I wasn't always able to do that. I had to develop that skill set. That had to be developed. So again, this is when I was being introduced to all these concepts, these metaphysical or spiritual concepts. And that's what led me to California. Because once I got to California, I began to go to libraries. Because I wasn't really going to libraries, before California when I was in Detroit. I started going to libraries, which then led me to the Central Library in Los Angeles on 5th Street, right across the street from the U.S. Bank. and I spent a lot of time there. Again, it's already documented. I got videos inside the library and all that, so that's already all on the channel. So that's when I started becoming introduced to like Neville Goddard, like his teachings and all that. Napoleon Hill. What other books? What is it? Like Think and Grow Rich, The Science of Getting Rich. You know, dogmatic books speaking about dogma and how it's, you know, how it's not where you need to be. So when I got to LA, it expanded my studies essentially. I also got deeper into Islam, and again, that's where I met the 5%ers. I was in a Muslim household amongst Sunni Muslims. So I was in a Muslim household, and then I got a book. I think the book was called Knowledge of Self by Supreme Understanding. So yeah, it was a book, the Knowledge of Self by Supreme Understanding. I got that book, and in the back of the book, he had emails to all of the gods and the earths. He basically had their emails there, so you can email them and they would, you know, connect you to somebody in your area. So I emailed them, and that's how I got in contact with the 5%ers. I emailed them, they emailed me back. You know, we started conversing. Then I went under the study of memorizing 120 lessons. It took 9 months. It took me 9 months to know about art, which is normally how long it takes. It takes about 9 months to a year for any student. So so that's just how long it takes. It's a lot of, when you gotta know it word from word. So it takes about 9 months. So that's what I did. So I was moving in those circles for quite some time. Then when I came here to Las Vegas, that's when I picked up the tarot. Seriously, again, I had a tarot deck in Los Angeles, but I didn't have the Thoth deck. We can just call it that. I had a Crow's deck, tapping into the animal kingdom, but I didn't have the Thoth deck, which then took me to the next level, the Book of Thoth. So I was introduced to the Book of Thoth in Las Vegas. So what I mean by the Book of Thoth is, I'm not just speaking about the tarot deck, I'm also talking about the book that he wrote, Aleister Crowley. He wrote a book called the Book of Thoth. So not only does the tarot is a pictorial form of the book called the Book of Thoth. So the pictorial form of that is the tarot. So that's when I was introduced to that, when I came out here. And that's what really changed everything. Why? Because again, as I was saying earlier, when you go back to my first video, you see me flashing tarot cards from the Book of Thoth, because that's where I was in my studies at that particular time, which then introduced me to Hebrew. So because, you know, on the tarot cards, they have the Hebrew letters. With the major arcana, they have the 22 Hebrew letters. So not only was I introduced to the tarot, I was also introduced to Hebrew. That's why my name was Prince Raziel when I first introduced myself on YouTube, because that comes from Hebrew. Like the angel Raziel comes from, you can say, the Hebrew. They don't really speak about Raziel in the American Bible or the English Bible, King James, whatever you want to call it. You got to study the Hebrew to know who Raziel is, who was all about the secret. I think Raziel means the secret, or the secret of God, or the secret, right? So that's the angel, if you want to call it that, or the archangel that I resonated with at that particular time. Right? Hebrew then goes to gematria. That's why I changed the letters. So that's why I didn't call myself Prince Raziel. I call myself Prince Raziel. Because if you break down the words, they come to a different conclusion. I believe Prince Raziel broke down to a 9. And that's why I chose that. I'm like, oh, this actually breaks down to a 9, which is the energy of Mars. And because I was born on the 18th, the 1 + 8 gives you the 9. So I'm like, okay, well, the Mars, that's connected to me. So let me take on that title. So that's the science behind why I took on that title. It was based on my Hebrew studies from tarot, which then led to gematria. So now I'm breaking down every damn thing. And I'm like, okay, I resonate with this number. I'm going to go with this number. So that's what I was doing until I was introduced to the name Amun Asheranu. Random question. What is the deal with 369 from your group of knowledge and experience? Are you talking about 369 in terms of the quote from Tesla? Or are you speaking about it from a different perspective? So just verify the perspective. Are you saying the 369 because of what Tesla said, or you're speaking from a whole different perspective? So I just want to be clear about what perspective you're coming from. So when I was introduced to the title Amun Asheranu, this was about 2014 now. So I moved to Vegas 2013. That's when I started YouTube. The original name for the YouTube channel was actually Esoteric Knowledge 13. So when I first created my channel on YouTube, it wasn't Prince Raziel. That's just how I introduced myself. But to find my channel, you had to type in youtube.com/esoteric knowledge 13. So that was my original, because I was under the 13. I acknowledged the number 13. So that's why I'm okay, Esoteric Knowledge 13. So that's how it started. Then it was changed to Amun Asheranu in 2014. And that was a reflection on what was occurring in my life. At the time, the spirit was introducing me to Zeus, the Greek god Zeus. So I was seeing like thunderbolts. I'm like, why do I keep seeing thunderbolts? I would just keep seeing thunderbolts. I'm like, why am I seeing thunderbolts? Who's the god of thunderbolts? Which then introduced me to Zeus. So I'm like, okay, of course I'm not going to call myself Zeus. And I don't, because obviously Zeus correlates to Amun Ra, the Egyptian god Amun Ra, right? But I wasn't going to call myself Amun Ra because that's too obvious. You know how many Amun Ra's exist in the world? I'm like, that's too obvious. That's no creativity in there. So a variation of Amun Ra was Amun Asheranu, which has a whole different meaning. It means the god of many names or many faces. The god of many names / many faces. And we just talked about earlier about, my face actually changes. But that's because it's an attribute of mine, because of the name I took on. So that's actually the definition of Amun Asheranu. So once I'm like, oh, okay, there it is. That's the name. Because I know nobody else has that name. And ain't nobody gonna have that name. So that's why I went with that. I'm like, I didn't want to choose something that's just too obvious. Like, I'm not going to directly connect myself to a deity because I feel like that was too arrogant. Imagine me going around calling myself I'm Amun Ra, I'm Amun Ra. Again, it's egotistical. Because I'm the living God. Like, who the fuck am I to say that? But when I say Amun Asha Renew, you know, you don't get the same feeling. Like, oh, okay. You never heard that before. So you don't get the feeling of, okay, this is a person that's just egotistical about themselves. That's why I call myself Asha, which is feminine. Right? So even though the name is Amun Asha Renew, most people know me by Asha versus Amun. And again, that ain't because I designed it that way. People just called me Asha over Amun. I would get Asha more than Amun. So I'm like, oh, Asha Renew. Right? Because that's what people prefer. Not that I prefer it. That's what people prefer. I'm like, oh, no problem. That's what they resonate with. They resonate with the Asha. Not the Amun, not the God. They resonate with the Asha. Asha is that primordial substance. Because the word Asha means something. It's not just a name. It means it's that primordial substance. So that's what people resonate with. They want that primordial substance. Boom. So I get it. So I get why people prefer Asha than Amun, because that takes you to the gods and deities. And again, you know, I can understand why people prefer Asha. Like, that just seems more down to earth. It seems more feminine. It seems more acceptable versus just calling somebody by the name of a god or a goddess. So again, this is, I'm just speaking about my evolution, meaning I had to come to the understanding of these things. I didn't understand that at first. I'm like, why is everybody just calling me Asha? I had to come into the understanding, like, oh, I see what they resonate with. I get it. So I had to go with it. So that's why the website is called AshaRenew.com. It's not AmunAshaRenew.com. The website, or it is Asha Renew. So I'm like, that's essentially what it evolved into. So it started off as Amun Asha Renew. But you see, most of the time I just introduce myself as Asha Renew, because that's essentially what the people resonated with. So I'm like, okay, why not? I don't need to push how I feel about myself to the people when they, again, y'all are not coming here for me to push myself. It's for the purposes of information and relaxation now, I would say. So now it's not just about the information, it will also be about relaxation. Because the first videos on my channel were not me speaking. My first 10 videos, meaning I didn't start speaking till 2014. So even though I created the channel in October of 2013, I didn't actually start releasing content of me and showing my face until 2014. Basically like the end, like December of 2013 going into 2014 basically. So it was some months before I even showed my face, because I was uploading binaural beats. So if you go back and see my first 10 videos, it's not me showing my face, it's me uploading binaural beats. Hertz. I'm just uploading hertz, 33 hertz. You know, it's all type of hertz. I don't think I always put the actual hertz on there, but I was just uploading hertz. So essentially, even though it seems like I'm going in a different direction, I'm just going back to what I did before, or what I did originally. Because what I said was, how you start is how you finish. So I started off with sound. Before I started giving out information, it was sound. So now I'm just going back to the roots. Because again, now that we are in 2020 and beyond, now that we are in a new reality, now I'm like, okay, which is what I was saying earlier, it ain't about me being conscious anymore. That's not enough. So I say it that way. It's not enough to be conscious. It's not enough. Because now they got a whole word for it. They call it woke, right? And essentially everybody knows what that means now. That's like common lingo now, woke. 10 years ago, they didn't have a title for it. There was no title. I guess they just called it conscious. So before people were woke, they were conscious. Now, yeah, exactly, Akasha, exactly. Asha, Akasha, exactly. Like the Akashic records. So that's why when I get up on here, I'm like, I don't need a pen and pad. I just come directly from the Akashic records. That's because of my name. So that's why I prefer doing that. I'm like, okay, I can do it like other people, take notes. Okay, I'm going to talk about this point, that point, that point. Yes, I could do that. But it's just more natural for me to come directly from the Akashic records. And again, I'll put that on. That's because of the name that I've given energy to. So I've taken on those attributes because I gave energy to the name. And once the name became a living being, now I can reflect the principles. That's how it works. When you take on a name, and I wasn't even going to talk about this, but I might as well. Then I'll answer your question, Josh. When you take on a name, and I know everybody does, when you take on a name, before you actually embody the characteristics or the principles of that name, you must give that name energy, meaning that that name must become living. The name must become living, just like your birth name is living. That's a living being. So your magical name, because that's what it is, your magical name must be living. You must give it life. So the same way you were given a name when you were given life into this world. So once you became a living separate being, because obviously you were living before you separated from the mother, but now you become an individual. And now that individual must have a name. So just like our magical name is us going through that birth. Again, your second birth. Your magical name is a reflection of your second birth. Your birth into the mysteries. So when you take on another name, essentially what you're doing is you are initiating yourself into the mysteries of the occult, whatever you want to call it. That's you introducing yourself or initiating yourself into the mysteries. And the name essentially becomes your journey. Nobody else is going to tell you that. I guarantee it. Again, that's why I say yes. It's stuff that come directly from the Akashic records. I can't even lie about that. There's stuff that come out my mouth that I don't even be expecting to say, because again, I'm not premeditating anything. So I may just get an inspirational thought and just say it in the midst of me saying whatever else I'm saying. That just comes straight from the Akasha. So your magical name is actually your journey. Again, ain't nobody else gonna tell you that. I guarantee it. I fucking guarantee it. I guarantee it. Your name is your journey. It's not the fucking journey itself. As we call our spiritual journey, there is no such thing as a spiritual journey. It's about you embodying the principles of your name. That's your journey. That's your journey. Has nothing to do with whatever path you walk down. That's personal. Some people prefer the angels, some people prefer the demons, some people prefer the middle path. That's personal. That really don't have nothing to do with it. It's you embodying your name so that your name has life. So when your name is spoken, there's a frequency, there's a current behind that name when it's spoken, because you have given it life. And when you have given that name life, you embody the principles. You start to magnetize things to yourself, people, places, things to yourself that otherwise wouldn't have been magnetized to you, because you have given that name life. Hence, just look at music. Look at any profession. Or again, I don't want to leave it at profession because it don't have to lead to a profession. But anytime someone takes on a magical name, so let's just say artists. We've been talking about hip hop. We just use hip hop. Most hip hop artists have a magical name. That's not just because, oh, that's just what we do. That's magical and that's spiritual. We've always took on magical names. It goes back to the story of Isis and Ra. For those who may not know, Isis and Ra. Isis, or Aset, had to get Ra's magical name in order for her to resurrect Osiris or Asar. She didn't just know that ability. So when we hear the story of Asar and Aset being able to resurrect Asar temporarily, that's not because she just had that ability and that she took years and years to cultivate that. That's not how that happened. She had to get it from Ra, because he had that ability, not her. So that's why she went to Ra, because she knew exactly who to go to, because she knew what exactly to do. So obviously the story is filtered. We get the clean version. But we really know what the fuck went down. Let's just use our own imaginations. Ain't nobody about to give up their magical name just because you want it. So we can put two and two together and see how she got that magical name. It just is what it is. But he didn't give it up willingly. It wasn't okay here. Anybody asked for this magical name, you get it. No, because again, from the Egyptian perspective or the Kemetic perspective, anyone who has your magical name, could actually influence you. So your magical name is to remain secret. Your magical name is secret. We bring it up to date to hip hop. Now we see these magical names. And again, this is any artist. I guess most artists have another name. So even though I'm using hip hop, most artists have another name. This is why. So I'm taking you beyond what you already know. Just go to most people's YouTube channels. Most anything artists, most of them have magical names. Some of them use their birth name, but most do not. Most do not. Some do, but most do not. Most people have to originate a magical name and then give life to that magical name, which is completely separate than who you actually are outside of that magical name. So what I mean by that is, the more energy you give that magical name, the more powerful it becomes. So as you continue to give that magical name energy, it becomes more powerful. Hence, I wasn't always able to just pull directly from the Akasha. I wasn't born with that ability. That didn't come from my birth name. Everything that y'all see from me is a result of my magical name. It ain't a result of my birth name. It's my magical name. So all this channeling, all this doing videos for hours, all this music, all this is a result of the magical name. So these 800 pieces of content, plus the 400 pieces of content on the website, so that's over 1,000 pieces of content that's been created over this whole process. Got over 1,000 pieces. All that's a result of the magical name. So that's my whole reason of documenting the journey. This is why I documented the journey, and I have been documenting the journey the whole time. So essentially, 10 years. Well, over 10 years at this point. It's over 10 years at this point. But ever since then, like I said, so even though I can look at my phone, and I got almost 2,000 notes in my phone by itself, but that's only going back to 2019. My little iCloud notes, that's only going back to 2019. But I still had 9 years worth of documentation before that. Now, of course, I don't have all this stuff now. I didn't put all that stuff to rest because I got it all in the mind now, so I don't need it anymore. I don't need it, but I had to document it to get to that point. That's my point. So before YouTube, before any of this stuff, I was documenting. So you can say that's an attribute that came before Amun Ashra knew, my ability to document. But at the same time, I have many names. Meaning for me, it started with video games. So basically, I think it's all the cyber world though. So whether it's video games, whether it's the internet, it's like you had to use a magical name. So I remember playing video games where you only had 3 letters to enter into. For those who are old enough, y'all remember. It was certain video games you only could put 3 letters. So you had to come up with something creative. You only got 3 letters. So for me, it was Kayo or Kayo. Kayo or Ko. That was my first magical name. Because you only had 3 letters, Kyo. Those are the 3 letters I chose. Then Cause I got all this stuff is documented. I'm just going off of what's on the top of my head. But let me just answer this question. I'm just giving all these examples. I always resonated with the Egyptians. I have a tarot deck of Supremo, Arte, Day, Eclair. If you're familiar, I'm definitely not familiar. But it sounds like Spanish. It's not even that. I always resonated with the Kemetic science because I didn't always resonate with it. Like I said on previous videos, it started with Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was summoning the Jinn. See, I know what it is now. I didn't know what it was back then. As a teenager, I'm just playing with Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. But looking back at it now, I'm like, oh, I was actually summoning Jinn. I was actually playing with the Jinn. But it was Egyptian themed. And that leads me to, I wasn't even going to talk about this part of it, but there is a connection between the so-called Egyptian secrets or Egyptian mysteries and the Arabic mysteries. What do I mean by that? If you were to go to Egypt right now, what are you going to see? It's surrounded by who? Muslims. Muslims guard the gateways to the underworld. Muslims. The Arabic language. So if we're speaking about, again, it's like I got 5 different thought streams. I'm trying to compress it. Because I said with Yu-Gi-Oh! I was summoning Jinn. Jinn is that's Arabic. So you can say that's the dark side of the Arabic magic. So little did I know I was utilizing the dark sciences as a teenager. And I say that to say because it led me to dark places. What I mean by that is I got to a point where I was stealing cards straight out of stores. Meaning like I was just so hungry to have certain cards, I'm going into stores. And I'm robbing the stores. That's just how hungry it made me. So that's how I know, looking back, I'm like, damn, that shit really brought out a side of me that I didn't know I had. The Jinn brought out a side of me that I didn't know that was a part of me. Cause I'm like, I wasn't thinking about stealing anything from anybody until them Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. I'm like, okay, I need that. So that took me to some real dark chambers. But that was preparing me to what was to come in the future. Cause again, this whole Egyptian, Islamic, I know I'm saying Arabics, but Islamic connection. There's a connection between the Kemetic and the Islamic cultures, not religion, not dogma. The religion, the Egyptian religion or the Kemetic religion and the Islamic religion. There's a connection. It's not obvious though. It's not obvious, but it is obvious. Because again, Muslims run the pyramids. So if anybody knows the secrets of the pyramids, you're going to have to ask some Muslims because they're there every day. So who else would know? But we get caught up on people who visit. There's people that, visit Egypt, right? Oh, that's funny. I see you, Nick. Them Egyptian god cards. That's wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. The Egyptian god cards. That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, it's Jinn, and it opened up chambers within you that you may not be ready for. It's only because I was younger that I actually didn't go to jail for any of this stuff. It's because I was under the age of 18. So I got caught. It was times I did get caught. It was times I didn't get caught. But eventually I got caught. What stopped me was the look on my grandmother's face. What stopped me from doing it was when I think it was Toys R Us, I got caught. They had to call my grandmother. She had to come pick me up. And when I looked at her face, it's like I couldn't face her. Soon as I saw her face, it's like I couldn't make eye contact with her, because I'm like, damn, I ain't trying to be in this position at all. You ain't trying to be in a position where, your family's looking at you crazy because you out here doing crazy shit. So like, yeah, she was just the look. It ain't even the look that she gave me. It's just when I seen her face, I'm like, I knew I was in the wrong. I'm like, I can't be doing this. I can't be doing it. Then my grandfather, when I got back home, my grandfather was just so cool, calm and collective about it. That's honestly why I guess I'm cool, calm and collective because of him. Honestly, it's because of him. Because while my grandmother is going off, so I'm getting hell. I'm getting hell from my grandmother, but my grandfather was like, he didn't trip. Honestly, he didn't trip. He just had a conversation with me, and that we never had the conversation again. We just had one conversation about it, and we never had the conversation again. And I only remember little snippets. The only thing I really remember from the conversation is, do you know how that makes me feel? That's it. Cause he's looking in my eyes like, do you know how that makes me feel? I'm like, I do now. I didn't know then, but I do now. But that's all he had to say though. Because while my grandmother's giving me absolute hell, it was his peace and calmness that made me realize, I'm like, you know what? Let me slow this down. It wasn't the hell. It was the heaven that I got. So it's like I got both sides of it. But they did exactly what they needed to do, because I stopped. I didn't do it again. So I'm just telling these stories just to give you a more realistic perspective of the journey. So you see the Egyptian influence, but you also see the Islamic influence. That's why I wear the do-rags. This is more so, it's like a kufi, right? So I wear the do-rags not because it's a look, because I know it's a look, but I wear it because I'm protecting my crown chakra. That's why I wear the do-rags, is to shield my crown chakra. That's why I wear it. Because in Islam, you're supposed to protect your crown chakra. That just is what it is. So I keep my crown chakra protected because that's my Islamic roots that just transition into the Kemetic science. But anyway, let me go back to this original question of the 3, 6, and the 9, because I know I'm going all over the place. So basically, let me actually read the quote. Let me read the quote so that we can have a context of what this is. So let me pull up the Tesla quote where he mentions the 3, 6, and 9 so that we can have a context of what he was truly trying to say here. Because he didn't reveal the secret, but he gave you enough to find it on your own. So let me pull up the quote. So I'm going to type in Tesla 369. Tesla 369. I'm going to put quote. So if we go to the quote here, the direct quote says, if a person understood the significance of 3, 6, and 9, or 369, they will have a key to the universe So what is he saying? So we have to be very technical with these words. So what he said was the significance of 3, 6, and 9. So the fact that he said the significance, that means he's speaking about the code itself, not the actual manifestation of the code. What do I mean? Meaning, if you're just looking at 3, 6, and 9, the number 3, the number 6, and the number 9, and you're just looking at it like, okay, what the fuck does this have to do with the universe? A number 3, a number 6, and a number 9. What does that have to do with the universe? Because we understand that the language of the universe is mathematics. Right? So we've already come to that conclusion. The language of the universe is mathematics. That would be the foundation. So when we concentrate on the specifics of mathematics, in this case, the specifics of the 3, the 6, and the 9, now this helps us to concentrate on certain components of the grand whole. So you can say 0 through 9 is the whole. But if we extract the 3, the 6, and the 9, basically 3 out of the 10 numbers, we have 10 numbers in total from the 0 and the 9. So if we extract the 3 numbers, the 3, the 6, and the 9, why would those numbers have a higher significance than the other 7 numbers? Because basically now we have divided it into 7 and 3. Because when we remove those 3 numbers, it leaves us with 7. Where else do we see the 3 and the 7? Where else do we see the 3 and the 7? Oh, that's right. The 3 mother letters and the 3 single letters. Hebrew. Which we see in the tarot. You have 3 mother letters and 7 single letters. Oh, what is that? 7 inner planets plus 3 outer planets gives you 10. 7 plus 3 gives you 10. So if he's talking about removing 3 from the 10, which leaves you 7, and the 7 goes back to the 7 inner planets, or the 7 chakras. What are you doing with those remaining 3 numbers? The 3, the 6, and the 9. So he must be speaking about the outer planets. What else would he be speaking on? He's speaking about those 3 outer planets outside of the boundaries of the inner planets. So he's speaking about going outside the boundaries of the inner planets. When you go outside the boundaries of the 7 planets into the 3 outer planets of Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, that gives you a different perspective that you got from the 7 inner planets, which is essentially the whole purpose of this conversation. And let me explain. Because earlier I was speaking about, hold on, give me a second here. Earlier I was speaking about the spectrum of light. So this is essentially where this whole thing goes. The spectrum of light. Remember, we can only see from infrared to ultraviolet, or the 7 chakras, from red to purple. So if he's removing those 3 components from the 10, he must be speaking about the outer planets, which is beyond visible light. So what he's speaking about is going beyond visible light, because the planets are just light. They're light bodies or light beings. So if he's talking about those 3, he's talking about the outer beings that we would call the underground lords. What do I mean by that? Because the 7 inner planets have, you can say, definite positions. The 7 inner planets have definite positions. But the 3 outer planets, they do not. What do I mean? The last return you have in your lifetime is your Saturn return. So your Saturn return happens, around the age 30. So around 30, maybe 29, 28, you have what is called your Saturn return. So we have, our solar return, our lunar return, Venus, Mars, Jupiter. So all of those 7 planets, we have returns on those, or the cycles. But once you go outside of those 7 inner planets, we don't have a Uranian return, a Neptunian return, or a Plutonic return. We don't have those, because they may not go through a full cycle. They probably will not go through a full cycle in your entire life. So you do not have a Uranian, a Neptunian, or a Plutonian return, because now these are going outside of the boundaries. Because Saturn really represents your death. That's why the symbol of Saturn is a cross. Saturn would then represent your death. Saturn return happens again around your 60s. Yes. But you do not have a Uranian, Neptunian, or a Plutonian return. Your last return will be your Saturn return, whether it's the return in your 30s or your 60s. Even in your 60s, your planet Uranus does not complete a full cycle in 60 years. It takes longer than 60 years for Uranus to complete one cycle. Right? So in your lifetime, if you live to 60, you will have 2 Saturn returns, sure. But you may not even have 1 Uranian return. And this is the point I'm making. Those 3 outer planets don't make a full cycle in your lifetime, even though the 7 inner planets do. So Saturn happens 2 times, but you have a solar return every year. You have a lunar return every month. So they're happening all the time. Right? They're happening all the time. We're having planetary returns all the time on a monthly basis. I was also into Pokemon cards. Exactly. We all started with Pokemon cards. But we didn't know what they represented. Oh, these are just cards with monsters. That's how I was thinking too, like everybody else, till I realized, oh, this is a lot more. Just like, what is it, Dungeons and Dragons? Just look up the history of Dungeons and Dragons and how they called that witchcraft. They called Dungeons and Dragons witchcraft. But they kind of stopped that with Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! But it really was no difference. So again, when you start doing the history, you can put all these things together. Give me a second here. So, to answer that question, and again, I didn't know you was going to ask that question, so this isn't nothing that I prepared before time. So everything that I'm saying, I'm saying it in real time. This is my understanding of what the 3, 6, and 9 represents. It represents the cycles of the outer planets. See, what does that mean though? See, I didn't say what it means. So now that we understand what it is, what does it mean? Why don't you have cycles of the outer planets? Again, you can live your whole life without having one Uranian return. Only like very, very old people do. I think you got to be like 85 or 90 or something like that. So like most people are not having any of the outer planets return. And if you do, you're going to be very old. But that's it. Yes, because some kids that played Dungeons and Dragons got completely sucked into the world of Dungeons and Dragons and wanted to leave this place. Also, they use gods and demons from mythology in it. They did the same thing with Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon. They just wasn't speaking about it like that because they made it more kid-friendly. So when we think about Pokemon, we think about Ash Ketchum and Pikachu. They made it friendly. But with Dungeons and Dragons, it wasn't unfriendly about it. See, it was the same thing, but they basically just made it for children. They just, they made it more child friendly. It was a part of the Satanic Panic. It was a powerful game. See, I'm glad you're doing your history, Dank Wizard. I'm glad you're doing your history because it's very important that we know about these factors, especially when it correlates to our personal lives. So if you were a person that's into Dungeons and Dragons, Pokemon, or Yu-Gi-Oh, and you have an understanding of what this actually means and what's actually going on, because we understand the tarot. If you understand the tarot, you can understand, this can be used for spirituality. The same way you can use a regular 52 playing card deck that you can get right at your corner store. So for those who don't have a tarot deck, all you gotta do is pick up 52 cards and you can still perform readings with 52 cards. It's just no pictures. It's just strictly mathematics. Everything has a hidden meaning. Yes, and it's our job to discover what the meaning is. That's spirituality 101. What is the meaning behind what we see, or what we think we see, or what we perceive? Because what we perceive may be different than what we see. So you ponder on that. What we see may be different than what we perceive. If you can understand that, then the whole occult science opens up to you. What you see will be different than what you perceive. If you can understand that, everything opens up for you. So this is what I'm saying. The Satanic Panic was a phase. Once that phase fizzled out, it's not that they stopped. They just changed the cloak. The cloak was changed. Just like gods evolve and goddesses evolve. They take on new names. They don't keep the same names. They take on new names. That's why we have to know it all. That's why, even though I can say all this stuff about Egypt, I've worked with deities from all around this planet. Get you an encyclopedia of spirits or an encyclopedia of deities so that you can have your resources. I've worked with deities from all over the place. I didn't just focus on Egyptian, because Egyptian just means universal anyway. That's what really all it means anyway. It's universal. So to call yourself Egyptian or Kemetic, it's not because you're into pyramids and all and Egyptian artifacts. It's mean you are into the science of the world or the science of the universe. You're into all things, because you can say all things came out of Egypt anyway. So if all things came out of Egypt, or all sciences, it's our job to piece it back together, because we know Egypt is dispersed now. You got all type of ideologies that came out of that. So we need to study it all. And that's why I say it's not enough for you to claim anything. You must claim it all, because it's all yours. If it all comes from the same place, it means it's all yours. But you must claim it. You must give it life. Same thing, or the same way I was talking about the Magickal name. You must give it life. It's dead until you give it life. Resurrection. That's why I brought up the story of Ra and Isis. There's a physical meaning, but also a spiritual meaning. Spiritually, it's talking about giving life to a magical name. It wasn't until Isis gave life to that magical name that she was able to utilize it. So for example, somebody can give you a word of power or some type of magical word, magical ritual, magical prayer that they said works wonders for them. That doesn't mean that you're going to have the same results, because it depends on the components you use to give it life. What do I mean? See, now we got to go into resurrection, the science of resurrection. There's more than one way to give something life. And depending on what components you use to give something life will determine the results. For example, sigil. If you create a sigil, the results you reap from that sigil will be based upon the components you use to give it life. Did you use black ink, red ink, blue ink? What style or format did you use? Did you create a more stylistic sigil, or was it traditional? Did you use Latin or Hebrew or English? All these components will reap a different result. So if you understand that, or the art of resurrection, just call it what it is, the art of resurrection, it does not stop with human bodies. It doesn't stop with human bodies, being able to resurrect a person from the dead. That may be the example that we were given, but it goes way beyond that, because it actually goes into sound. As I said, with a magical name is just sound. So you're giving life to sound. So when you give life to sound, that is a form of resurrection. You're just not doing it on a physical being. So you may take a name that's dead. Amon-Ra. It's a dead language. Who speaks Egyptian? Or the Metu Neter. So you can say it's a dead language. It was dead until it was given new life. Amon-Ashrenu, the art of resurrection. So I take a old name that's now dead or put to rest or buried, and then I give it new life. Hip hop, taking old music, older samples, and remixing it in a new way, a fresh way for the times that we are in. It's the same thing. That's why I say hip hop and the comedic science are one and the same. That's why I'm like, all right, it's not just about hip hop, it's also about the Lima. It's all about 93. That's why I try to connect these dots for you guys and girls. I try to connect these dots because they are actually connected. But I had to figure this out over time. That's my whole thing. I didn't come into the YouTube game saying 93. I didn't say that at first, even though I'm in 93, because I'm showing you the book of Thoth. So I was reading the works of Aleister Crowley at the time, but I wasn't repping 93. I had to grow into it. All I knew was the tarot. I had to grow into the philosophy of what this actually represents. Because the only thing I can take on face value is the Egyptian theme. So the Thoth deck has an Egyptian theme. But why it has an Egyptian theme, I had to figure that out on my own. And that's the whole secret of Crowley anyway. Why did Crowley study the Kemetic science. Why did he worship Kemetic deities? And Thelema is Kemetic deities. Nuit, Mayat, Haru Raha. Why is it Kemetic deities? In this white man's philosophy. Why didn't he use Greek or Norse or Norse? Why did he use, you can say, white gods? He's a white man. Why did he use white gods? There's plenty of them. There's plenty of them. Why did he go to the blackface gods? Why? Because obviously he saw something deeper than color. He saw something deeper than what is supposed to divide us. He saw a unifying chord between all of them. Which is what I'm telling you. We study all things. That's why, like, I don't get on here just talking about Kemetic science. I'm talking about every goddamn thing. Because we are everything. We are all things. But we have to give it life. We have to resurrect the dead. Through resurrection, are you able to breathe life into what is dead? And going beyond people, it also goes into culture via magical names. I don't like the Passels and the Thoth deck. I'm not sure what that has to do with the actual use of the tarot, because it's really not about the symbols. Because you can get any deck if you want. I mean, if it's just about symbols to you, you can get any other deck you want. But once you master the Book of Thoth, it doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter anymore. You can use any deck. Right? You can use any deck. Once you have mastered the Book of Thoth, you can use any deck. But you can't do a reverse. So that's the thing. That's how you know the Thoth deck is supreme than any other deck. You can't do that in reverse. You can't study somebody else's deck then have an understanding of the Book of Thoth. It doesn't work that way. But if you study the Book of Thoth, I'm not just talking about the tarot, but also the literature behind the tarot, then you understand. So I'll ask you, have you read the literature of the Book of Thoth? Fuck the deck. Have you read the literature? Because that's what the secrets are. It ain't, the deck is just a pictorial form of the book, of the literature. Have you read the literature? Because if you have read the literature, then you got everything you need, even if you don't use a deck. That's why I always recommend reading the literature. So whether it's the Book of the Law or the Book of Thoth, read the literature. Because once you read the literature, what you actually do with it is up to you. Because I know most people haven't read it. I've met, other people with the Thoth deck, but they didn't read Crowley's works. That's how I knew that I was like, oh, I guess I'm a little different then. I'm like, I actually did read the literature. Everybody doesn't read the literature just because they have the deck. But that's how you know. Because if you did read the literature, you would know if they read the literature or not. And again, it ain't about passing judgment. It's just about how deep did you go into the tarot. Everybody doesn't strive to be a master of the tarot. That's not everybody's goal. Some people just want to be a good tarot reader. They're not necessarily trying to master the tarot itself, because the tarot goes beyond fortune telling. If you know, most people just use the tarot for fortune telling. But again, it's levels. Again, everybody isn't striving to be a master. What do you know about COINTELPRO, aka police state, aka gang stalking community, base agents tracking and stalking? Well, yeah, that's what the government does. The government tracks and spies on the citizens that are within that government. That's exactly what they do. And yes, they use gangs to enforce. When police don't work, they use gangs. They're on the same team. It is what it is. They're on the same team. How do I know? Because how do you think jail works? How do you think jail works? How do you think they get contraband into the prison systems? How does drugs get into the prisons? Cell phones and all these things. The prisoners can't leave. So how's all this extracurricular stuff getting into the prisons? It has to be the government or the agents of the government. They're on the same team. So that's what they do. When the government fails, they go to the gangs because they're on the same team. But I told y'all that already. I told y'all that they have the same god, or goddess in this case. They have the same goddess. I've already spoken about that. They have the same goddess. They're on the same team. They just are not on the surface. They appear as rivals on the surface, but once you start breaking down the system itself, you see that, oh, they're actually on the same team here because they need each other. If gangs was eradicated tomorrow, you know how many police would lose their jobs? Let all gangs say, fuck it, fuck this gang shit. You know how many police would lose their jobs? How many people would have to, their whole life is uprooted? Same thing. If police decide, okay, we ain't gonna enforce the law, most people think, okay, well, gangs are just gonna go crazy, but not really. Gangs don't outnumber the regular population. See, this is, people don't even think, don't think that big. People think, oh, if police disappeared, then gangs would run shit. Not really. A gang may only be a couple thousand members. Let's just say you got a gang with 50,000 members, 100,000 members, in a city full of millions of people. You got millions of people with 100,000 gang members. The only thing that's keeping those gang members from being suffocated by the rest of the population is the police. Because the police wants to deal with them, not the public. But if the police were forced to not deal with them and the public had to deal with them, then see that's thoughts that people ain't even thinking about. They're more bigger in your mind than they actually are. Gangs and police, they're bigger in your mind than they actually are because they are in cahoots with each other. There's no way to deny that. If you but most people don't know because they ain't that high up in rank, so they probably wouldn't know. The higher you go up in rank, the more you realize that they are on the same team. They're on the same team. But you don't know that below the surface. You got to go up in rank to even understand that. But yeah, that's what it is in terms of gangs and gang stalking. It's whatever you really make it. As long as you're spiritually protected, you ain't got nothing to worry about. If you worship the same God as they do, what do you got to worry about? We ain't even got to say worship, but acknowledge. If you acknowledge the same power they acknowledge, what do you have to fear? I know that because of experience. It's been several nights I had to walk the mean streets of LA. Several nights. Many nights. In very dangerous places to most people. But I didn't really have no problems because of the light that I emit. And that goes for anyone. It's the light that you emit that keeps you away from situations or that gets you into situations. It all comes down to light. Invisible or intangible light. I have not read all of the literature. I learned tarot from astrology. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Once you read the literature, your perspective changes. Because astrology doesn't unlock the tarot. Right? You can know every component of astrology and still not comprehend the tarot. They work together, but they also stand alone. That's why you read the literature, because you can understand the difference. What makes the tarot, what makes astrology, even though you can implement them together. But it's the literature. Not any literature, the book of Thoth. See, that's my thing. I'm not telling people, okay, well, go read a book on the tarot. No, read the book of Thoth, period. You don't need no other book. And I guarantee it. You can hold my life to that. You don't need no other fucking book. However, it's not the easiest book to read either. So that's why most people don't read it, because it's not easy to comprehend. So but again, you know who's who based off the literature they read. So you know who's who based off what they read, not what they do. I say it can be a room full of tarot readers. However, you can tell who's who based on how they conduct the tarot, how they conduct their readings. Because it's deeper than fortune telling. That's the point that I'm making. Most people only know tarot for fortune telling. They don't know how to utilize the tarot outside of fortune telling. Because that's the mainstream way of doing it. The mainstream is interested in fortune telling. The occultist is not. An occultist is not interested in fortune telling. They can use it, but that's not why they have a tarot deck. Okay, let me see what's going to happen today. I'm going to pull a card. That ain't why you should have a tarot deck. Let me see what's going on in the world. Let me see what's going on with this person, this place, this thing. Yes, you can use it, but that ain't why you should have a tarot deck. Because you're not unlocking any secrets, any mysteries when you do that. Because it's personal. You have to take your personality out of it. Most people have not taken their personalities out of their spiritual systems. You have to take your personality out of it. Because if you take your personality out of it, you have a whole different set of questions to ask yourself. You're not concerned with fortune telling. Fortune telling has something to do with you. But if you take yourself out of the equation and you focus exclusively on the mysteries, then you get to see what's really going on. You can't see that with yourself in front. I use this to see what's going on with me or somebody else. That's only going to take you so far. Because they won't be able to explain why the card came up. They can interpret what the card means, but they can't explain why the card showed up. Because now you're going deeper. Anybody can tell you what a card means, or what they think it means, or the interpretation. Because there's two different sciences with the tarot. You have the interpretation, then you got the mysteries. That's why it's called, what is the tarot called? The tarot is composed of what? The greater arcana and the lesser arcana. Right? The greater mysteries and the lesser mysteries. The grand mysteries and the lesser. Why? So it's called the major and the minor arcana. The major and the minor arcana. So why would the tarot be called the greater and lesser secrets if it's just about, let me see what's going on in my life right now? Why would it need to be called the major and minor secrets if it's just all about fortune telling? And this is what I mean. See, the average tarot reader can't explain those things to you. They can't explain that. Why is this the greater and lesser mysteries of what exactly? They ain't gonna be able to tell you that. They ain't gonna be able to tell you that. Because what mysteries are you uncovering via fortune telling? You're not uncovering any mysteries when you fortune tell. There's no mystery being uncovered. If the tarot is the science of the universe as a whole, fortune telling is not revealing a mystery. Let's see. Santissima Morte, cops and robbers. It reminds me of the elder scrolls with the gods that embody the irredeemable and the ones that embody love and peace and justice. A balance must be maintained. Correct. It ain't even that a balance must be maintained, it just always is. There's nobody in the background looking at, how do we balance this equation? It's not really working like that. The equation is always balanced. We're only able to perceive certain qualities of the equation depending on our light. So the fact that cops and robbers have the same goddess, it's not that somebody set it up that way. That's just the way that the currency works. It's like a magnet. A magnet doesn't sit back and pick and choose what materials it's going to magnetize. There's no thinking in that process. That's also how you understand the greater and lesser mysteries. There's no thinking in that process. It just is. A magnet is going to magnetize anything that has the components that draws it to the magnet. If anything has those components, it's going to be drawn to the magnet. So, if you're just looking at it on face value, you're just looking at magnetism. But you're not understanding how magnetism works. You're not understanding the different poles on a magnet. A magnet has two poles. You're not going into why it happens. Just because you can observe what happens, you can't explain. Well, if you try to explain why it happens, then you run into trouble. So that's why I keep, bringing up, tarot readers and all these people. If you start asking them questions outside of fortune telling, they're going to have a hard time, because you got to know something else other than tarot to answer deeper questions, because they all connect. That's why you really can't just be a tarot reader. You got to be everything. That's why you see on here it says master of the sun, moon, and star, or stars. Master of the sun, moon, and stars. You got to be master of everything. Hence, I may talk about tarot, may talk about astrology, may talk about numerology, I may talk about Kabbalah. Right? I may talk about any of these things. And it's just like I got it so well connected. It's like you don't even really tell the difference when I'm talking about this or that. It's like it's all the same thing. But that's over time. That's over time. But I guarantee most tarot readers or astrologers or numerologists, they're not studying every damn thing. They're not. They get comfortable in whatever field that they feel comfortable with. But that's why I say the Kemetic science is universal. So that's why when you see all this Egyptian stuff, that ain't because I'm going in a certain path. That means I'm going in every path. Just so that's understood, that means every path. So that means I should be able to have a conversation with anybody. It makes sense. So it don't matter if they're religious or dogmatic. I should be able to have a conversation with anybody and see where they're coming from, instead of feeling like, okay, well, you're still getting there. So, that's not the approach we should take. We shouldn't feel no type of way just because a person chooses to be Christian or Muslim. It's like you get what their soul is yearning for. See, that's what it is. Fuck the personality. You understand the soul yearning. You understand the soul purpose. And when you understand that, you're like, okay, I see why you found favoritism in Allah, or you found favoritism in Jesus, or you found favoritism in Buddha, so on and so forth. You understand why people are drawn to certain paths when you study them all. But how can you understand that if you don't study it all? It's all planetary energy, no matter the topic. Well, the universe is composed of more than planets. The universe is more than planets. The planets are just what we focus on. That's the difference. We focus on the planets. But you don't even need the planets. You can do an astrology reading without the planets, because you have more than planets. You have what is called the Arabic parts, or fictitious points. You have asteroids. You can literally do a whole reading without planets, because there's a lot more activity going on than planets. But that's just what we have become comfortable with. We've been comfortable speaking about planets as if that's the end all be all, but it's not. What about the fixed stars? That's what I mean. What about the fixed stars? It's like there's more than planets. We're just comfortable with filtering everything through planets. We have become comfortable with that. But again, now I understand why you chose the Vedic. Exactly. Like, you got to study. Again, like, you just know who's who. You got to study it all. So that's why I didn't stop. Like, you could say I'm an astrologer, but I wouldn't consider myself a Western astrologer, or a Vedic astrologer, or a Draconic astrologer. I couldn't put myself in a category because I use all of them. I use Western alignments, Eastern alignments, Draconic alignments, Arabic parts, fictitious parts, midpoints, profections, harmonics, Fideria. I'm using all of it. Medieval astrology, futuristic. I'm using all of it. So that's what I mean. Like, that's why we must be the Lord of all worlds. And that's essentially what I've come here to represent. If nothing else, I've come here to show and prove that all of these things can be interconnected. I would be doing an injustice to people if I were just talking about astrology or tarot, numerology or Kabbalah, and I left out everything else like they're not connected. Hebrew. What's the tarot without Hebrew? What's the planets without Hebrew? See, again, it's a whole different level to it, because it's through the Hebrew that we understand what the planets actually represent and what the zodiac actually represents. You can't really use English, because English only takes you to the surface. You got to go outside of English. That's why you have tarot letters in the Book of Thoth. Most tarot decks don't correspond with the Hebrew letters, because they didn't see the significance of it. They didn't see the importance of it. So any tarot deck that's not showing the Hebrew letters is because they didn't see it as significant enough to include it. It's not that they're not significant enough, it's just that they were not knowledgeable enough. All right, so let's just keep it real here. You need it all. You need it all. And that's why I recommend the Book of Thoth. It gives you the full spectrum. So it ain't just talking about astrology, it's also taking you to Hebrew, which takes you to the Kabbalah, right? Which you need them all, because now you're going outside of fortune telling. Once you implement the Hebrew, the gematria, the Kabbalah, now you're going outside of fortune telling. Now you kind of get to see what's really going on here. But if we just strictly keep it on planetary and zodiac energy, it's hard to go outside of fortune telling. And let me give you a perfect example. Ask a tarot reader to explain something outside of fortune telling to you. Like, for example, let me give you a perfect example. If you ask a tarot reader, why was the universe designed in the way it was designed? Why? Excuse me. Why was the universe designed in the way it was designed? Ask an astrologer. Ask a numerologist. Ask them, why was the universe designed in the way it was designed? Why do we have 10 planets instead of 20, 30, 40, 50, 60? Why is the Earth the third planet from the sun and not the sixth planet? They ain't answering those questions. But those will be an example of the greater mysteries, because that's actually taking you beyond fortune telling. Because the tarot can give you those answers too, if you know how to seek it. So that's essentially why I say you have to go beyond fortune telling, because it's not going to unlock the greater mysteries. It may unlock the minor mysteries, the smaller mysteries, but it's not going to unlock the grand mysteries. It's not going to teach you how to escape reincarnation if you're just fortune telling, because that's just about your life. What about your death? Hence the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead shows you how to reach the stars after you die. Ask a tarot reader to do that for you. Ask an astrologer to do that for you. How do I reach the stars after my death? The same way that the pharaohs did. How do I do that? What is the process? They ain't gonna be able to answer those questions, because you gotta go beyond fortune telling to do that. You gotta go a lot deeper. So until people start asking those questions, we're going to be satisfied with fortune telling. Until we stop being so concerned with what's going to happen tomorrow, we're going to be, just mixed up in thinking, because we're still thinking about our own personal future. Let's see. Yep, I was gang stalked like crazy in LA, almost kidnapped a couple times. But I quickly realized I was in control and was way powerful than I thought, so gang stalking is no more for me. Exactly. Goes back to what I said. What you see is different than what you perceive. So that is the living embodiment of that. What you see is different than what you perceive. So you may see something and it causes you to react until you can perceive what it actually is, which then stops the reaction. Hence, if you think a monster is in your closet and you think you're seeing shadows, it's going to create a response until you turn on that light and you say like, oh, that was just, the heat or the fan moving some materials in your closet. Now the response ceases, because what you thought you saw is different than what you perceived. Well, one created a certain reaction, then another one created a different reaction. So if you really want to know what's the difference between what you see and what you perceive, just analyze how it makes you react. How does it make you react? So for example, the average person may feel a little uncomfortable around gang members or in gang territory. The average person may feel a little uncomfortable. That ain't really where they're trying to be. They may have to pass through it, but they ain't really trying to be, because of what they see. But once you go beyond sight and go towards perception, then you can see the reality. When you go beyond what you see and go into perception, then you realize like, oh, this is actually not what I thought it was at all. See, people outside of gang culture have an idea of gang culture, which is very different than what's actually occurring in gang culture. So most people think, when they think about gang culture, they think about death. They just do a bunch of killing and, negative activity, satanic activity, if you want to call it that. That's how it is. If you look at it on surface, and like, oh, why would you ever want to be a part of a gang if that's what they're into? However, when you perceive, as the same example I gave in jail, where you have to decode gang literature and ebonics, you realize that this is a lot deeper than what you may have thought it was in the beginning. Because if it's just a bunch of people killing each other, well, how have they created their own language and their own lingo? Not only do they have their own lingo, they have their own language. How are they doing that? if they're just about just killing up everything? How are they able to even survive in jail when jail is designed to destroy you, not rehabilitate? It's made to destroy you. So how are they still in there, not destroyed, strong? So we can go beyond the street, like how are they not destroyed? But again, you're not gonna understand. The average person ain't trying to even understand that anyway, because of what they see. So they're not even asking those type of questions, or the type of questions I'm asking. They're not even asking those type of questions because they're not interested, because they're so drawn by what they see. So their perception is closed. You close your perception once you have decided what you see is reality. When you make the decision that what you perceive is actual reality, then the brain stops working. Not like stops working, but it stops perceiving, because it's taking what's in front of it as truth. So it's not perceiving anything because it thinks it sees it all. We have basically compressed our sight instead of looking at the grand scale. Because once you look at the grand scale, like, oh, okay, everything is balanced. It's the whole thing. Everything is balanced already. That's why gangs have structure. You may not see too much structure on the streets, but when you go into those inferno pits, it's very structured. And we know that there's no denying that at all. You may not see structure in the streets in the free world, but you damn sure will see structure behind those walls. Ain't nobody just doing whatever the fuck they want to do. No, everybody has to fall in line. Everybody has to fall in order, because it's about the structure. The structure is what keeps it alive. Because if you were doing the same thing in the streets in jail, there would be no gangs. Everybody would have killed themselves off. So things change, because now you see the greater picture. Some people even believe that you're not really certified until you've been behind those walls and you see how they do it behind the walls, because how they do it out in the streets is different than how they do it behind the walls. So some gang members feel like if you ain't been behind that wall to see how this game is really played, they ain't really looking at you. So there's many levels. But that's for anything though. I'm just using gangs. You can say the same about politicians. That's why they hate Trump, because Trump came from outside of the hierarchy. Instead of moving up in rank, he came from outside and rose to the top chambers. He didn't go by the system in place. So irregardless of whether we agree or disagree with his ideology, that's irrelevant, that's personal. But if we look at the grand scale of what actually occurred and why he gets the hate he gets, then you can know, oh, I understand why he's hated. They try to make it about his words and he's divisive and all this. They try to make it about the surface. But if you look with your whole perception, you will see like, oh, it's because of what he did, and it's about the path. It ain't about what he's talking. He just so happened to be speaking about whatever he's speaking about, but it really don't matter what he was speaking about, because of his journey. He would have been hated anyway. He could have been talking about world peace. They still would have hated his ass because of his journey, not because he's just Donald Trump and he's just a hateful motherfucker. That ain't got nothing to do with it. And again, I'm just using these examples that we see on the world stage so that we can understand there's more to these dynamics than what we realize. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up, say a couple little words, and we go ahead and get up out of here. So like I said, I don't be planning these recordings. You know, so I'm looking at, damn, we've been live 3 hours. So it'd be phenomenal to me. It'd be phenomenal to me. Again, when I hit the start button, I didn't know what I was gonna talk about, because I just thought about the title 10 minutes before I went live. But again, that's just Asha, right? That's just how Asha operates. So in that case, I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. If we just look at, well, what is Asha and how does Asha operate, and what is the Akasha? Well, the Akasha is like the chaos, or the apparent chaos. So the apparent chaos is a manifestation of the Asha. So even though it appears to be chaotic, I'm all over the place, but it's also cohesive. Just depending on where you are with it. But I'm always here to ruffle the feathers, though. That's my whole thing, because I know most people ain't. They not where they need to be. And what I mean by they need to be, again, I blame 2012. I blame propagandists. I blame the system. I blame all these dynamics that have essentially, man, what's the word? Oh, we just call it offset. I just say offset. The whole so-called conscious community or spiritual beings have been offset. That's what has occurred. Offset. Most people, again, they think they're spiritual. But again, when we start asking spiritual questions outside of the human experience, they ain't got those answers. Because in order to get those answers, you got to be doing the work. You have to be doing the work. So the only reason I can give you answers is because I'm doing the work. Not because I read somebody else's answer. That's the difference. Most people are just repeating what they heard from someone else, because they don't want to do the work. The work is hard. It's easy to repeat. The work is hard. So I get it. It's not easy. Everything else is easy. So let me just be honest about it. Let me just be honest about this. Like, it's not hard to live life. It's not hard to, to go to work, get paid, and enjoy life. That's not hard at all. It may be challenging. You may have to conquer a challenge or an obstacle. But that ain't the hard part about life. That's not the hard part. And that's essentially what the Saturn return represents. So I'll end with this last point, then we get up out of here. Because most people think Saturn return is basically, when you get more mature. When basically reality hits you, basically, right? When reality hits you. Now you can say you're not getting the benefits of, being a young person anymore. Like when you was in your 20s, early 20s, mid 20s, you had youth on your side. You know what I mean? You got all unlimited energy. You got the whole world is in front of you. What you decide to do with your life is completely up to you. Before the Saturn return. Once you hit that Saturn return, now you're faced with the reality. So now, instead of feeling like you can accomplish anything or the world is at your feet, that changes to, what can I actually do? What can I actually affect? What are my actual skill sets? How can I actually be of benefit to this world? Versus what I think I should be doing or what I think I can do. What have I been designed to do? So Saturn takes you to those chambers. What am I designed to do versus what I think I should be doing? Where do I actually fit in versus where I think I fit in? So for me, my Saturn return happened the end of 2019, December 30th, 2019. That's the actual date. So if we look at 2020 is when I actually started to advance my skill set. What I mean by that is, before the Saturn return, it was about, again, I can do anything I want. The world is at my feet. So yeah, I'm gonna study what I want to study. I'm gonna practice what I want to practice. It's all personal. When Saturn return came around, now I had to realize it's not just about what I want to do anymore. It's about what am I designed to do. So if I'm designed, you can say, to be an occultist, now I have to master those attributes instead of me picking and choosing what to master. Hence why I say I've studied everything. I've worked with all deities from around the world. That's a result of me realizing that there's certain parameters that I have to have mastered. And it ain't for me to pick and choose. So if I'm going to consider myself an occultist, astrologer, numerologist, Kabbalist, you know me, terrorist, I don't want to say a tarot reader, but terrorist, whatever. There's just certain things that you need to know. Because you can't go to college for this stuff. You used to be able to, but you can't now. So, but you have to approach it like you're going to college, even though you're not actually going to college. So basically the same seriousness that people have when they're in college because they know that they're going to get a degree at the end of that path, you have to have that same determination, just without the reward. And that's what makes it harder. It's harder because you know you're not going to get an award at the end of that path. Versus when you go to college, you got a reward. So you're working towards that reward and the benefits of that reward. So it's really not hard to do. So all right, as long as you get past these classes, you're going to get a reward and you're going to reap the benefits of that reward. It's pretty cut and dry. But when it comes to the occult, now you don't have that diploma, to show off. Say, oh, yeah, I did this, I did that. And you don't have those benefits from that diploma. But you still had to take the same amount of effort that someone else at college did. Which is essentially what I did. The same effort that somebody took going to college and mastering whatever their craft is, I had to have that same determination. And that's why I've been sharing my path. The path is just look at the determination without the reward at the end. Because it has to come from within. It has to come from the heart, not the brain. It has to come from the heart. So why would I spend 9 months memorizing something word from word if it ain't coming from the heart? There is no reward at the end of this tunnel or at the end of this path. There is no reward. There is nobody who's going to congratulate you. Who's going to look at you differently. Like all of those benefits that you get from mastering your college or your job, whatever it is, you don't get those benefits. So if you do it, what you gain from it is something intangible. Not something tangible, something intangible. So basically, it's intangible. In the sense of, yes, there's no diploma waiting for you. There's no job waiting on you. There's no fraternity waiting on you. None of these things are waiting on you. You actually have to create it yourself. You have to create it yourself. Hence, This is what I did. So all of the benefits you would have got, or that I would have got doing something else, I had to give it to myself. Hence, I had to make 1,000 pieces of content before, like, okay, obviously he knows what he's talking about. It's because I have the documentation to show and prove it. So yeah, it's not a diploma, but I got the works. Like, okay, well, either he knows what he's talking about or he don't. You know, everybody's able to make that decision on their own. But I had to put myself out there in order for that decision to be made. So basically I had to present myself to the public and put myself up against scrutiny. Because again, I'm talking about all the stuff that's not accepted in the mainstream, right? So if I'm going completely left with it, all right, I'm not about to go to college and get a job. I'm about to be an occultist. So I'm going completely opposite. I'm going completely left. With no rewards at the end, except the rewards that you give yourself and that you create from yourself. Hence, I had to create the YouTube channel and create the content. I didn't walk into a channel. I didn't walk into a fraternity. I had to actually create it. So the community that we have now, it had to be created. It wasn't already waiting. We had to merge together. It wasn't already there. It was a alchemical process that had to be done with our own hands, our own minds, our own hearts. As they call grassroots, basically. They call it grassroots. We had to come from the grassroots. We had to come straight off the block, straight off the corner, straight out of the streets with it. But it's because of that grassroots foundation that makes it more supreme than anything else. So what I mean by that is street knowledge. Because most astrologers, numerologists, tarot readers, Kabbalists, they don't have street knowledge. And they don't speak the street lingo. They don't have it. So when I manifested it, you're like, oh, okay. You can come from that background, you can come from those circumstances and still be over here knowing what you're talking about. Because I honestly feel if I had went the traditional route, I can't even say that. I can't even say that. Because what I was going to say was, I wouldn't have been fulfilled the way I am now. But again, I'm not going to say that. Because it really wasn't my choice. Like I'm sitting up here like it was my choice. It really wasn't my choice. In terms of consciously. We ain't talking about the soul's choice. Meaning, I was not the kid that was small and I'm like, okay, I want to be a fighter, or I want to be a police officer, I want to do this, or I never cared to be a part of the government or a part of the system. Right? I wasn't that kid. I wasn't that child. Right? I never cared to be a part of the world. I can't remember no thoughts as a child, okay, I want to be a part of this. No, the fuck I don't. The world made me depressed. Honestly, if we just want to be 100% about it, the world made me depressed. I was looking out into the world and I didn't know. I'm like, what the fuck are you motherfuckers doing? I ain't like it. I didn't like what I was seeing growing up. I was very depressed growing up because of what I was seeing. Not necessarily what was occurring in the household, but what was occurring outside of the household. Because obviously I'm going to go outside the household at some point. So I'm like, damn, what the fuck am I going into? So that's what sparked the interest in the occult in the first place, because I was not satisfied with what I saw in the world. I'm like, this world don't have nothing for me. I did not see myself as a part of the world. I didn't see it. And I'm like, what the fuck? But when it came to the occult, I'm like, damn, I fit in this seamlessly. So that's why I say it wasn't really a choice. Because I didn't, whatever I was doing in terms of school, I was going because I was made to go like everybody else. I went to school because I had to go to school like everybody else. I had to do it like everybody else. So when I got old enough to make my own decisions, now I don't have to do what everybody else is doing. Then I just went full-fledged to what I deemed important. And when I made that decision, it wasn't a decision made because, again, it was rainbows at the end of the tunnel or at the end of the path. So, I say that to say, because I know I'm not the only one. I'm just sharing for those who resonate. Like, oh yeah, I felt the same way. Because obviously I'm not the only one. I'm just the one that did it the way I did it. Everybody will have their own way of doing it. Because again, it just depends on your circumstance. It depends on what city. Like, all these things matter. So I'm saying that to say the government wasn't something that I cared to be a part of. I didn't care to be a part of the system. I didn't find it interesting. But I found those jinn interesting. I found that darkness interesting. I found that left-hand path to be interesting. I found them demons to be interesting. So, I'm sure I wasn't the only one. I just was the one that pursued it. So that's what I'm saying. I'm sure I'm not the only one that had these thoughts. I'm just the only one that took it full-fledged. Right? Again, you see those skulls. So yeah, I grew up with a death wish. I grew up waiting to die because I didn't see the life in the world until I gave it life by changing my perception. Once I changed my perception, I was able to give life to the world that was lifeless to me. To me, the world was lifeless until I started to filter everything through the occult. Then I saw the greater scheme. Oh, this is not what I thought it was. It's actually what I always knew it to be, which is what gave me an interest in the occult in the first place. But I wasn't able to see it with my eyes. I felt it in my heart, but I couldn't perceive it. So once I began to study, that's what changed my perception. Not just study, but practice. Once I began studying and practicing what I was studying, I was able to change my perception. And that's when my life changed. My life did not change until I changed my perception. What's up, healthy, wealthy frequency? Greetings. Salute to you. Much love. You already know. Much love from the desert. You already know. You already know. I mean, much love and respect to you. You already know. You already know. So once I changed my perception and gained the confidence to walk the path that was deemed lowly or demonic, that's when I went into the streets and got the experience. Because I'm like, okay, if things are not what I think they are, and I'm able to change it based on my perception of them, then I should be able to go into the streets and learn street knowledge. That's why I went into the streets, to learn street knowledge. As opposed of, okay, I'm just in the streets just because I ain't got nothing else to do, or because I'm in a bad situation. It's like that didn't have nothing to do with anything. There's wisdom to be gained here on this concrete, and I have to be tough enough to endure this concrete if I want to extract the wisdom. I have to actually be there in real time. Not knowing what I'm going to gain, just knowing that there is something to gain. What is there to gain? I'm not sure. I just know there's something to be gained. So, not only walking the path, but also documenting the path. Because there's something to be gained. So even looking back at the past videos, where I may have been in a terrible situation, if you're looking with your sight, but my perception was I'm exactly where I need to be because this is the only way for me to gain what I'm seeking to gain. See, I didn't want what everybody else wanted, and this is the point I'm making. I didn't want what everybody else wanted, or I would have been where everybody else was. If I wanted what everybody else wanted, I would have been where they are. But because I wanted something different, I had to go into a journey that was different. Alone. Not with a bunch of people that's with me, by myself. Right? So I had to go on a lonely journey in order to reap the benefits of that journey. And benefits that you may not even know that you're going to have. Again, I didn't know the benefits. I didn't know that this path was going to lead me to numerology, tarot, astrology, all this stuff that I talk about now. That wasn't necessarily the goal, because I was just trying to understand what happened to me. Because I told this story before of when Asar came to me, the spirit of Asar came to me directly. And I know because it announced his name. So when the spirit comes to you and announces his name, so that means I'm not trying to figure out who it is. I know exactly who it is because it just told me his name. And then I've never heard this name before, and I'll look it up, and it's an actual deity. So once that happened to me, I'm like, okay, there's no doubt in my mind that this stuff is real. Even though I don't know what's going on, I just know it's real. I can't explain it, but I just know it's real. I know I heard a voice. This voice spoke through me like a whisper. Asar. What the fuck? Never heard that before. I've heard about Osiris, but Asar is the original Kemetic tongue. So it didn't come to me, Osiris. With the Greek language, it came with the Kemetic language. I'm like, Asar? Like, what? So, this was in Los Angeles, and there's a conspiracy theory that the phallus of Osiris is buried under the Hollywood cross. I already documented this. It's already in the chambers. But I didn't know this at the time. So the fact that Asar came to me and the phallus of Osiris is in Hollywood, and I didn't know that at the time, I'm like, oh, I had to piece it, see, it's like I'm emotional now. So it's like when my words are fumbling, it's like I'm getting into my emotions now. I had to figure out what was going on. Then when I began to figure out what was going on, then it went beyond me, which is what I'm saying. So yes, Asar came to me, sure, no problem. But Asar came to me in the same place where his phallus is supposed to be, buried underneath the Hollywood cross in Hollywood. Asar comes to me where his phallus. So it's like, again, I didn't know all this stuff. I learned all this stuff later on. So it really wasn't nothing for me to get into Thelema, because it was Aleister Crowley that said that there's 7 portals to hell, and one of those portals is at Devil's Gate. So what do? I go to Devil's Gate to see what the fuck is going on, because I'm already there. So not only does Asara come to me, the phallus is in Hollywood, and I had to go to Hollywood to find the original name, because the original name for Hollywood was Hollywood Land. And I had to go to Hollywood to get that. I'm like, oh, that gives a whole different vibration. It's more spooky. Hollywood Land breaks down to 7 versus Hollywood breaks down to 3. So if you go to Hollywood now, you get like a Jupiter vibration. It's like, it's party time. But Hollywood Land is spooky. That 7 is the spooky number. So Hollywood Land was spooky. That's where all this ritual and all these Hollywood rituals, that's from the Hollywood Land days. The foundation of Hollywood. That's where all that comes from. That's Hollywood Land, right? So, and again, so Hollywood Land is when that Holy Cross was established and the whole Osiris phallus. That's Hollywood Land. So not only do I get that part of it, now when I go to Devil's Gate, then I meet a whole nother deity. Completely changed my life. To the point where I'm like, oh shit, this is a portal to hell. He wasn't just talking. I'm like, oh yeah, portal to hell. Yeah, shit, is portals to hell everywhere. But no, Devil's Gate. I'm like, oh, this is real. But I knew nothing about it. I had to learn this after I started studying Crowley. After I started studying Thelema. That's when I learned about Devil's Gate. So the whole time that I'm living in Los Angeles, I didn't know anything about it until I moved here and started studying Crowley in the Book of Thoth. Then I had to go back and see what was up. And I'm like, oh, that's real too. So not only is Asar real, that Devil's Gate is real. Because I'm putting in the work to verify it. And all this is comedic. So I'm like, what the fuck is a comedic connection with Hollywood? Because it's clearly there. I bet most of you don't know about the Egyptian stage buried in Hollywood. I guarantee most of y'all don't know nothing about that. It was a whole Egyptian set built and buried in the dunes. It's still there. It's still there to this day. I think it was the movie 10 Commandments. The movie 10 Commandments that came out in like 1922 or 1923, one of those years. They built a whole Egyptian themed set, and it was just so massive that they couldn't do nothing with it. So they either destroyed parts of it and they buried the rest so that nobody else would use it. So it's still buried there, and that was 100 years ago at this point. So at this point, that was 1922. So that was 100 years ago. It's still there to this day. What other set that you know that has been buried? But that's why they call America is Egypt in the West. Like Egypt will rise in the West. For those who know. So I'm just giving you my perspective, because there's no doubt in my mind that this stuff is real, because I have the personal experience. So beyond the knowledge that came with it is the experience. What I felt at Devil's Gate was unlike anything I felt before. When I had Asar come to me, that was unlike anything that happened to me before. These are things that completely stopped me in my tracks, and I had to reconsider and recalibrate myself. But there are still some freaky things in Hollywood. The freaky things in Hollywood is because of the root of Hollywood land. So this is what I'm saying. It's not Hollywood now that created these rituals, all these so-called rituals, but I didn't even start. Fuck. There's so many levels to this. I didn't even speak about Scientology. Scientology is the dominant religion in Hollywood. For those who know, you know. They have big, massive buildings. Big, massive church on Sunset. For those who've seen it, it's a big, massive church. Massive. They even have one on Hollywood Boulevard too. Massive. The Scientology people be standing with L. Ron Hubbard's books, who was a student of Aleister Crowley. So L. Ron Hubbard, who basically has a dominant religion in Hollywood, maybe not the entire Los Angeles, but Hollywood for sure. Like, that's the stronghold of Scientology. Scientology's stronghold is definitely in Hollywood, California. So, L. Ron Hubbard was a student of Aleister Crowley, who actually met Jack Parkinson's, who started the Jack Parkinson's Laboratory, because Jack Parkinson's was from Pasadena, and Jack Parkinson's library is right by Pasadena, because he advanced the science of rocket engineering. So that's where that phrase comes from. Like, oh, this isn't rocket science. That's Jack Parkinson's, because he was the one that advanced rocket science. Most people don't know that, though. They don't know nothing about that. He used to go in those demon caves in Pasadena. It used to be demon caves. He was a child playing in demon caves. And when he became an adult, he became the head of the OTO in Los Angeles, which was the secret society started by Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley, Jack Parkinson's, L. Ron Hubbard. All these people are connected. Their influence is still alive to this day. You can literally go to Jack Parkinson's laboratory at Devil's Gate and look right into it. You can see the Scientology, but the only thing you don't see is Crowley. The only thing you don't see is Crowley, which is the root. That's what you don't see. So you see the works of Jack Parkinson's, you see the works of L. Ron Hubbard, you even see the works of, it's a woman. Her name is Major. She was called the let me get it. I have it bookmarked. She had a title. Her name is Major. Give me a second, let me get the actual name. Because again, this is just stuff that I studied, seeking to understand and trying to piece it all together. Again, I wasn't even going to go into all this, but why not? And I'm just using Hollywood as an example. Every city has these types of histories with these figures. I'm just using the place that I was, because I can easily speak about Las Vegas as well, being called Sin City. But let me do one thing at a time here. So let me give you the name of the woman. Give me a second. She was like the queen of Hollywood in like the 50s. But let me get her name. Man. Give me a second. Hold on. Yeah, see, this is actually not easy to find. This is actually not easy to find. Damn, it's like I'm speaking about, so you can't even Google this. Hold on. Give me a second. I have to bring up the browser. Every time you tell this story, you get this way. Yes, because it affects me. It affects me greatly. Because it happened to me. I'm like, wasn't expecting none of this. Let's see. Let me get the name though, because this is actual history. So that's why it's even important to me. For the historical reference. For those who want to do further research. That's why I'm taking the time to get the information for those who want to do further research. And that's why I say, you know, I'm using myself as an example, but I want to take it beyond myself. For those who want to do the history of not only Hollywood, but also their own cities. Hold on. Man, what? Like, her name is in the back of my consciousness. Okay. I know how to find it. Give me a second. I know how to find it. But anyway, while I'm searching for this, basically the whole point of me saying this is there's a whole occult history that the average person knows nothing about, that I had to do my own research for. Dame Elizabeth Rosemond Taylor. Hold on. Let me see if that's who it is. Give me a second. No, that's not her. Oh, you're talking about the actual Elizabeth Taylor. See, I didn't. That's crazy. That's crazy. Because I actually had an experience with her as well. That's crazy. So what I'm saying is, like, it's like I would hear a name. It's like it just pounds at me. Like when the spirit wants to get through, like it just pounds at me. Same thing happened with Liberace. Like Liberace, which is a Las Vegas legend I knew nothing about. But that came to me. Like it's just Liberace. It woke me up out my fucking sleep. Woke me up out my goddamn sleep. I just kept hearing it. Liberace. I'm like, god damn. Look it up. Oh, I see who this is. I didn't know who that person was until I did my research. I'm like, oh, I see exactly who this is. But that's just how it works for me. So when I say, like, same thing with Elizabeth Taylor, because I had to do my research. Like, she came to me, I kept hearing her name, Elizabeth Taylor. I'm like, who the fuck is this? Again, I didn't know. Like, I didn't know about Elizabeth Taylor. Like, I'm not deep into the Hollywood movies and all that. I'm not from California. I lived in California, but I'm not from California, so I don't have the intricate history like that in terms of the actors but the history I do have is more of the occult. But yeah, even Elizabeth Taylor, that's how I found out. Like, she had the most expensive jewelry collection. that ain't something I just knew. That's like, she was pounding at me. I'm like, she like, read my story. Like, this, I probably got notes right now. Let me see. Cause you know, I don't remember every single detail, but I may have notes on that right now. Hold on. Hold on. Alright, let me get to it. I don't want to have y'all waiting just for no reason here. Let me get to it. Let me find this name, Jack. So yeah, I don't know her name directly, but I know how to find it because she was connected to Jack Parkinson's. So I'm gonna look up Jack Parkinson's, and I will find out who she is right now. What the fuck? See, I didn't. That's crazy as fuck. See, I'm looking at the Wikipedia page right now. I did not know that his resting place is in the Mojave Desert. That's fucking crazy. I did not. It said resting place, Mojave Desert, and I'm in a goddamn Mojave Desert. Like, Las Vegas is inside of the Mojave Desert. That's crazy. I just see. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that. Here it is. Here it is right here. Here it is right here. Here it is right here. So let me see. Here it is right here. Yes, because yeah, exactly. She was married to Jack Parkinson's. That's what it is. So she was married to Jack Parkinson's. And then her name was Majorie. Was it Cameron? Majorie Cameron? Majorie Cameron. Hold on, let me see if I can just show this shit. Let me see if I can just put this on screen. Give me a second. Give me a second here. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I wasn't even expecting that. That's crazy. That's crazy. God damn, man. God damn. God damn. But let me see if I can put this on screen. Add window capture. Let me see. Yeah. Click. There we go. There we go. There she is. There she is. Most people don't know who this is. You see that? You see those words? You see that? Aleister Crowley, Thelema, Jack Parkinson's. You see that? So she was an artist and she dominated Hollywood in the 50s. So let me show you her art. Actually, maybe I don't need to show the art because I think it's sexual in nature. So maybe actually look up her art on your own. I think some of the art is sexual. So I don't want to get the video flagged. But I'm just showing who this is. This is Hollywood history that most people don't know nothing about. Don't know anything about. You see this? It's Pasadena, California. Babylon working. Magical rituals called Babylon working. There you go. So I'm gonna close out of that. Okay. So y'all can do further research if that is your choice. I'm just showing you that I've done the research that you're not going to find anywhere else. You're not going to find anywhere else. It's probably the first time most of y'all have even seen her face. And you're not going to hear her mentioned at all, even though she was a dominant force in Hollywood at one point. She was a dominant force, especially in her art. The Museum of Death, they also try to give you information on Scientology, because Scientology is deeper than most people realize. That's what most people don't know. Like L. Ron Hubbard started off as a comic book writer. So you think, like, how does somebody who creates comic books start a Church of Scientology? Here's another history that most people don't know nothing about. Astrology was banned in Los Angeles at one point. You could not teach astrology yet. I got the research. Let me give you the exact year. I think it was the 30s. But let me give you an exact year. I definitely recorded this. Let's see. But before I get to it, most people don't know that. So as diverse as Los Angeles is now, all this bullshit, it was a time where they banned the teachings of astrology citywide. You couldn't learn it. You couldn't learn it. No other city did this. I don't think no other city did this, but they literally banned it. Who do you think was responsible for that shit? Because of this energy that I'm showing y'all now. Because of these people, the Crowleys, the Parkinsons, the Major E, the L. Ron Hubbard. Banned astrology. You couldn't learn it. Or, well, you could learn it, but you couldn't teach it in a school and get paid for it. They was running up in your shit if you try to do that. But you see, most people don't know. It was banned. You don't know. But you see, this is why it's important for me to do this research about stuff that people will never even come into contact with. So this is what I mean. Like my path has led me to for all types of research that I had no idea about. But yeah, let me get that actual year. So give me a second here. Hold on. This is a lot harder to find than I realized. I'm thinking I can just pull this up. You see, it took a while for me to even. This is just buried so fucking deep. Fuck. Let's see. It's like they going into all this extra shit. So anyway, I'm trying to show evidence. And they trying to give whole articles and shit. But I'm gonna find that year. But anyway, so they trying to get me to read a whole fucking article. I'm just trying to show a year. They want to give whole fucking articles. Major Reed and Parkinson's also wrote a book, Songs of the Witch Woman. So what I'm saying, you won't hear about that in Hollywood or California at all. They ain't gonna tell you the real. This is real history. That's real history. Her art gets you flagged. See, that's why I'm saying. That's why I didn't want to show it. That's why I didn't want to show it. That's why I didn't want to show it. But this is real history. Fuck all this make-believe fake shit. This is what has actually occurred on these lands. And we still feel the remnants of it. You still feel Crowley in Hollywood. You still feel Crowley at Devil's Gate. These are remnants of energy that people know nothing about, but it explains why the energy feels the way it feels. So even though, all this stuff that I'm talking about in Hollywood and California, because it has a vibe, it has a energy resonance that's very noticeable if you know the history behind it. So again, before I knew all this, it didn't affect me. So I'll just make that clear. Before I knew any of this, it didn't affect me. I wasn't thinking about none of this Crowley, Parkinson's. It's like, so you can live outside of this reality. But when I started doing the history of California, specifically Los Angeles and the surrounding cities, this is the type of stuff that comes up, the type of stuff that's supposed to be buried. You ain't gonna learn this in school. It ain't nowhere. You ain't learning this at any fucking where. Anywhere. They not mentioning these people. You ain't gonna learn it anywhere except on YouTube, I guess, if you look for it. But the fact that they had such a major impact on the culture of Hollywood and they're not mentioned, that's how you know it's fabricated. That's what Hollywood is. Hollywood is a fabrication of Hollywood land. It's a fabrication. But look, let me give you the year. Like, when did Hollywood change the name? Let me give you the year. Let me give you some type of year. It's like I have this in my head. I know these things to be true, but when I'm trying to look it up and find it, it's like it's just gonna take some time. It ain't something that I can just pull up in 5 seconds unless I had it bookmarked. But again, I didn't plan on speaking about all this stuff, so I didn't know how I was gonna be looking up this stuff. But you have enough information to do your own research. But let me get that year. When did Hollywood change the name? Just so y'all know that this is realer than what we are perceived. We think Hollywood is about a bunch of movies, and Hollywood is about magic. Hollywood name change. Hollywood is about magic. That's why the Hollywood is a tree. Is wood from a tree. Okay, here we go. So the Hollywood land sign. Let me just put this on screen. The Hollywood land sign. I'm gonna put it on screen so everybody can see it. Give me a second here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So it says here, Hollywood land sign. So it went by Hollywood land from 1923 to 1949. Aleister Crowley died in 1945. So all the things I'm speaking about happened when it was Hollywood land. So the whole entire life of Crowley and Parkinson's and all that, not Parkinson's, but all the way up to 1950, it was called Hollywood land. And let me see if I can find a picture of it. There we go. Here's some imagery. There you go. Hollywood land. Hollywood land. And see, that's how you see it. You don't even see anything behind it. You see that? Look like a desert. So when it was Hollywood land, it looks like a fucking desert behind it. It looks completely different than what it looks like now. Look at this. Hollywood land. Look at these old ass cars. That's what I'm saying. So it's just some history that you're not gonna get anywhere else. It's just some history you're not gonna get anywhere else. Let me go ahead and close this out. So I'm just showing you how real this is. So what started from me having an experience with a spirit spiraled into actual events that occurred that I knew nothing about, that the majority of people don't know anything about, but that fully affects their reality. Again, we still benefit from the advancement of rocket engineering. How do you think Elon Musk? How do you think Elon Musk is as advanced? That's Jack Parkinson's. He made that advancement so that Elon Musk can put these satellites up, in space and the internet and all these things he's doing. That's because of Jack Parkinson's. So you can say that Elon Musk is like the new Jack Parkinson's, and you ain't gonna hear it from nobody else. You ain't gonna hear that from nobody else. Cause that's an archetype. Yeah, just like, the whole Nazi. A Nazi is not what we think it is. But again, it's just stuff that I don't think I ever talked about this on YouTube, because I felt it was too motherfuckers is gonna take it the wrong way. We just say it how it is. I've had revelations about Hitler that is opposite than what we think it is, but I'm not gonna announce that on YouTube, because we know it's ran by Jewish people. So I'm not opening up that box of worms. Not on this platform, at least. But Elon Musk does not give him credit for it. They don't give nobody credit. Occultists don't get credit. That's why I was trying to say earlier. When you're an occultist, don't expect to be remembered in the history books, except by those who follow a similar path. If I didn't follow this path, I would not know who these people are. Right? I would not know any of this stuff occurred, because I was in California at the time and didn't know any of this stuff. It's not like this stuff is said and just people just know. They don't know anything. When I was at Devil's Gate, I was there by my fucking self. When I was interacting with the spirit, of course I went to Devil Gate, with people with me. But there's also a time where I went alone with nobody with me. And that's when I had, the spiritual experience. When I made the video, what the fuck I think I met the devil or something. The video is on the channel. I just don't remember what the name was. I met the devil, or I met Ishu. So basically that was right after it happened. So that's why it's great, because I got the documentation literally right after it happened. So there's probably more in that video than what I'm saying, because again, I don't remember everything, but I documented it and I made a video right after that, so it may be more information. All of the science and technology of modern times was crafted by occultists. This is true. This is absolutely true. And you see, we don't know who these people are until you begin to do the research and you learn about who these people are. What's up, Deidre? What's up? Technology is intimately linked with the occult because these devices can be used as tools for divination. Absolutely, because the screens, our computer screens, our phone screens, are just black mirrors or black crystal balls. So yes, these screens are crystal balls. They're just square. You see, they don't even know about that. We used to stare into crystal balls that were like spheres. You would stare into a sphere. Now we stare into squares. We went from spheres to squares. So you just ponder on that. We went from spheres, crystal spheres, to squares, crystal squares. Because a computer is just crystals, crystal technology. So technology is really crystals. But you see, we don't refer to crystals as technology, but they really are. Because what powers the fucking computers and the phones are crystals. They're powered by crystals. But we don't call crystals technology, but they are. But they are. Just like we don't call the human body technology, but it is. We don't call it drugs technology, but they are. When you smoke your weed, that's the Earth's technology. The crystals are the Earth's technology. You can say the human beings are Earth's technology. This is all technology. We just don't refer to it as such because that will open up too many doors. That's why we don't refer. So that's why we only refer to technology as like electronical devices. But crystals conduct electricity. They conduct electricity. Right? The metals in the crystals conduct electricity. That's why I wear the copper. The copper conducts electricity. That's why I wear the gold earrings. This conducts electricity. Right? This is all the rings conducts electricity. So that's why I do it, see. I don't do it like, you know, for most people just trying to show off and all that. I ain't doing it. Like, I don't wear jewelry for that reason. It's to conduct electricity. Because I may be wearing something underneath my clothes, nobody see it, but I know it's there. That's the whole thing. I may have a hat on, can't nobody see what it, so it ain't even about, you know, what people can see. It's about what can be felt. I can feel the energy. I feel this copper on my wrist. I feel the gold, you know, in my ears. It makes a huge difference. Because it's technology. That's what technology is supposed to do. Again, technology ain't limited to this. It's just a different mic. This is what we think technology is. We think it's mics and computers, cell phones and stuff. But nah. But that's the thing. You have to merge both worlds. It's not enough to say, okay, crystals are important. It's also how to create grids, crystal grids. Crystal grids. Crystal grids. Probably why copper or churches have copper roofs. That's exactly why, because it was built by Masons. The people that built this country was Masons. So they had knowledge of things that the average person does not. That's just like when you go to Washington, D.C., the city was designed by Mason, Benjamin Banneker. So Masons designed these cities in which we occupy. So if they are a Mason, that means they're into astrology. That means they're aligning it with the stars. Egypt in the West. Because who else was aligning the pyramids? It's all aligned with the stars of Orion, right? The Orion constellation. The pyramids are aligned with the Orion constellation. But so is the Grand Canyon. That's what people don't know. So is the Grand Canyon. Do your research. I ain't even gonna speak too much on that either. So that means the Egyptians were here in America. So that's another thing. Like, people be calling themselves Egyptians and somebody say, well, you're not from Egypt. Well, they came over here to America. Hence the Grand Canyon. Why you think nobody can go to certain parts of the Grand Canyon? It's guarded by the fucking government, just like the North Pole. Why is all these spots guarded by the government? What the fuck do they think you're gonna find? If you go to the Grand Canyon, certain parts you can't access. It's off limits. They got big ass fences stopping you from accessing those caves in the Grand Canyon that they found all these Egyptian artifacts in. Why did they find Egyptian artifacts in the Grand Canyon? As well as the Buddha. They found the Buddha and Egyptian artifacts in the Grand Canyon. And you can't even go see it because they have it guarded. You can't even see it. You can't see it. Just like you can't see what's going on in the North or the South Pole. What's up, Cali? 93, Cali. So much respect and love. All praises due. All praises due. You already know. I use my bracelets of certain stones, tiger's eye, lapis lazuli, as talismans. Is there something to this? Absolutely. They all conduct electricity. This is why you will work with a crystal. Period. They generate a certain hertz. So when you interact with crystals, they generate hertz. But what also generate hertz? Oh, that's right, seals. See, they ain't gonna tell you that though. Seals or symbols, sigils, they also generate hertz. I think I have some on me right now. That's why I don't just carry crystals. I also carry seals. All right. All right, I got something on me right now. I carry this with me. Seal. Now, you know, I switch out every now and then. I also carry this. You see that? It's a swastika on this coin. This coin is from 1930. You see, he's staring into a crystal ball with a swastika on it. You see, he has a head wrap on, so you know he's Arabic or Islamic. We just call it Islamic. So what is an Islamic man doing staring into a crystal ball with a swastika on it? This coin is from 1930. The reason I say it's from 1930 is because this is before Hitler. So that coin was released before Hitler. So that's before the swastika got the bad name. So prior to that, they was creating coins with swastikas on it, with, you know, Islamic men gazing into crystals. You know what I mean? It's just a history that most of us know nothing about. But you see, when we go back in history, all we gotta do is look at it and see what's going on, so you can see what the mindset was in the 30s. What was going on in the 30s? Oh yeah, that's right, the Great Depression. So we know the 30s for the Great Depression. So during the Great Depression, we got people making coins like this. Lucky charms. That's what the coin says. It says whoever holds this coin will be brought luck. That's what it says on the coin, if you didn't see it. Or right on the bottom of the coin, and it has all of the... Let me just show it again. Just in case you didn't see it. Here's the back of it. See, I didn't show the back. Hold on. This is the back of it. You see that all-seeing eye? Look at that eye. Then look at the symbols around that eye. You see, you got an eye, you got a swastika, you got a heart, you got a, what is it, a 4-leaf clover, an elephant, a horseshoe, and a rabbit's foot, which is all lucky charms. So, I'm just showing improvement. This is all technology. This is all technology. And we can use it to our advantage. Because the language is separate, we don't think of it in this way. And that's why I say that the new age is just offset us. That's why I was saying that earlier. The new age put us into this perspective that none of this is technology. But before the new age, we refer to all this stuff as technology. We didn't just say, oh, these are spiritual tools. It went from technology to spiritual tools. That's what the new age did. So it takes the essence. We gained something, but we lost something. We gained, people being more aware of spirituality, but we lost technology. Like, oh, you can create from this technology. We can create our own computer. It's just not a computer that we know of. You can create it. You again, it's not a computer where you got a mouse and you got a pad and all that. A computer, just the purpose that a computer the purpose that a computer serves can be recreated with crystals. Hence a crystal grid. So you can gaze into a crystal grid the same way you gaze into this square black mirror and gain revelations from it. You can gain revelations from staring into crystals. The same way you stare into the computer screen and it feeds back whatever you're putting into it. And yes, we are technology ourselves. The human body is technology. So the highest form of technology is consciousness. The highest form of technology is consciousness. Because that's what people are trying to get back to. You're not trying to get back into your brain. You're trying to get back into your consciousness. That we call our 0 point reference. That's the purpose of being spiritual, to get to your 0 point reference. That's the whole purpose of spirituality, which is technology. Because your 0 point reference is you and your fullness. You and your fullness, you can do many things when you're full of spirit. When you're full of spirit, you become a computer, a supercomputer, because you become a superconductor. When you charge yourself with spiritual energy, you become a superconductor, which makes you a supercomputer. So you're actually more advanced than a computer. A computer can only send you back commands that you put into it. But you know, the spirit moves mysteriously. So the spirit can feed things that you didn't even enter into. That's what artificial intelligence is. Or that's what it strives to be, but you still got to feed it information. Artificial intelligence strives to be able to do things that you probably wouldn't be thinking about doing, but you had to feed it information. That's what they're doing with all this social media and all this. They're feeding artificial intelligence to make it quote unquote smarter. How do we get smarter? Feeding ourselves with more books? No. We feed the consciousness, become superconductors, which then makes us supercomputers. That's through consciousness, which is the highest form of technology. And again, nobody's going to tell you that except me, because it's coming straight from the Akasha. That's the whole point, right? That's the whole point. So I guarantee it. You ain't gonna hear it like that nowhere else. And I say that to say, not to put myself above anybody, it's just synchronizing the energy. What's up, Wonder? Zio Wonder, what's up? Meaning most spiritual people don't really understand technology like that. What I mean by understanding, they know how to use technology, but they don't understand the workings of technology. Meaning, if you ask a spiritual person to explain the computer that they use every day, what makes that computer work? What components are necessary in order to build a computer? What they ain't answering those type of questions, because that's more, that's technology. And then the people that can answer those questions, they probably are not spiritual, because we have been separated. But we need to be together. So that's what I strive to do. Maybe then it means that we have to attune our DNA to consciousness. Precisely. That's why we have to go through a DNA transformation. We have to transform our DNA or our technology. So that's how we transform. We transform bodily or physically by manipulating the DNA. Because your DNA is where your predispositions are. Who you are as a person lies in your DNA. It's not the outward expression. It's your DNA. Because if your DNA changes, you will change. So if anybody's going to change or grow spiritually or get into your consciousness, yes, it has to be through the DNA. So technology transforms your DNA. That's why, there's a lot of people that don't want nothing to do with technology, because they feel the waves, like the Wi-Fi is fucking up all this stuff. It's a lot of people that don't want nothing to do with technology because they understand it interferes with the components of the human body, the technology of the human body. So all these invisible frequencies or sounds, these invisible sounds actually affect you, and they do. The invisible sounds coming from the computers, the cell phones, the Wi-Fi, and whatever other technology you have in your home. These are invisible waves that actually affect you, which is why they say don't stand in front of a microwave. Why? It's those invisible waves that are affecting the human body. because it's all technology. And because it's all technology, we have to view it under the same lens. There is no separation between spirituality and technology. That's why we must use technology to grow. Is that not what we're doing now? Why do you think YouTube is popping? YouTube is technology. You have to know about technology to even create content. But that content can allow you to spiritually evolve. So we need technology, just like we've always needed it. We're just using it in a different form now. Back in the day, we didn't have computers, but we had crystals, we had metals, and we had consciousness, we had meditation, we had trance, we had dance, music, we had culture. It's all technology. It just changes form. Now it's just all online. Where's the culture? Online. Where do you have to go to get your spiritual tools? Online. If you can't find a local place, you got to go online. And if you want something extra special, you damn sure got to go online to get it. That's the only place to get it. So technology, it all depends on how you use it. Technology is neither good nor bad. It's neutral. It's dependent on how you use it. That's why people also get caught up using technology. You do a crime and your cell phone is within the vicinity of that crime, they gonna come see you. Why is your cell phone in this area where a crime was committed? So your cell phone, again, could be to your benefit or detriment, depending on how you use it. Same thing with the computer. Let somebody, well, not somebody, but the government. Let the government hack into your iCloud. You know what I mean? That'd be detrimental to some people. Well, some people it wouldn't be. So it's all about how you utilize it. It's all about what you do. So this is why I say this, we need technology. That's why you log on to YouTube and you listen to Hertz, or you listen to somebody speak their truth. We're using technology as a medium to grow spiritually. That's combining the two instead of separating the two. So again, the fact that we have to use technology, that's why I have a little screen on the, so you see me on the screen, it's like I'm inside of an iPad screen. That's showing the technology. So yes, you see the microphone, you see I'm within an iPad screen, but then you see the spirituality in the back of it, the moving pyramids and such. It ain't even the moving pyramids, it's the energy within the pyramid as a superconductor. That's what you see in the background. You see a pyramid with all this metaphysical, invisible energy. I'm just making it seen, but most of the time it's not seen. But that is a conductor. Pyramids are conductors, and they're connected with the stars. That's why you see the stars there. Star conductors, being able to pull in starlight. Pyramids can pull in the light or the intelligence of the stars. That's why they align with the stars. Why would you align something with the stars? Oh, just to do it because you can? Just to do it because you're okay, well, the pyramids are aligned with the Orion constellation, or the Grand Canyon is aligned with the Orion constellation. Why? Because you can? Or is there a reason why you are aligning structures with star constellations? What would be the purpose of doing that? Just to show off? That's probably what they would do nowadays. Nowadays, yeah, it would be to show off. It would just, I'm gonna do it just because I can. That would be nowadays, but that's not why it was done. And that's not what lasts. Anybody who is doing something just to show off is not gonna last. The reason why the pyramids last and all these monuments all around the earth last, it's because they was not done just trying to show off. They actually were done for a deeper purpose, to conduct a special type of unique energy that is not available on this planet. So that's where the whole alien conversation comes from. Alien is just extraterrestrial energies. Well, what's extraterrestrial? Well, that would be the stars. Anything outside of the earth will be extraterrestrial. So that includes the stars. So all this alien talk is really star talk. Fuck an alien, it's about stars. Most people ain't never gonna see an alien, but you have an opportunity to work with the stars, because we all have a natal chart. So a natal chart will show you what stars you're connected with. You can just go right to your natal chart and see what fixed stars you're connected with. And if you can't find it, you can get somebody to find it for you. Show you directly what stars, okay, you are connected with these extraterrestrial energies. And that's actually what makes you more unique than your sun being in Capricorn or your sun being in Libra or Aries. See, that's what most people are caught up on. They ain't even thinking about, well, what fixed stars am I connected? They ain't even thinking about that. They're more concerned with their zodiac sign. But when you know what stars you're connected with, that's what makes you unique. That's what makes you different than anyone else who has the same energy as you. Meaning you could be in a room full of Capricorns, but what makes everybody in that room unique is the fixed stars that they're connected with. It's not the planets, it's the fixed stars that they're connected with. But that's why we don't speak about the fixed stars in Western astrology. They don't even speak about that except in mundane astrology. The only time you really hear mention of fixed stars is in mundane astrology, but you don't really hear it personally, like for natal charts and all that, because they just deemed it's not important. So that's why I say astrology, just you can't limit yourself to any one school, because what one school deemed unimportant, another school deemed it very important, such as Vedic astrology, which is the main difference between Vedic astrology and Western astrology. Is Vedic astrology, their calculations are based on the fixed stars. So when they calculate, that's why their signs are different. So the sun is in Capricorn, Western, but the sun is still in Sagittarius, Eastern, because their alignments is not based on the seasons. That's Western astrology. Western astrology is based on seasons, but the Eastern astrology or the Vedic astrology is based on the fixed stars. So that's why you have different alignments, because their calculations are different, because they acknowledge the fixed stars, because we don't here in the West. Everything is based on time and seasons versus the movements of the fixed stars. So that's the main difference between Eastern and Western astrology, is the acknowledgement of the fixed stars, because in Vedic, they found that this actually has a unique effect on everybody. That's why in Western, we're so caught up with astrology signs, because what else do you have to pull from? Except your sun, your moon, and your ascendant. That's your holy trinity. In Western astrology, your sun, your moon, and your ascendant. Your sun for your direction, your moon for your emotional depth, and the ascendant for your personality. Your sun sign is not your personality. That's your ascendant. See, most people they get those two confused. Your personality is not your sun sign, it's your ascendant. Your outer appearance is more connected with your ascendant than your sun. Your sun is more so your soul force, your creative force. Your creative force is your sun, but that's not necessarily your physical appearance and your outward appearance and how you actually interact with your environment. That's your ascendant. But then our natal charts also describe our predispositions. How can we then link DNA to astrology? Because we are not limited to those predispositions. That's the secret science of astrology. Let's just keep it real. That's the secret science. Now you're going beyond fortune telling. That's the true meaning of astrology. It's to study your predispositions and then change it, because all your predispositions are not positive. You have to transmute certain predispositions that are negative. Everybody has negative points in their chart, but you use your DNA to transmute those negative predispositions and replace them with dispositions that actually serve you instead of that take away from you. So that's the secret science of astrology or any of these things, is to study not just the predispositions, but how to alter them so that they don't hold you back. All predispositions are not positive. So all you gotta do is ask yourself, What can you do that others have a hard time doing? What do you do easily that other people have a hard time doing? When you get the answer to that question, then that's more so your predisposition than your planetary alignments. Or basically your fixed stars. That's more so your predisposition with the fixed stars versus because my sun is in Aries, or my sun is in this, my sun is in that. Yeah, that give you certain information, but that ain't telling you the full story. Because once you connect your natal chart with the fixed stars, now you get a fuller sense of what's really occurring, because that's going to take you to deeper mythology. Because each of the fixed stars have a mythology, they have a story that you have to decode. So it ain't obvious, you got to decode it. But none of that is going on if you focus strictly on the planets. But that's why the planets are an introduction. You acknowledge the planets, you introduce yourself to the planets, but they are filters. They are not generating any energy. The planets don't generate the energy that we think they generate. It's the fixed stars that generate the energy. Ain't nobody else gonna tell you that either. I guarantee that's why I'm the one that tell you. That's why I got to be the one to tell you. The planets are filters. The planets they ain't running shit really. It's the fixed stars. The planets that's why the planets are called wandering stars. The planets are called wandering stars. So when I say fixed stars, you have wandering stars. That's what planets are. Planets are wandering stars, and you have fixed stars. So you tell me, just based off of that basic information, what has a greater power? A wandering star or a fixed star? Because wandering stars are always changing, but those fixed stars, not so much. So you tell me what has a greater influence, the stars that are not changing often or the stars that are changing often? And once you got that answer, you can realize that, that's basically the differences between the two astrology systems. Western is focused on the wandering stars, Eastern is focused on the fixed stars. So that's why you combine them both. That's why it ain't about preference. It ain't about which one is more accurate, which one is right, which one is wrong. They both have qualities that you need. So when you study it all, then you're not left out. You can get whatever information you're looking for. Again, sometimes you don't need to get into all that extra depth. Sometimes you just want to get a quick answer. That's what Western astrology is for. If you just need quick answers, you just need a quick overview of things. Because remember, Western astrology only acknowledges the 12 fixed stars, which we call the zodiac. The zodiac is only 12 of the 110 fixed stars. Just think about that. The 12, that's 12 out of over 100 fixed stars. We have over 100 fixed stars. We only acknowledge 12 of them in Western astrology. Eastern astrology or Vedic astrology, they acknowledge all of them. So just that alone, just let you know, like, yes, the zodiac is a part of the fixed stars, but that's only 12 out of over 100 more of them. So we can see the Westerner ain't trying to go into that much depth. They're satisfied with getting quick answers. So Western astrology helps you to arrive at quick answers. So I'm not going to debate that. So you need quick answers, then the Western astrology is great. But when you're trying to dig deeper, then eventually you got to hit that Vedic and that Draconic. You got to go into deeper chambers. But to get a good overall view, then you can understand. I can use myself as an example here. I got a birth star reading from you, and you talked about one I was located in. Is there another reading linked to the other fixed stars that you're connected to? Okay, so let me explain that. So yes, I did birth star readings in the past. I think it may still be on my website, I'm not sure. But the birth star is different than the fixed stars. So let me explain the difference so that you have an understanding. Your birth star, the reason why it's called the birth star is because it's the closest star to your midheaven. So your birth star is the closest star to your midheaven. So that's more so that star, you can say, has a greater influence because it's the closest to your midheaven. Your midheaven is your 10th house cusp. Okay? So that's the difference. Your birth star is just the closest star to your midheaven. That's what makes your birth star. So that star has the greatest influence because it's your birth star. So if we're talking about the other fixed stars, those would not be considered your birth stars, even though, because again, we're only considering the aspects of the fixed stars. So what I mean by that is, you have your birth star, which is the closest star to your midheaven, but then you have the other fixed stars, which have aspects with your planets. So for example, Algol may be conjunct your sun. So the other fixed stars are basically talking about the fixed stars, their aspects. So yes, it definitely, if you want a reading to get the fixed star aspects, yeah, I can definitely do that. That's no problem. So yeah, just definitely hit up my email, ash@ashrenew.com. I can definitely do that for you, no problem. So you're basically just going into the aspects. So of the 110 fixed stars, you're going to have a certain portion of them that are aspected to your planets. And those are the stars you study, the ones that are aspected to your planets, because the planets serve as filters for those fixed stars. The fixed stars are where the real power is. The planets filter that power. So yeah, so if you definitely want to know what fixed stars are aspected to your planets, you can definitely hit me up and we can set that up, no problem. But you see, it's a lot more complex than just, doing a birth star reading. Because yeah, we only focus on one star, which is basically your most important star. But if we want to expand beyond that, then yes, we have to consider your aspects to the fixed stars. I think that as with the internet, we can traverse the world consciousness in seconds. As in the books of Thoth, it says that through consciousness, one can travel the stars instantly almost. I agree. That's exactly, I agree. You can say the internet is an artificial space. Like artificial space. That's what the cyber world is. Because yes, just as fast as you click on my channel, I'm here in Las Vegas, you can click on somebody else's channel that's in Los Angeles, that's in New York, that's in a whole different country within seconds. Just type it in, and you can access any of these points within seconds. And each city has a unique signature, energy signature. So that's why, so just look at several people that create content in Los Angeles or New York, and you can see it all has like a similar vibe. Or just go back and look at my videos. When I was in different places, it has different vibes. So when you look at people's content that's in the same places, you're going to see like, you can see a similar vibe. But yes, the internet allows us to traverse the stars instantly, because we can connect to the stars via people. So we become the fixed stars on Earth. So when we connect with each other, that's connecting to the fixed stars versus planets. So that gives more originality, that gives more diversity. Because that gives you a greater amount of diversity if you look at people as fixed stars. So even if they're in the same city and they have a similar energy signature, what makes these people different again is the fixed stars. That is aspected to their planets. Maybe stars are nodes in consciousness, just as computers are nodes in a network. Absolutely. You can definitely look at the stars as nodes of consciousness, because we can tap into the fixed stars just like we tap into deities. But yeah, the average person doesn't do that. Excuse me. Man, I guess I'm saying a lot of stuff. But yes, you can connect with fixed stars just like you connect with deities. But the average person doesn't do that, but that will put you on a whole nother level. Because most people know what the 10 planets are, but they don't know what the fixed stars are outside of the 12 zodiac. So you tapping into those unknown forces gives you an advantage, because you don't have a bunch of people pulling on that energy. Like if you call out to Jesus, there's probably 1,000 other people that's calling out at the same time. But if you call out the Algol, for example, how many people you think is calling out the Algol? Probably a couple hundred, if that. So it makes the energy a lot more potent, because you don't have a bunch of people trying to pull on this energy. So the less people pulling on the energy, the more powerful. That's why you go into the dark. That's why you go into the inferno, because you're dealing with deities or spirits that are not really disturbed too much. Unless you really got something to, ask them. I said, is the birth star one of the fixed stars, or is it a different thing? Yes. Your birth star is one of the fixed stars, yes. It's just the particular fixed star that is the closest to your midheaven. You can say all of the stars are in your chart. We have all of the stars in our chart. It's just about the ones that are aspected to the planets. I'm a Libra ascendant. That's so crazy because I feel like a Libra most of the time. Because yes, if you are a Libra ascendant, that's going to affect not just your outer appearance, not just your personality, but also how you interact with your environment. Because that's what the ascendant does. So if your ascendant is filtering the energy of Libra, which is a fixed star, that's why you will feel more like a Libra, irregardless of what your sun sign is. Your sun sign is more so your creative outlet. So when you ask yourself, because the Holy Trinity will be the sun, moon, and the ascendant. So the sun will explain your procreativity. How do you multiply yourself in this world? That's what the sun is concerned with. So again, whether that's sexually or creatively, how do you replicate yourself into the physical plane? That's what the sun is concerned with. We already talked about the ascendant, and the moon is your daily driver. The moon is more so how you should conduct yourself on an everyday basis. Because remember, the sun only moves 1 degree per day. The moon moves 13 degrees per day. So the moon is going through the entire zodiac in 1 month. It takes the sun 1 year. So in terms of what's going on with you on a daily basis or a monthly basis, you have to go into the moon or the lunar return. Because we have 12 lunar returns every year, which let you know what's going on emotionally in your subconscious mind on a a month-to-month basis. So the sun gives you a perspective of a year-to-year basis. So when you study your solar return chart, for example, you're more so looking at the overall view in terms of what to expect in the coming year. But again, if we want to know what to expect in the coming month, we have to look towards the lunar return. So that's the month-to-month. Then the solar return is a year-to-year. The ascendant then, that's daily, because your ascendant changes. The ascendant changes every 2 hours. So there's 24 hours in a day. So if the ascendant changes every 12 hours, that's 12, the 12 zodiac signs. So the ascendant changes every 2 hours. So that's why, that's why you need your time of birth. Like if you do an astrology chart and they ask for your time of birth, that's why they need the time of birth, because that affects your ascendant as well as your house cusp. So you can still conduct an astrology reading without the time. You just will not have the ascendant or the house cusp. But you don't need that if you're dealing with aspects. So that's why there's just so many ways to decode astrology that you're definitely not limited, even if you don't have a time of birth. Because a lot of people ask me, they don't be having their time of birth, so can they still get the astrology? Definitely. But that's why you can, there's other tools, numerology, tarot, runes, Kabbalah, so on and so forth. But that's why all these things work, because there's more than one way to arrive at an answer or a conclusion. Is Alglo is an alcohol deity? Alglo would be what we deem Lilith. So Alglo is another name for Lilith. So everything that corresponds with Lilith will correspond to Alglo. The meaning behind that, the meaning behind what? Wonder. The meaning behind what? Gemini ascended, have to schedule another reading with you and build on that. Thanks. Absolutely. So that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to, to clear up the madness. That's what I'm here to do, to clear up the madness. Because you really got people walking around like their personality is connected to their sun sign, and it's not. But again, who was telling you that? That probably came from astrologers that didn't know what the fuck they was talking about either. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I had to come make these corrections so that we're not lost, thinking we're doing something and we're really not. So that's why I'm always talking about deeper chambers and advancing your game. You advance your game so that you can get deeper answers that you're not going to get, just other people saying anything out their mouth. Because it sounds intelligent. It sounds great. Like the sun is your personality. It sounds great. But that doesn't mean it's true. Because when you actually study your ascendant, you're like, oh, I'm actually different. Like, for example, I be talking all about, my sun sign. My sun sign is Scorpio Western. So but that's not my ascendant. So even though I can say I feel the energy of Scorpio, sure, via creatively, that's why, I'm creatively express the occult. That's what I'm doing now. You can say that's the sun. So the sun is a reason why I want to express myself the way I express myself in terms of talking about the occult. So you can say, yes, that's what the sun does, but that has nothing to do with my personality, my outer appearance, or how I interact with my environment. It's a whole different sign. I read somewhere that the Cancer sign is connected to an apple tree in the stars. Is it also more related to a turtle than a crab? I read that there is a connection to a turtle shell in 13 moon signs. Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, it all depends on where you're getting your information from, because there's certain schools of astrology that acknowledge aspects that other schools do not acknowledge. So in terms of Cancer being a crab or a turtle, I'm very sure that there are astrology systems that depict Cancer as a turtle. Maybe not Western astrology, but there is, you got Mayan astrology. You know what I mean? You have, there's so many schools of astrology. I think every culture has their own school. You got Chinese astrology. Every culture has its own school of astrology. So there very well may be a culture that deems Cancer a turtle. So that's what I mean. It's not about, which one is right or which one is wrong. It's just about which one do you resonate with. So if you resonate more with the turtle than the crab, then you find a system that exalts the turtle, and you may resonate more with that. And that's why I say it's more than one way. We study all the schools, and then we decide which one we resonate with after the fact. Because if we just limit ourselves to one school, we don't really know what's out there. So wherever you got that information and you resonate with that information, you should definitely continue to seek. Because all it's going to do is lead you to greater findings and greater understanding of your own planetary alignments and your own fixed stars. So wherever you say you read somewhere, so wherever you read that, just see what astrology school that they're coming from, and then begin to study that school. But yeah, I know I've been on here way longer than I thought. We almost 5 hours. That's ridiculous, right? Ridiculous. I was about to get off at the 3-hour mark. I don't know what happened. Oh yeah, I started talking about Hollywood, and spirit took me over. I guess I had to reveal that. I had to reveal it. Again, there's just so much information that I have. I'm like, where else? It ain't no reason for me to keep it to myself. But yeah, most of the stuff is because it's just time. It's really time. It ain't because I read a bunch of books. So that's the point that I'm trying to emphasize. Everything that I'm telling y'all is not from books. I haven't quoted a single book. Everything comes from actually walking the lands. So whether I was walking the lands of Los Angeles or walking the lands of New York or anywhere between, they all have a unique form of information that is downloaded. And I only know because I've been to those places. I'm like, oh, when I'm in New York, I'm different. When I'm in LA, I'm different. When I'm anywhere else, I'm different. So when I'm here in Los Angeles, that's essentially what most of y'all have seen. But depending on where you are on the grid, certain chambers of you activate. And those who travel, they know that to be true. I mean, you know, like, yeah, you don't manifest the same energy in different cities. You don't have the same interests. I know, because when I was in Los Angeles, I didn't care about being in the house and just mastering my craft. I ain't worried about what's going on in the outer world and all that. Like, I wasn't like this in Los Angeles. I became like this in Las Vegas, where I'm like, all right, let me settle down and master this craft. Let me get the components right. You said that was a manifestation of Vegas. The energy of Vegas hit me. Because when I first came here, I didn't have none of this in mind at all. I'm thinking I'm just about to get another job and just keep doing what I was doing in LA. But once the energy began to settle in, I'm like, I ended up making a YouTube channel. So that's how that went. So the whole time I was in LA, I didn't make no YouTube channel. I may have had the thought of getting on YouTube, but I was moving too much. I was all over the place. I was just more concerned with the outer world instead of the inner world. When I came here to Las Vegas, I became more concerned with the inner world. So I had enough patience to settle down and to hone the skills. So that's why I say, even though I was introduced to a lot of things in California, I didn't perfect them till I got here in Nevada, the Mojave Desert. The Mojave Desert. So I know it's Mojave Desert. Yes, Leo ascendant, Aquarius sun, Cancer moon. Makes sense now that you said it. Exactly. See, there you go. See, I love when y'all verify what I'm saying. And you can like, oh, I see what you mean. I respect the fact that you went and you dug up, like, oh, let me see what my alignments say. Oh, okay. So the fact that you actually did the research and you trying to verify what I'm playing, is he bullshitting? Is he capping, as they say now? Is he capping? Or is he speaking some real shit? And you're looking and verify. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Don't take my word for it. Verify it. Definitely verify it. So I respect the fact that you're verifying. I respect that. I didn't know this prior. My sun is Libra, moon Scorpio, ascended Taurus. Well, yeah, that makes sense to me, Callie. That makes sense to me. Just from the outside looking in. Because if you're, let me see, you say an ascended Taurus. So if you're ascended, oh, yeah, that makes perfect sense. So I call you the Great Mother. So that makes sense. It ain't the Libra. It's that Taurus. So that's why I call you the Great Mother. So that made, I'm like, oh, okay. Okay. Because the Taurus would be the Hierophant. Or the priest. So that's why I'm like, oh, okay. So well, there you go. Then your moon in Scorpio. I'm like, oh, that's why I call you Callie. Callie, that's that moon in Scorpio. So on the day to day, that's why you got a witchy presence. That's that moon energy. That brings out the witch. The Taurus brings out the Great Mother, and then the Libra is how you balance all of that in terms of how you manifest your creativity. Because the Libra is all about beauty, especially mental beauty. So the fact that you're mentally beautiful, that's what Libra does. Libra makes the mind beautiful, a beautiful mind. Psychosexual, as they call it, right? So the Libra makes you more so like a psychosexual. Moon in Scorpio is like witchy. And the ascendant in Taurus makes you priestly, or like the priestess. I don't want to say priest, but the priestess. It makes you a priestess, earthly priestess of the earth, priestess of the earth. There you go. So that makes sense to me. So I'm glad y'all actually verifying, because that makes sense to me. Let me see. Give me a second. If you're a cusp, are you one or more than the other? It kind of confusing, that part. All right, so basically, I think what you're saying is the house cusp, or basically, like, if you're right in the middle, you definitely will have components. Like, for example, if you're a Libra and you was born late in Libra season, you're definitely going to have Scorpio traits. But if you were born closer to the beginning of Libra, then you're probably going to have more Virgo traits. So definitely when you're on a cusp, you definitely have a combination of the two. Definitely. But we already do anyway. That's the whole thing, we already do. Just depending on when you was born. If you was born late into the season, you're going to have attributes of that next sign. If you was born early into the season, you're going to have attributes of that previous sign. You can say the sign doesn't really fully come in till like the first week after the first week. So if the zodiac sign starts on the 1st, it won't be until the 7th that it actually is fully in. Then that last week, you're going to have remnants of the next sign. So yes, we definitely don't need to limit ourselves to one sign, because once you study your Vedic chart, your signs change. Like I said, I may be a Scorpio sun Western, but Eastern, I'm a Libra, which is the previous sign. So if I just look at myself holistically as a Scorpio, I'm not going to be able to acknowledge the Libra. But if I look at like, oh, okay, well, cusp, a Libra Scorpio cusp, and I'm like, oh, well, let me just look at my own life. Like, well, is that true? Well, as I told y'all before, I understand the Scorpio. The Scorpio is why I like expressing myself occultically. You can say that's Scorpio. Scorpio wants to express themselves occultically or mystically, why I choose to speak about these things. You can say, yeah, that's a Scorpio. But when I look at myself as a Libra, Vedic wise, Sun in Libra, that's more so, I guess, why when I say, okay, I'm here to straighten things out, bring balance to the scales, why I feel like, okay, I need to say this because other people are leading you in the wrong way, that's probably the Libra coming out. Me just wanting to keep the balance, maintain the balance. So that's essentially why I even manifested on YouTube anyway, to bring the balance. So I'm like, yeah, that would definitely be Libra. So Scorpio would be how I deliver the message, but the message itself is Libra. Because the message itself is peace. I'm just speaking about peace, right? How to obtain inner peace, inner and outer peace. That's the purpose of the message, why you would want to go in the occult or whatever it is. Mysticism, occultism, all that is to establish peace. So why you see, I don't speak violence. I ain't telling nobody to go out and harm nobody, to infringe on nobody's free will. So I'm definitely not speaking hurt, violence, anything negative. So I would say the Libra is why I try to remain positive. So even though I may cuss a little bit, you see, I try not to talk down on people. You see, I don't mention nobody's names. I try not to do personal attacks. So I may speak about the overall system, but I'm not going to reduce myself to attacking nobody on a personal level. I would say that's the Libra. The Libra just wants me to remain professional. So even if I get emotional or in my feelings about it, it's not directed towards any one person. So I would say that's the Libra Scorpio constellation. So my delivery is Scorpio, but in terms of the intent is more so rooted in Libra, to maintain a balance. So that's how I would draw my personal alignments. Just to give a wider context as to how to accept your Western, but also accept your Eastern, accept that cusp energy. I wanted to ask you about chanting numbers and the methodology behind it. Well, once you view the numbers as planets, then there you go. It's definitely not something too complex. So it's basically like living numerology. So if number 3 is Jupiter, chanting number 3 is like chanting Jupiter. Chanting 4 is like chanting Uranus. 5 is like Mercury. 6 is Venus, so on and so forth. So it's really planetary magic of the wandering stars. But again, numbers are not what we think they are. That's why it works. See, numbers are not just, okay, to add, to subtract, to divide, and all that. That's how we use numbers in a practical sense. But numbers have a magical or a secret or occult sense as well. And that's really what you're talking about. That's why you would chant a number, because of the occultic connection between numbers. So you have to go beyond the practical use of numbers and go into the magical use of numbers. So basically you're just going into the magical use of numbers, how they are really supposed to be used outside of practical, counting systems and keeping track of things. Again, mathematics is the language of the universe. And the universe don't just speak about adding and subtraction and dividing and multiplication. The universe also speaks to your consciousness. So when you are activating the numbers, you are activating your consciousness, essentially, to be more attuned to a particular planetary frequency. And yeah, I've had some profound experience. I chanted 333 and had a spiritual being take me into the underworld. It just is what it is. I'm just laying down, 333. Motherfucking being comes up under me, like grabs my neck. Fucking spirit just comes up under me, grabs me, and asks me, "Are you ready?" Like, am I ready? I'm like, yeah. It just pulls my ass down into the ethers. Pulls my ass down. And I end up in my grandparents' basement, as I was speaking about earlier. 2 beings there. It's 2 beings. You could say it's somebody on the positive side, somebody on the negative side. Right? So the person on the positive side is like complaining. They're getting older. They want to sit down and, they're getting up in age. And they basically have lived their lives creatively as an artist, essentially, right? So in the dream, they're basically, or astral projection, whatever you want to call it, they were asking me, like, I want you to take over. You're like, my time is done. I want you to take over. So basically, as the person was speaking to me, explaining this to me, then it's like my throat chakra, I began to be lifted up off of my feet via my throat chakra. So just like the same time I was saying that I was lifted up by my solar plexus, when I had the dream with Bobby Hemmett, I woke up and it's like I was lifted from my solar plexus. In this particular dream, I was lifted up from my throat chakra, and we know that that's how you express your higher creativity. So as this person is speaking, it's like I'm getting lifted off of my feet from my throat chakra, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Then I go back to my feet and I ask them, I'm like, yo, did you just see that? And they looking at me crazy. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I'm like, what the fuck just happened? So at that point, I speak to the negative spirit, or the capitalist. You can just say the capitalist. And then he was more so he's just kind of sitting back listening to what he was saying, the positive figure was saying. And he's saying like, yo, do you really believe that guy? So this is a negative spirit, like, oh, you really believe this dude? That's basically the energy they had. Like, oh, you really gonna try to follow that path? Like, really? Do you really want to be that person? And the reason why I had that dream or astral projection is because that was a time in my life where I was split between 2 paths. And what I mean by that is, I'm like, do I want to go into the underworld, or do I want to master hip hop? So at that time, I was split, because as much as I wanted to do hip hop, again, I didn't know how to create my own music. Yes, I'm an artist, I can write my lyrics, but I'm like, how am I gonna? It's not even how, it's just time consuming, just learning everything you need to learn. So then, I started to get more into the underworld. So that was a manifestation of, I see what I'm doing, but the underworld just seems a lot more friendly at that time. Like, I can actually do that right now versus something that takes time to master. So that was just a reflection of where my mind was at that time. Do I go into the streets, and start, getting my pimp on? Or do I master this breakdancing and these lyrics, this hip hop culture? Right? So that's why I was doing a lot of pimp content. For those who remember, back in the day, I was speaking a lot about the pimp life, because I was going through that phase. I'm like, where do I want to go with it? So as I was going through that phase, I was, speaking about it, because I started doing my history about it. So that's why I did the video, The Origins of Pimping and Hoeing, I think. Yeah, The Origins of Pimping and Hoeing. I did that video because I'm like, this is what I'm going through, so I'm doing my history. Like, is this really something I want to be a part of? Let me do the history. Let me see what's going on. And let me make my decision based on that. Let me do my research. So as I was doing my research, I was sharing my findings. So basically, that was a dream that happened in the midst of all that. So basically, that was from chanting numbers. So that wasn't a deity. That wasn't, you could say, a spirit. That's just me chanting numbers, and it's just profound. I'm like, that ain't happened like that before. So it ain't like I just woke up in my grandparents' basement and that happened. It's like a spirit came and just projected my ass, like tossed my ass. This again came up from the underworld and like just pulled me under. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? You get pulled into the abyss. I got pulled into the abyss. But I was asked. See, that's the thing. I was asked. It ain't just happen on its own. It's like, motherfucker came up, like, put me in a chokehold. Like, oh, you ready? I'm like, I gotta be ready. You got me in a fucking chokehold. I gotta be ready. So, but I was asked. And it's just things like that. It's just that subtlety. Fuck everything else. It's that subtlety. The spirit asks, are you ready? Instead of just doing some shit on his own, it's like, no, are you ready? I can't go without you giving me the okay type shit. So that's when I'm like, oh, this is how the spirit really moves. So the same way I talked about Asar announcing himself or herself, which is like it was a spirit. That's the respect that the spirit has for us. That's essentially where I'm getting at. The spirit actually respects you. Why would the spirit announce itself to me? Who the fuck am I? Who the fuck am I? You gotta announce yourself. You don't gotta, again, like you would think the spirit is so great and grand. What the fuck? You gotta announce, you don't have to announce yourself to me. But the fact that it did. The fact that the spirit asks, are you ready? I'm like, oh, the spirit works a lot differently than what I thought. Because if you're listening to all these other people, the spirit is doing whatever the fuck it wants to do, whenever it wants to do it. It ain't asking you a goddamn thing, it's just doing. But that ain't my experience. The spirit is asking. The spirits is coming to me, announcing themselves. As I said about Liberated, just banging at my door, my back door, back of the head, not the front door. Back door banging at the back of my head. Trying to put me up on game. And again, announcing themselves. Now, it ain't like some shit is happening and I don't know what's going on. It's like I know what's going on because the spirit has announced itself. Versus if all this shit was occurring and I don't know what's going on, it would have been different. So hopefully that answers the question. You're a spiritual scientist? Yeah, I guess you can call it that. You know, even though that wasn't necessarily the intent. It wasn't my intent to become a spiritual scientist, but that's what I became. Because I needed to verify everything that was occurring. I'm like, why is pimp spirits coming to me? Right? Why is the spirit of the pimping coming to me? I need to do my fucking research. As opposed of, oh yeah, that's just what I need to be doing. Or fuck it, like, nah, let me go down the list and see what's really going on, because honestly, this may be something different than what I think it is. It may not even have nothing to do with me going down a certain path. That's just me thinking. That's my consciousness, or my conscious. But again, that may not have nothing to do. That's just me thinking. But that don't necessarily mean that's what the spirit is trying to show me. Okay, well, you need to be doing this or doing that. It's the research that was taking place. Excuse me. Because it was because of that research that I went into a lot of other realms that I wouldn't have went into. And that's why I say when I wanted to go into the streets and get that street knowledge, I'm like, okay, well, I need to see what the fuck is going on here. I can't take nobody else's word for it. I'm not going to go off of nobody else's experience. I need my own experience. So I need to gather my own experience. So that's what I did. So I'm just more so giving a background story as to what made me want to move in certain directions and go down certain paths. It was mainly because of the spirits that were coming through me, interacting with me and letting me know what was going on. But they can only do so much. I had to place myself in situations to have certain experiences. They can only do so much. All right, let's see. I know I just blacked out. All right, now I appreciate you, Callie, and everyone. Libra brings with that talking no bullshit attitude that actually helps bring balance. There you go. Random question: can two people astral travel together? Yeah, if they on the same frequency, sure. Remember, it's about frequency. That's why you can actually. Let me say this carefully. This is why when you actually do dream or astral travel, you actually see people. For those who do it, you actually see people. When you're astral traveling or dreaming, why do you see other people that you may not necessarily be trying to astral travel with? Why is it always somebody with you on your journey? For the most part, it ain't too many people that just have dreams and they by themselves in some dark ass place in a chamber somewhere. Most of the time you be seeing people that you're familiar with, because spiritually you are connected. Fuck what's going on the physical world. You may not talk to this person at all. But if we push that to the side, our physical differences, and we look at, okay, this person is actually helping me, or I'm helping them, we're helping each other evolve spiritually. Fuck the physical. So that's absolutely true, because most of the time you see people with you anyway. Most of the time people are with you anyway. Whether people, sometimes it's people you know, sometimes it's people you don't know. But the fact that you actually running into people and you're on the astral plane or dream plane is because they're on the same frequency or a similar frequency, or you called them to be with you and you just don't know. Your spirit can call to somebody else's spirit just to give you comfort. So even if you are in a dark place, you run into somebody you know, like, oh, I know this person, to give you comfort, to ease you. So your spirit may be calling other spirits. And again, it be people that you ain't talked to in years. But the spirits are synchronized because there's a greater purpose at play. What we're doing physically is really irrelevant in terms of when it comes to the spiritual development. That's what you learn when you spiritualize yourself. When you spiritualize yourself, you realize that all this stuff that's occurring physically don't really mean nothing. It don't really mean nothing when it comes to the spirit. Because a person you hate may actually be a person that's assisting you the most spiritually. If we just want to be honest about it. It can be a person you hate in real time, but they still assist you spiritually. Because they still got love for you. See, that's the thing. They still got love for you. That's why they're there. You can still have love for a person you hate. You just don't like the way this person moves. You still got love for them. And that's what carries on. It's love. Love carries on. So the people you still got love for, you may see them in your dream like, damn, I actually still got love for this person. May not fuck with them at all, but you still, it's a place in your heart that still, resonates with them for what they did do, not what they let me say that right, for I guess the purpose that they served in your life. There's many people that have helped our growth and development over time, right? Just like I speak about my grandparents. They're no longer here, but their spirits are, right? They have helped me in ways, so irregardless of how I felt about them physically, they still make themselves known in the spirit. Because I still have love for them, just like we still have love for the dead, just like we still have love for the living. And that's why they all come together in the dream plane and the astral plane. We all synchronize there, and we congregate. There we go. We congregate and we make things happen as a collective. So that's why most people ain't trying to do none of this stuff, because you actually need to have a lot of love in your heart. Love, and I'm not talking about physical love. Spiritual love. Meaning it don't matter what a person is doing physically. And there are people I feel about that now. It's like what they're doing physically is irrelevant to me. I still got love for them. I still love them dearly, irregardless of what they're doing. And definitely family, like irregardless. I may not like a person at all, but I still respect their spirit. I still respect what they have done for me in the past, even if we don't agree in the present. I still respect the work that was put in, because it was actually significant. So that's what it comes down to. You start meeting all these people in your dreams and congregating and making things happen. They may reveal secrets to you, like, oh shit, that you didn't know nothing about. That's what I say, like it was a friend. I had a friend reveal some secrets to me in a dream play. I don't talk to this person at all in real time. I ain't talked to this person for years. Motherfucker revealing spiritual information to me. I had a dream. I was in my grandparents' garage sitting in a car that wasn't mine. It was someone else's. It was like just picture a Rolls Royce. I'm not saying that's what it was, but just picture that scene. And we're sitting in the back seat. So it was me and a homie. We sitting in the back seat, and he has glyphs all in his car. It looks like hieroglyphs, and I was very impressed. I'm like, oh, nice seals, nice symbols. And his response was, "It's not the symbols. It's what they mean to me." Basically, what he was saying. Paraphrase, I'm not quoting, that's a paraphrase. Basically what he was trying to convey to me was, any symbol can essentially look good. There's symbols right on the screen. You got pyramids, you got stars, planets, all that, sure. But what does it mean to you? Because once you unlock what it means to you, now it's something different. It's magical. What do I mean by that? Essentially, we just use Jesus. Anybody can have an image of Jesus in their home, which is symbolic. It's a symbol, right? But when Jesus started projecting out of that photo in the dream plane, you wake up in a dream and you're in your home. You're walking around. Jesus come up out that fucking picture on your ass. Now I understand why they got that up there. May not agree, like I may not pray to him, but I understand why you do. Because of your experience. Something profound happened to you that made you want to exalt that symbol. Symbols. All profound experiences is connected to a symbol or a sigil. Or a hertz. All experiences are connected to a hertz. So if you know how to create a symbol to match that hertz, it becomes magical. If you can catch it. All symbols are hertz. So if you know how to create symbols that vibrate to certain hertz, then you have created a magical talisman, because that can tap you into a space that you otherwise couldn't tap into, or it would be very hard to tap into, because it's aka extraterrestrial, an extraterrestrial source, which helps you develop spiritually, because now you have access to extraterrestrial energy. And what helps you evolve more than extraterrestrial energy? AKA aliens. All these people got abducted by aliens and shit. What do you think they're really saying? Yes, we can take it on face value, but what are they really saying? They're really speaking about extraterrestrial energies. That's just how they describe it. Could you be abducted by aliens if you didn't know what aliens were? See, this is the real questions. Is it possible to be abducted by aliens if you didn't know what aliens were? The same way I say you cannot visualize something you've never seen before. If I ask you to visualize something you've never seen, you can't do it. So would that not apply to dreams? If you didn't know what an alien was, would you wake up from that experience thinking you got abducted by aliens? If you didn't know what alien abduction was, how would you describe that experience if you didn't know what aliens was and you didn't know nothing about alien abductions? Just imagine a child who knows nothing about aliens or alien abductions. How would they describe that experience? Would they call it aliens? Would they call it abduction or abduction? Would they call it an abduction, and would they call them aliens? Would they use that terminology? Probably not. We only use a terminology that we're familiar with. So we're using familiar terminology to describe experiences that's outside of that terminology. If you can get what I'm saying here, we're using familiar terminology to describe experiences that's outside of that terminology. So a so-called alien abduction, for example, is not really an alien abduction. That's just how we describe it. Just based off of the information that because we've been all this bullshit, all this propaganda. The propaganda bleeds into the dream world. So you think you're getting abducted by aliens when you may be greeted by ancestors. If you replace alien with ancestor and abduction with initiation, now what? Alien abduction, ancestral initiation. What? See? Who's gonna tell you you're lying? My ancestors just initiated me into an ancient mystery school. The person that knows about aliens, I just got abducted by aliens and they transformed my DNA. They put DNA codes inside of me and that made me learn a bunch of stuff I knew nothing about. What is the fucking difference other than the terminology? See what I mean? There is no difference other than the terminology. Yep. So yeah, I'll be going off. What's your opinion of Bugsy Siegel and the vision he had relating to him being a Pisces, being seen as the father of Las Vegas, even though he was a top mobster from New York, and the mystery of his death? Well, I didn't know that. I didn't know that he actually had a dream that he would actually be in Las Vegas before he actually was. So that's new information to me. But to answer your question, obviously that experience was so profound that he actually took his ass to Vegas and acted on it. So from that perspective, you can say that was being moved by the spirit. The terminology we would use now, I was moved by the spirit. So he was moved by the spirit. And you see, obviously the spirit wasn't lying, because he did his thing here in Vegas. He did his thing. His hotel is still on the strip. The Flamingo is still there. And I believe it was the first one. The very first hotel on the Strip, the Flamingo. So essentially, he made the Strip the Strip. What was the Strip before Bugsy Siegel? What was the Strip before the mob? So that vision that he saw was reality that he had to bring into existence. But it came from a vision, it came from a dream. Because he was aware. You said he was a Pisces. So he was able to get deep into that dream world. So that's letting you know right there, like, oh, mobsters or gangsters are not what we think they are. Who would ever think a person that kills people will have a profound experience that becomes real? And he's still remembered to this day for the works he did. Yeah, most people remember him as a mobster, but he's really what he did more importantly than that mob shit was he started the Strip. And everybody piggybacked off of that because that wasn't being done at the time that he had that vision. There was no, okay, well, Las Vegas is a place to be. That was for him to lay down that ground. Or to break that ground, rather. It was for him to break that ground. So his works actually still remain to this day. Outside of that mob shit, what he did for the Las Vegas Strip still resonates to this day. That's why people still say they see his spirit in this hotel. There's many people that said they saw his ass in them hallways in that hotel. And I've been in there. I've been in the Flamingo because I wanted to see too. I was reading a bunch of haunted stories. I think I told y'all. So I went down the whole Strip, reading about haunted stories. This room is haunted. This hotel is haunted. I didn't see Bugsy Siegel when I was in the Flamingo. But when I was at the Circus Hotel, I told y'all that is haunted. That is a haunted hotel for real. And I know that because of my own experience. It was fucking with my solar plexus. But again, I'm going off at this point. I just want to say thank you to Asha and everyone for being here and help create this space. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's truly nowhere else like this on the face of this planet. I feel just like you said, I'm mental beauty. That's why I am attracted to people who are intellectuals, and mine turns me on if that's not weird. It sounds like a psychosexual. But yes, all these things can be explained to a T. Thanks, bro. Very interesting. I'm a bit delayed with the stream. No problem. I appreciate that. Nonetheless. I spoke to my dead aunt. It felt real, whether it was in my mind or not. I believe the connection started in the dream, absolutely, and it was real. It was real. That's what we fail to realize. It was real. All that the dreams are not real is false. Because how can you have a dream that leads to physical change if dreams are not real? You would be surprised at how many people had dreams of doing things that we think is so profound. You would be amazed at how many people who we have seen do things that are profound in this world started from a dream, not because they were a genius and they just figured this out with their own mind. Most didn't. So let's just be real about this. Most people that have had significant change in this world or to this world, it started with a dream. Just think about what's the guy named Polo? Who's a Polo man? Ralph Lauren. There we go. Ralph Lauren, dreamer. I believe he's a Pisces, but he's a dreamer. He said his style of clothes didn't exist before he created it, and he saw it in his mind, in his dreams. He's a dreamer. And we see people rock that polo religiously or dogmatically, if we want to use that term, dogmatically. But that came from a dream. So I'm just using an example. There are so many people, they may not say it. A lot of the changes in this world, and when the world does change, it started from somebody having an inspired dream and acting on it because they felt that it was so real that they needed to do it, irregardless of whether they understood the context of it, whether they felt that they could do it or couldn't do it. They felt inspired to make it happen. And that's what happened with me when I get on these live streams. It's inspiration. It's not because, okay, this is a job and I need to, just find something to talk about. Because I don't be knowing. Like I said, I didn't created 1,000 pieces of content. It ain't easy trying to talk about something that I ain't already talked about already. So that's why I have to create content like this. I'm like, okay, it's better than me trying to stick to a subject matter that I didn't already discussed. Let me speak chaotically, straight from the Akashic record. So even if I say a couple things that you've heard before, I'm going to say some things that you haven't heard before. So I'm more so what I've already said is just a reminder and combine that with new information. So I give you reminders, things that I've said over the years, but then I give you new pieces of information to fuse. But that's how it is now. It wasn't like that before. Before I had to take notes. Like the video, what was that video? The Secret Science of Everything in Life. I took notes for that. The bitch frequency, 666, the bitch frequency, I wrote that out. So it's a couple videos where I'm reading. I wrote the whole script out and I'm reading. Or certain videos where I hit points and I'm just hitting point after point after point after point. So I used to do that back in the day. But now, yeah, I'm just straight chaos at this point. I have like week, month-long dreams a lot. It's hard to remember a life because they must be combined into one. We still look at it as separate. The dream life is not separate from the physical life. You actually have to learn how to dream while awake. Really, once you learn how to master your dreams while asleep, you have to master your dreams while you awake. I appreciate you. Thanks for sharing the knowledge. I appreciate you too, Natasha. Absolutely. Much appreciation. Because I know y'all could be doing something else right now. Ain't got to be listening to me. So the fact that you're actually interacting with me and listening to me and taking heed to what is said, I couldn't ask for nothing more. I'm just gonna be honest. What more can I ask for? If we're talking about this is for purposes of evolving the spirit, what else do you need? What else do you need? So that's why I like interacting, because somebody may ask a question I wasn't even thinking about and it take my mind somewhere else. And I'm talking about something that I didn't even plan on talking about, but it was useful. So long as the information is useful, that's all I care about. As long as it's useful. As long as you can take what's said and build with it. Take this invisible substance and build with it. Whatever you choose to build based on your own alignments. I'm spiritually drawn to the seahorse. It reminds me of a knight in armor. What does this animal symbolize? What does it mean that it can come in many different colors and glow in the dark? The sea goat is Capricorn. So we can simplify that real quick. Capricorn is not the goat like we think it is. It's the sea goat. Capricorn is a sea goat. That's why when you look at the symbol of Capricorn, it looks like a sea goat. So I would say dig into the mysteries of Capricorn, the zodiac or the fixed star of Capricorn. Because that is what the seahorse represents. So before we start connecting Capricorn with goats, it was the sea goat. And the sea goat is the father, because the sea goat, the male sea goat actually takes care of the children versus the female sea goat. So the fact that we call Capricorn the goat or the father, so even today, like when we call people, that's the goat, that's the goat, that's the goat, what you're really saying is that's the father. That's the father, that's the father. So Capricorn represents the father, aka the sea goat. I realize that dreams are the reality, and when woke is an illusion they put us in every day until you change it. You're right, until you change it. Being woke is an illusion until you can control what it means to be woke. Then it becomes real. So you're right, like if we're just living life, again, we're just busting our ass. We're in Saturn mode, because that's what they try to place us in, Saturn mode. All we do is labor, 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 workaholics. All we care about is capitalism, government, so on and so forth. Then reality becomes a illusion, because that's not real. But when we open up to all of the planets instead of just Saturn, then we can see the reality. That's when the dreams become real, because the dreams are real. And you can dream while awake. So yes, it is an illusion until you make it more than an illusion with your consciousness, which is expansion of consciousness. We expand our consciousness. Thank you for this channel. Absolutely. What is this? Umi Funki? Umi Funki? Hopefully I'm saying your name right. I'm listening on the job, turning my coworkers out, or tuning my coworkers out. Thank you. Absolutely. That's actually very smart to do. That's actually very smart to do. And that's called dedication. See, I respect you for the dedication. You can be on your job, focusing on something else. So the fact that you want to tune in, that's you accepting your fullness. Because again, that's what they want us to do. Want us to be at that job, listening to other people's bullshit. You know what I mean? And that we just absorb all the nothingness. And then we got to go home and decompress. But when there is no separation, like, okay, I'm gonna listen to this shit anyway, at the job or anywhere else, instead of listening to what they want us to listen to, then you have a whole different experience. You have a whole different experience. You said the fixed star closest to your 10th house is your birth star. Mine is 9th Vega. I would dig into that, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, fixed stars are beautiful because it gives you the full story instead of just the summary. The 12 zodiac signs is more the summary. So again, that's why it works. It's a summary. So it gives you, you can say the bigger picture, but it's not going to give you the detail orientation. The detail orientation has to come from the fixed stars and the aspects to the fixed stars. You're an awesome distraction. That's what I'm here to do. I'm here to distract you from what we deem reality. So whether it's me coming on here, speaking whatever I speak, or the binaural beats, the hertz, because that's why I'm going to be doing more hertz. So that, you know, depending on what you're into, you got something. So I'm just doing something for everybody. So that's my goal. So again, for the times you don't want to hear me speak, you can just hear the hertz and charge up your consciousness. And when you don't want to hear the hurts, you want to hear me speak, you got that too. So that's why I do these extra long live streams. It's ridiculous. And we coming up on 6 hours. You see, like, I'm doing this shit like this is just normal. You see this? It's like it's normal. But it ain't though. That's the crazy part. It ain't though. How many people is doing 6-hour live streams like that? That's not normal. But when you have a community like this, you can do it. See, that's the thing. See, I value the quality of the community. Fuck the quantity. Even if we had 100 people in here, if they was speaking a bunch of bullshit, it wouldn't amount to anything. But because we have quality people asking quality questions and sharing their pieces and sharing their realities, now we can have a 6-hour conversation. Because it's the quality of the minds that are connected and synchronized. It's the quality. So that's why we don't need that many people. We don't need that many people. We don't need that many views. That's why I'm not even concerned about none of that. It's about the quality. I ain't worried about the quantity. It's the quality. Because I be tuning into people with mad views, mad comments, mad people in the live streams. But what is the quality? Just people running their mouth. But those type of people ain't drawn to this type of content. They ain't about to sit in no video for 6 hours. That ain't talking about destruction and madness. But I rocks with Saturn energy, with the Kali Ma chants. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with Saturn or Kali. But Kali is a time destroyer. That's what I'm trying to get you to pay attention to. Kali destroys time. That's why Kali is not just a timekeeper, but the time destroyer. So that's why I say when you unlock the fullness of reality, you can destroy time. And what happens when you destroy time? Now you're off the clock. You don't feel like you're on the clock. Damn, I got 8 hours to just sit here and just listen to this bullshit. You're on the clock. How do you get off the clock? Destroy time. Saturn does that. Saturn helps you to destroy time. The point now, you ain't never on the clock. You can be at the job, but you're not on the clock. See, grand difference. Grand difference. Are you on the clock or are you at the job? Huge difference. Huge difference. So when you get off that clock, you'll know what I mean. And that's what Saturn does. That's what Kali does. So again, I'm not speaking down on Saturn. But we must not limit ourselves to Saturn. So when you come into work and you're just thinking about work and how you want to leave, or you're just thinking about the check, you're still on the clock. When you can go to work and you're not concerned with any of these things, that's what I had to do. I told y'all when I was working at Walmart, I would chant. I was documenting my journey. So I'm like, all right, certain days I'm going to use mantras, certain days I'm not, and I'm going to see the difference. The difference between the days I used mantras and the days I didn't was profound. Profound. All type of shit happening that was unusual. I'm like, what the f? There's all type of unusual shit happening because I'm generating or conducting electricity with these mantras. So this is what I mean. So work, or what is supposed to be work, can feel more like leisure when you connect your consciousness to what's actually occurring, because you change the response that people have towards you, because you generate a different energy. See, this is what I had to learn. What I had to learn is, just because you may be around the same people on a daily basis, that does not mean that they're going to respond to you or react to you the same way, because they're just reacting to your energy. They're not reacting to you, they're reacting to your energy. How I know? Because again, I'm doing mantras certain days and certain days I'm not. And the days I do, I get a different response from people than when I'm not. It's the same people though. but different response. Because I changed myself, I'm conducting or generating a different energy wave. So I get a different reaction from the same people that probably didn't give a fuck about me Monday. Come Thursday, they want to have a conversation. Somebody who walked right past me didn't say a goddamn word to me. Now they whatever. And again, I'm the same motherfucker, the same person from Monday. The only difference is I'm generating a different energy Thursday. Just for example, that we are in control of. We are in control of the energy we generate to the point where it don't matter what environment you're in, it can be pleasant. Any environment you're in can be pleasant. You can be in the depths of hell. Pleasant though. You didn't find the pleasantness in hell. That's mastery right there. To the point where it's like, while everybody else is seeking heaven, you found your heaven in hell. And I'm just using hell symbolically of a place that you may not want to be, but you have learned how to manipulate yourself and get a different reaction. Now you don't mind being there. That's what I'm saying. A place that you despise being at, now you don't mind being at, because it was never about the location. It was all about the environment. But the environment is susceptible to you, your energy. The environment reacts to your energy. So that's the difference between, you can say your boss going off on you versus praising you. It ain't about what you're actually doing. It's the energy you generate. Fuck what you're doing, it's the energy you generate. But we place so much emphasis on what we're doing. It's about the energy we generate. If you generate a certain energy, you can be doing something that's opposite of your job. You like that? Like, that ain't even your job. The fuck you doing? But with the mantras, you start doing something that you ain't supposed to be doing. Motherfuckers may just walk past you and not, I guess you are supposed, they may believe in their mind, like, I guess you got transferred, you supposed to be here. They don't even question that you ain't even supposed to be over here doing this. They don't even cross their mind to question you. But when your energy, is not where it's supposed to be, now they all in your grill. What the fuck you doing over here? Versus, okay, they saying my bad. I ain't trying to disturb you. They don't even know what the fuck you doing. So that's what I had to learn. So I'm just giving you my experience. I'm like, okay, you can be in the same environment, around the same people on a daily basis, but they will react to you based on the energy that you are generating. Because we're used to generating the same energy, I ain't trying to be here. I'm just, I'm just here to get the check. That's the energy, that's a frequency. When we move on from that, you to the point where you don't give a fuck about the check. Because now you're here for different reasons. Now it actually benefits you more than monetarily. You get a bigger benefit than just the whatever that they can pay you. You get a greater benefit than just money. But you got to move beyond money. It's not easy to do though. It's not easy to do, but you do it because it gives you a greater experience. So that's what I mean. Most people just thinking about the money. Once you go beyond the money, it's like the money is no longer an issue. The money is only an issue because we're thinking about it. I'm only here because of the check. So from the time you clock in to the time you clock out, you're just thinking about the check. Versus you're actually being creative. Your whole day was filled with creativity. Because ain't nobody fucking with you. You're just creative. You can be on your phone and shit. Ain't nobody saying nothing. That's energy. It's just like when a person likes you. Like when a person is attracted to you, you tend to do stuff that you wouldn't do. Or no, not that you wouldn't do. Basically, I said that backwards. When someone likes you, you can be doing something that's deemed negative, but it's not negative to them. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not negative to them because you are a pleasant You are a pleasantry. I guess that's a word, right? You are a pleasantry in their life. So whatever faults you may have, they ain't really tripping on that too much. They understand, like, all right, ain't nobody perfect, but this person gives me pleasant sensations. Now, I'm not just talking about physically, just energy exchange. It's a pleasant energy exchange. So even if you're into some madness, that ain't really too concerning to that person, because you make them feel pleasant. What you do outside of those interactions is your business. That's how it should be, though, right? That ain't how it is, but that's how it should be. But you know, everybody got to be into every little facture, every little fraction. I be thinking about words. I don't even know if that's a word. I don't even know if it. That's the Libra right there. I don't even know if it's a word. It just sounds like it fits. You are a pleasantry in someone's life. I don't think that's ever been said like that, but you know what I'm talking about, though. Your desk, planets, the floor, walls, all have energy. Yes. And the conductor is you. You are the conductor that gives life to your environment. You are the conductor or the generator that gives life to your environment. Also, when referring to your birth star, is it the Alpha star or any that make up the constellation? It refers. It's more of, because again, it's like you're asking specifics, and I gotta get technical. So it's like I'm switching between different minds. So I have to get into the astrologer mind to even answer that question. So meaning, if we're talking about fixed stars, there's over 100 of them. So if we're talking about constellations, there's many stars within a constellation. All the way from Alpha to where however many stars. So you got Alpha, Beta, so on and so forth, right? It's based on their frequency of light. So the so-called brightest star of a constellation will be the Alpha star. That is the brightest star. Then the next brightest will be Beta, and it goes all the way down the Greek alphabet. So when you're studying the fixed stars, you realize that they are utilizing the Greek alphabet. So essentially, your birth star could technically be any of those stars within a constellation. So no, you're not limited to the brightest star. No. Again, that's why I take astrology software to figure these things out. That's the whole thing. If it was just that easy, then anybody can do it. But the fact that you have to acknowledge all of the stars. So it's not easy to do. Like, for example, if I wanted to find somebody's birth star, like if I do a birth star reading for a person, I don't just type in a calculation and it just gives me the birth star. I have to manually go through each of the stars in that particular constellation and figure it out. It's not just like an automatic stream of information that just comes. So it's a process. But again, that's just the work of the astrologer. So yes, you have to figure out which star within a particular constellation, not what is the brightest star, but what is the closest star to your particular midheaven. And again, trying to do that without astrological software is tedious. So, but again, that's the whole purpose. The purpose is you hiring an astrologer to do tedious work. That's what we do. We do tedious work. We don't do easy work. We do tedious work. Work that the average person ain't trying to go through that process. It's a process. Again, it's not automatic. There's no way to automatically figure out a person's birth star or fixed star. That's definitely not an automatic process. So yeah, it's a process. I think that's why it may not even be on my site. That's probably why I took it off. Let me verify, because I don't even know if I offer that as a service anymore, just because of how tedious it is. I may have just removed it, because again, it's not easy to do. Because once you once you figure out what the star is, and you have to put the story together. Because each star has a nature, each star has a mythology, so it's a whole process. Let's see. Divination services. Yeah, it's not even on there. I don't even offer it as a service. It's tedious. But yeah, definitely if you need a birth chart done, I'll do it for you. But it's not on the website. So yeah, I do a bunch of stuff that's not on the website. It's just the more tedious work. Well, yeah, essentially, yeah, just to answer your question, it can be any star within a certain constellation. It's about which one is the closest to your midheaven. So if it's a dim star that's the closest to your midheaven, then that's your birth star. The alpha star may be somewhere completely different. Thank you so much. Sorry for all the questions. No apologies. Because again, I know I'll be speaking about a lot of stuff, so it's technical. I know I'll be speaking about this like it's everyday conversation, but it's a lot more technical than I may give off. I know I'm just talking about this casually, but that's just because this is where my mind is. I had to create it that way though. That's the whole thing. Like before I was into astrology, I probably wasn't thinking like this at all. Astrology helped me to, how do I say? I don't even have a word for it. Yeah, I don't even have a word for it. It's like there is not a single word. I had to put it into a phrase. Because it leads to it's so many dimensions of astrology. That's essentially what I'm saying here. We simplify astrology, but astrology has many layers. For example, like so you got harmonics. You have fideria. You have midpoints, perfections, draconic, Western, Vedic. You have aspects, fixed stars, wandering stars, fideria, I think I said that already. There's all of these things, progressions, transits. There is so many layers to this shit. To the point where you can completely design an original chart. And that's what I was saying earlier, where even if you remove all the planets, you can still do a chart based strictly on Arabic parts or fictitious points, to the point where you're not even considering the planets at all. So astrology gives you that creativity. Astrology gives you, so you can essentially create a unique chart based on what you're trying to comprehend. So basically, if you just wanted to focus on money, for example, you can do a money chart. So now you're just dealing with the money points. Like Fortuna, for example, you're just dealing with money points. Where are all my money points? If it's just love, where are all my love points? So you can customize astrology based on what exactly you're looking for. We're just so used to doing everything with the planets. Everything has to go through the planets, but that's not always the case. All right, you can do a reading for any point in the sky. You can do it for any point in the sky. So that's what it comes down to, where your creativity shines. Astrology allows your creativity to shine because you can customize charts. You can make it, you can discover whatever it is that you're seeking without having to take traditional means. Traditional means is just from the sun to Pluto, and that's all you have to work with. That's the traditional means. But if you go to, again, fictitious points, Arabic points, you're going to asteroids or mini planets, then that gives you a lot more to work with, because the planets are like universal. What I mean by the planets are universal is because, again, like we put so many things into the 10 planets. It's like they have to represent everything. Your whole life had to be represented by 10 planets. You can say that's Western astrology. Western astrology, basically everything that happens in your life has to be filtered through these 10 planets. Until you go into the fictitious points, which are more detail orientated. So like I said, so most of the time, for example, if we're dealing with money would deal with your second house cusp. So traditionally, you would look at what planet rules your second house cusp. And then you would go to that planet and see, okay, well, what zodiac sign is it in? What house is it in? What are the aspects, the positive and negative aspects to that planet? And then you would draw your conclusions based on that. So you see you're going through the houses to the planets to the aspects, so on and so forth. But if you're dealing with Arabic parts or fictitious points, that's dealing specifically with your concern. Like I said, in this case, you could say your money points or your love points, whatever it may be, your spirit, how to develop your spirit. Now you don't have to filter it through the planets, because you can add more elements. And when you add more elements that are specific to what you're seeking, you get a grander perspective, because you're not just limited to, in this case, the second house cusp. And if it was, love or romance, I'm not going to say love, but romance, that's the fifth house cusp. But we know the second house and the fifth house represent more than just money and love. That's what we reduce it to. We reduce it to money and love, but obviously the second and fifth house represent many areas of life. It's not just money, it's not just love, even though we summarize it to mean that, but it's more than that. So when you're dealing with a fictitious point or an Arabic point, you're dealing exactly with what you're seeking. Like I said, with money points, if you just all the money points, now you're looking at, okay, just strictly money points, as opposed to having to rely on the second house cusp and what planet rules it, so on and so forth. You go through this tedious process, which is what I'm talking about. You go through this tedious process to arrive at the conclusion, versus you're just looking directly at where your money point is. So I guess it just depends on how your mind works. That may be more complex to some people. For some people, it's simple to go to the house cusp, planets, aspects. That's simple. Then other people, they may find the direct points more simple. So it all depends on how your mind works. So that's why astrology is so customizable, because you can gear it towards how your mind works. So depending on what techniques you find useful, you are able to customize based on your reading style or your interpretation style. Based on your interpretation style, you can customize it. But again, that's when you go deep into the chambers. So that's why I wasn't doing that before. Originally, I didn't know nothing about Arabic points and fictitious points, fixed stars. I didn't come into the astrology game knowing any of that stuff. That I gathered that knowledge over time. So even though I'm speaking about this casually now, it took time to you actually don't need to rely on the planets. It took time for me to realize that. It's just a different technique, which is untraditional. I just use untraditional techniques at this point. At this point, I don't even use traditional techniques. But again, that's after 10 years in the game. So first starting off, you need the planets because that's all you know, and you're trying to master what these planets means, what these houses means, what these aspects mean. You're trying to master the fundamentals. So once you have the fundamentals on lock, now you can go into greater mysteries. And that's why I keep saying you got the lesser mysteries and you have the greater mysteries. The greater mysteries is going beyond the planets. Studying your birth chart will open up or unlock your answers you seek about yourself. Definitely. Once you understand the language and you can interpret the language. So you have to learn the language first, then interpret the language. And your ability to interpret will determine the answers you arrive at. It's your interpretation. So that's why you can have 10 different astrologers looking at the same alignments and come to 10 different conclusions, because their interpretation method is different. So even though it's the same points, you can have 10 different perspectives. It just depends on who's reading it, because their interpretation matters. So again, if you're dealing with a person that's strictly dealing with astrology and nothing else, you're going to get a different interpretation than somebody who's dealing with astrology and tarot, who would then give you a different interpretation if you include numerology, which would then give you a different interpretation if you're using the runes, which would then give you a different interpretation if you use the Kabbalah, so on and so forth. So it all depends on what information you have access to, which will determine your interpretation. So for example, if your sun is in 16 degrees Capricorn and you don't know the deacons, 16 degrees Capricorn is the second deacon of Capricorn. The second deacon of Capricorn is co-ruled by Mars. So the second deacon of Capricorn is influenced by Mars. So you got a combination of Mars and Capricorn. So if Mars is your energy and Capricorn is your ability to understand, not necessarily understand, but your ability to know how things work. So not understand, but to know how things work, the inner gears of a system. That's what Capricorn is about. Opening up something and looking at the inner components and knowing what's going on. Most people, let them open up the computer that they use every day and they will get lost looking at the inner components. Take the phone that you use every day. Open that phone up and you look at those inner mechanisms. It looks crazy. But that's Capricorn. Capricorn, it thrives in that realm of those inner gears. That's where Capricorn thrives. So if you are in the second deacon of Capricorn and you combine that with Mars, Mars is the engineer. So you're combining engineering with your ability to understand the inner gears of a system. So you see, you get a lot more information if you know what the deacons are, as opposed to, okay, well, your sun is in Capricorn and you're not even acknowledging the degrees, and you're going to get a different interpretation if you acknowledge the Sabian symbols. Sabian symbols, now you're getting more detail into that exact degree. So that's what I mean. There's many, many, many different techniques. There's many different ways of interpretation. It will be based upon your own creativity. And because it's based on your own creativity and interpretation, that's what makes astrology useful. And that's why we're still acknowledging astrology. Astrology has been around. Astrology is one of the oldest sciences on this planet. You can go to every culture and they was into astrology. The reason why we still acknowledge it today is because of the complexity of it. If astrology was simple, we wouldn't care about it. If reading the stars were simple, we wouldn't care about it. You wouldn't need to hire astrologers to conduct, experiments or to start cities. There would be no need for all that if it would just, if it was not complex. But it's only as complex as you make it. So if you, basically, as you grow in your astrological understanding, you can make your charts more complex. So when you begin to make your charts more complex, you can get bigger mysteries, basically. You can unlock bigger mysteries, the more complex. Or basically your mathematical comprehension, because it's all mathematics. So as you increase your mathematical comprehension, then you're able to unlock greater mysteries. So that's why I say most people stay at the lesser mysteries with their fortune telling. You don't start digging into the greater mysteries until you become more complex with your ability to interpret, not just interpret, but to conduct readings that are more specific, that remove the planets. You can say the average person wouldn't really be able to interpret their chart if you remove the 10 planets. If you remove the 10 planets, all you have is fictitious points. It may be a little harder. Excuse me. I was looking around for a long time to where I felt most connected, and this one was where I felt the most connected. I love how many topics we can touch and just all the knowledge we bring. It's like no other channels. I love what you do with it. Among, I appreciate you. Absolutely, it's because we do everything here. I learned so much from you. You unlocked so much for me over the years. I can't thank you enough. I appreciate that. You already know. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to advance and progress our understanding of these ancient sciences. So that's why I deal with all of them. And that's why you're not going to find this anywhere else, because there's very few people that do this. It's not easy to do. It's not easy. I'm not going to sit before you and tell you this was an easy process. I told you it took me 9 months to a year just to memorize some lessons word from word. So this is definitely not easy whatsoever, but it's very much necessary. And that's why I do it, because it's necessary. It's not easy, but it's necessary. And I know it's necessary because, again, I wouldn't still be here. You know, after thousands, not thousands, but 1,000 pieces of content, I wouldn't still be here. I would feel like, I said everything I needed to say, and that's it. What else is there to talk about? Where there's a lot to fucking talk about as you continue to advance. It's like it never ends. It never ends. Because you are focused on the greater mysteries. That's why it doesn't end. Again, that's why I say if I was just talking about lower stuff, then it wouldn't really be much to talk about. Again, just look at other people's channel. You know, they just stick to what they know. So they can only give you so much. That's why they can only make, 10-minute video. And again, no disrespect to them, but it's levels. So somebody had to come and show, like, okay, this is actually more advanced than you realize. This is not as simple as most people are making it, because that's how they learned. But let me show you how I learned, which is different than how they learned. That's the whole thing. I learned different because I came from the school of Thoth. I came from the Thelemic perspective. I don't see too many people coming from that perspective. So that's the whole thing. I didn't think it was nothing special about what I was doing until I realized it was. So I said, I didn't come into YouTube, okay, I'm about to shut the game down. I'm about to introduce them to concepts they know nothing about. I thought people already knew about this shit. That's why it was really surprising to me. I thought everybody knew, until people started letting me know, like, yo, I never knew this. I never knew this. Or I didn't look at it this way. I'm like, I didn't know that. Until the people started letting me, I'm like, oh, well, I guess I need to speak more about this stuff. Because apparently I'm coming from a perspective that most people are not familiar with. So let me continue to speak about this, because that's what the people are telling me. So let me humble myself to the people and give them what they need to have, what they need to hear, what they need to have. Why not? Because again, there's this abundance of content that don't speak about these things, that just keep us locked into this world and universe A, the destruction of universe A. We're gonna all that. You're gonna hear about COVID every goddamn day. You're gonna hear about inflation every goddamn day. You're gonna hear about food shortages every goddamn day. See, I'm aware of all this stuff. I'm just not talking about it. I'm checking on the news every day. I'm watching content every day, like everyone else. I'm fully aware of what's going on locally and universally. But then when I come on here, I'm like, that ain't what I need to speak about, though. Because there's so many people already speaking about it. I'm not just gonna add to the mess. Let me purify what has been diluted so that we can get more from it. It's the same time. We all got the so-called same 24 hours. It's just about the quality of the 24 hours in which we have. So that's what I wanted to do. I'm like, all right, whatever amount of time that people spend with me, it needs to be of quality, not quantity. But this shit, I guess I'm talking about quantity with a fucking 6-hour video. It is what it is. So that's why I say it's like I can do this all day, but I limit it so that the people can get a break. I'd like to give y'all a break, unless y'all just want to see my face every day. But I think that would be overwhelming. But again, that's my thinking. That's not what's being said. That's just my thinking. But honestly, I feel like this is great, because if somebody was with me physically, they would be overwhelmed. So the fact that we can filter it through technology, I think that's actually great. I think technology actually is a great filter, because again, you can check in, watch it at your leisure, and do other things. It's like you can do it at your leisure. You can watch it when you want to watch it, and you can break it up into bits and pieces. You can do it all that stuff. If it was just straight real time, you couldn't do none of that. So the same way I just been speaking for 6 hours, that doesn't mean that everybody that watches this video is going to watch 6 hours straight. They may watch an hour here, hour here, hour here. They gotta break it up. But if it's real time, you gotta listen to the full 6 hours. And imagine having that every day. So I like to give people breaks, because I understand, like, just because I'm interested in this stuff don't mean that this necessarily needs to be spoken about daily. I'd rather create the ASMR to help people relax. Then, I can get on it and speak my piece and get the fuck on. But I'd rather help people relax. If we're talking about on a daily basis, I'd rather help people relax than running my mouth. Like, I can do this every now and then, to give people an update, see what's going on, advance the occultism, so on and so forth. But again, there's more ways than me running my mouth. That's why I feel like I have this mastered. It's mastered to me. I've been speaking for 6 hours. I can speak for 6 more hours. It's like I just have it mastered. But I need to get back to that technomancy. I need to get back to those hurts. I need to get back to those sounds. I need to get back to soothing people. So that's why I'm focusing that. So I'm like, yeah, I can do this all day, every day. But is that what I really need to be doing? When I can produce ASMR, help people get into the dream state, help people get into trance. You gonna damn sure dream a lot better. Listen to my hurts. I guarantee you that. You may not dream better listen to my words, but listen to my hurts. And that's when I'm gonna produce more and more hurts. I'm gonna produce more and more hurts. Help people to relax, help people to sleep. Then when you wake up, you can listen to me, you can do all that other stuff. But when it comes to that sleep, when it comes to that beauty sleep, my words may not be able to penetrate. And that's my whole thing. Words may not be able to penetrate in those worlds, but sound can. Sound can penetrate the silence. Even in person, your energy is not overwhelming. Okay, Callie. It's only because you said that I'll take it. I'll take it. Because you've been around me and you know. But you know, he was funny. You were funny. You already know. It's you. Don't put it on me. Like, you're comfortable to be around. But that ain't everybody. So I say I ain't going around calling everybody the great mother. See, some people are very pleasant to be around. You're pleasant to be around. But everybody ain't pleasant to be around. But other than that, again. Yeah, I'm not saying, all I'm saying is, it's like my mind is, I don't want to say that. I don't want to say my mind is stuck. Or my mind is fixed. I don't want to say that. But I understand life is grand. Life is grand. There's many different things to do. There's places to be, places to go, people to meet, Life is grand. So I understand, when people listen to me, it's like when you chilling. That's the whole thing. Like when people listen to me, or I guess with any YouTube, any entertainment, it's kind of like, yeah, when you're at leisure. unless you're at work. But even at work, you can be at leisure. But that's the point though, honestly. Make sure your life is leisurely. Make sure your life is leisurely. I'm not talking about, materially. Make sure your life is leisurely. Make sure your time is not rushed. Or nobody making you feel like your time is rushed. Time is precious, but time is also very pleasant if you use it correctly. Hence, if you take care of your body, you can prolong your life. Time will be pleasant to you if you are pleasant to time. Basically, the quality of your time. So yeah, you can be on this planet a very long time if you're pleasant to yourself. And there's a lot to be learned. Because it don't stop at death. The path to the stars is dangerous. Just so y'all know. Hence the Book of the Dead. The path to the stars, or to become a star, is dangerous. According to the Book of the Law. It's not easy. It's not easy to become a star. We know it's not easy to become a star physically, so it's damn sure not easy to become a star spiritually. And again, we know that from ancient texts. That's why when we discovered pharaohs, the mummies and stuff, they had the whole story in their, not the tomb, but yeah, I guess it would be a tomb. You got the whole story. That's why they was buried with certain items that helped them cross over to take that dangerous journey. We think it's all we just flossing and shit. That's not it. Like, we got weed in the tomb. They got weed. You got gold artifacts. We think we're just flossing with all that stuff. We're just putting it in there just because it's a pharaoh, and we're just trying to help them ball in the afterlife. That don't have nothing to do with it. It's like, you need all that, because the journey that you're going to take after death is actually more treacherous than life. But again, it ain't too many people that's gonna tell you that either. We're just preparing for death, because that's the real challenge. The real challenge is death. It ain't life. This is leisure. This is nothing. This is leisure. Because your life can be very leisurely if your consciousness is in the right place. You can have a very leisurely life. But once this is complete, now you got to make your journey towards the stars. So just imagine being a soul with no body, and you gotta find your place in the stars, and you ain't never been there. You ain't never been out of space. You ain't never been to the stars. You gotta find your place in the stars. So I'm saying all this to say, this part of life should be leisurely. Make sure that you are at leisure. So even if you're not in a situation where you feel that you are in a leisurely place, you have to place yourself there mentally and spiritually first, not after. We don't live leisurely because you got all the resources now. You can do whatever you want to do. No, that's after the fact. That's after the fact. Before the fact, you have to place yourself there spiritually and mentally before you're there physically, to the point where when you get there physically, you really don't give a fuck about it. You can say that's the greatest secret of money and material wealth. It's like, you really shouldn't give a fuck about it. That's why, people that's, I don't know, how do I say this? So the people that desire money the most, you can say the ones that feel like that it's scarce. You got some people that truly desire money, and then it's hell to get it because of the way we think. And again, I blame rap for it. I blame culture for it. I blame all these tools we have to distract ourselves with. So we got people listening to these rap tunes trying to mimic this life, but they don't know the rules. There's rules to everything. There's rules to the game. So if you're just listening to this music or you're watching these movies on TV and you're trying to mimic that, there's rules to this. You're going to destroy yourself. And that's what we see most people. Destroying yourself just means you become arrogant and egotistical. That's what I mean by destroying yourself. So I'm not talking about physically. I'm talking about you destroy your spirit. You destroy your mind. Trying to mimic things that have rules. You think it's no rules. Like, trust me, listen to hip hop music, you would think there's no rules. This world don't have no goddamn rules. You see these rappers getting into all type of situations and they get off. Motherfuckers getting caught with guns and drugs, somehow they get off. Still able to create this music. Like, again, looking at the outside in. You think it's like, oh, these motherfuckers ain't following no rules at all. Right? But even Tupac said it. Machiavelli said it. You may be deep in the game, but you got the rules missing. Profound. It's profound. For those who can comprehend what's being said there, it's profound. Because that's one line to describe majority of the world. Majority of the world is trying to, they all on social media, looking at everybody else's activities, but they don't understand the rules. Because if you try to do what they did, you would not succeed. You would not succeed. Let me try to rap about violence. I'm not going to succeed. That's why I don't do it. I would not succeed. I will be the first to check up out of here because I know better. So I would be rushing my own death because I know better, not because of what's coming out of my mouth. It's because I know better. If you got the ability to rhyme about something of quality and you choose not to, I'm going to the depths of hell for that shit, because that's a sin at that point. Imagine me having this knowledge and I don't use it. As I said, imagine me having this knowledge and I'm not speaking about it. You know how many people that have knowledge that ain't speaking about it? You say more people are not speaking about it than people that are speaking about it. So I say that to say it's profound, because once you know the rules, you can get further up in rank. You have to follow the rules. And yet spirit has rules. Even though sometimes I think I be breaking the rules though. Sometimes I think I've said things that I shouldn't have said. That's kind of why my videos went private in the first place. I feel like I was saying some stuff that I shouldn't have been saying. I feel like I was violating rules. That's why I put the videos on private before I released them again. So yes, all my previous videos are released for those who may not know. So you can go all the way back to 2013 with it. But the reason why I hid those videos, I'm like, damn, I'm revealing stuff that I probably shouldn't reveal. Meaning I'm kind of outside the boundaries with certain stuff, with certain shit. I'm kind of outside the boundaries. But that's because I was speaking from emotion. So yeah, go back to my earlier videos. There's a lot of emotion and me saying whatever the fuck I'm saying. There's a lot of emotion. It's a lot of emotion. Based on the environments I was in, it's a lot of emotion. But I'm in the midst of that emotionalism. I was revealing things that I may not should have revealed. That's the whole thing. Not to say that it's bad or good. It's all about the interpretation. Meaning I had to evolve in rank. Meaning before I could re-release the content, I had to evolve in rank. Like, okay, you can put that out now. That's basically what happened. If I just want to be honest, that's basically what happened. I had to evolve. before I can release the older content because of what was said. There's a lot that was revealed. And again, I don't want to say that it shouldn't be revealed, but I think it was premature. That's what I say. I released a lot of premature energy that wasn't fully explained so that it can be interpreted wrong. If that's what the goal is, you can definitely misinterpret, especially like I was talking about some dark ass shit. You can definitely misinterpret what I was saying and use it for negativity if you wanted to. So I had to hide the videos and evolve and rank before I can re-release it, because now I can further explain. That's why. So all the stuff that I revealed in the past, you see, it wasn't necessarily explained because I was going through it. I was going through the wisdom. I was going through the experience of it. So as I'm speaking about things, I'm speaking from the here and now at that particular time. So that doesn't mean that I understood, because I didn't understand. Even though I was going through things, I didn't understand. So when I began to understand, now I can explain it proficiently now. So now I'm like, all right, so if anybody say anything about it, I can explain it more efficiently, but I had to evolve. Learning things is a gift. Absolutely. Everybody doesn't have the luxury of learning. Learning is a luxury. I don't deny that at all. Sorry about that. I'm having all these bodily reactions. But again, you see, I'm fasting, so it's not based on anything I taken in. I haven't even had any water. Imagine that. I don't remember the last time I drank water. Maybe like a day and a half ago or some shit like that. But yeah, this is when you get 6-7 hours. You see, so my system is clean. My system is pure. There ain't nothing in there. No food, no drink. Then you get 6-7 hours, because this is my pure state. Now let me go eat. Let me start eating some fucking Domino's pizza or some shit. You ain't gonna see me for a minute. So that's what I mean by the sacrifice. So I'm sacrificing just to even be in this state, because it took work. I said, when I fast, I'll be losing weight, then I have to put the weight back on. So it's a process. Like I said, it's not easy to be pure. It's not easy. But I wanted to manifest what it means to be pure. You can do stuff like this. To the point, again, it's like I be ending the streams, and I'm like, I know I can speak every day. Well, not every day. I know I can speak for however many hours. But I want to emphasize the quality. So I don't want to be speaking because I can speak. I want to definitely have something to say about it. But yeah, I'm just giving you the real life experience. So yeah, when 7 hours is because I'm doing a dry fast. Can't remember the last time I put anything in my body. And this is what inspired me to do a live. You see, I ain't really been on here like that. But you see, eventually you see, I go back to the 0 point consciousness, and that's essentially the process. Cause I'm like, man, I ain't made a video. Let me go back to that 0 point. Then I manifest it. Drink more coconut water. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with coconut water. Unless you're dry fasting. So coconut water, at that point I'm not dry fasting. At that point it's a water fast, I guess. Cause yeah, coconut water. So at that point it's a water fast, which is different than a dry fast. Dry fast is, I'm not gonna say that. I was gonna say dry fast is easier, but that just may be my situation. I find dry fasting easier because if I'm just constantly drinking water, I'm gonna get hungry, and eventually I'm gonna want to eat something. But when I fully give my body a break, I don't have food hunger like that. But if I'm constantly drinking liquids, it just makes me hungry. So it's a lot harder to be drinking liquids than you gotta deny food, because the very next thing you want to do is eat. So when I'm not putting water in my body, then it's like I don't have a desire to eat anything until I'm ready to do so. It really is. Just think about the few people here right now. Many people are sitting on the freeway in traffic, rushing to work. Absolutely. I mean, goddamn, it's about to be 9 a.m. It's about to be 9 a.m. I started this at 2 a.m. Damn. It's a whole work day right there. But I guess this is work, huh? Yeah, this is when I'm able to just release everything I've been intaking. That's why these live streams be so goddamn long. This is just reflecting how much information I intake. I intake all this information, and then when I get live, I just release it all. Like, yeah, chaos magic. This is definitely chaos magic. Definitely, it's strictly chaotic, or Akashic. We can just call it Akashic. Akashic magic. What are your thoughts on the spiritual meaning of bioluminescence, and that scorpions glow under moonlight and ultraviolet light? Is that related to transformation? Light is definitely connected with transformation, especially when you can go beyond visible light. I think that's what we were speaking about earlier. Yes. So the short answer is yes. The long answer is long answer. I gotta prepare myself. We are here to be trapped by light. That's why most people stay within certain spectrums, aka Universe A. It's all about Universe A. This world is fucked up and we're gonna talk about it. That's all Universe A. We rarely spend any time talking about the coming world. What's to come. We're more so concerned with what's dying. So we look at a dying society. We look at government, they can't agree to do a goddamn thing. We're looking at a dying society. We're hit by a pandemic. Many people are dying. Death is all over the place, right? Versus the coming world. Well, what's going to come after all this death? What's going to come after all this madness? What about the new world? How can we position ourselves in the new world? Well, we have to detach from the old world. Realize that if you are a person that lost your job or quit your job, or you were removed from whatever position that you was in the old world, it's for you to take a new position in the new world. So just know that. And this is based on light. You have to go beyond visible light. You have to go beyond visible light, light that can be perceived by the eye. Because light that can't be perceived is perceived as darkness or light. So basically, if you walk in an all white room, all you're going to see is white light. If you walk in an all black room, all you're going to see is black. Because that's the spectrum of light that we can perceive. So once we introduce ourselves to a greater frequency of light, or a lower frequency of light, to go below infrared or above ultraviolet, that's when we begin to see the reality. Oh man. I'm yawning like I'm actually tired, like I'm gonna lay down or something after this video. Like I got a whole day. Got projects to perfect. Anyway. Like, so yeah. I wish I would be tired. Like I ain't got all this stuff to do. Anyway. We have to go beyond the visible light. In order to go beyond visible light, you got to do it with your consciousness. Not the body. Not the physical. Consciousness. Consciousness takes us beyond the visible light. So this is what it means to evolve. You evolve by going beyond visible light. That's how you evolve. Go beyond the visible light, what we can perceive. So for example, you may not be able to I don't know, I'm mixing up the words. You may not be able to see spirits, but we know that they exist because we can perceive them. Perceive is just sense. You can sense spirits even though you don't see them. You know they're real because you can perceive them with your other senses. They're just beyond visible light. Spirits are beyond visible light. So the elementals, all that, elementals, mermaids, dragons, jinns, fairies, gnomes, dwarves, all that stuff that we think that's just strictly mythology or that's strictly up from the movies. All those worlds are real. They're just beyond visible light. The fairy kingdom, all that's real. It's just beyond visible light. So visible light is a trap. Just like audible sound is a trap, which is what the video was about. Most audible sounds are traps. Majority of the content on YouTube, trap. Majority of the content on TV, trap. Majority of sound and light is a trap because it does not evolve you spiritually. It doesn't. It just keeps you within the visible spectrum of sound and light. So when you go beyond the visible spectrum of sound and light, your spirit evolves because you are introducing yourself to new frequencies that are very unusual. That's why spirit is amoral. I know that's you ain't gonna hear that nowhere else either. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Why is spirit amoral? Because it is beyond visible light and visible sound. So visible light and visible sound is like laws, physical laws. If you do this, you go to jail, physically, because the physical plane is all about visible light. You start going beyond visible light, you gotta deal with consequences. There are consequences to going beyond visible light, physically. Or basically being amoral, because going beyond visible light and sound makes you amoral. Not immoral, amoral. There's a difference between being immoral and amoral. Immoral is you're just being a big badass because you can. Amoral is you don't judge. People have some weird fetishes out here. Being amoral is you don't judge. Like, damn, this woman gets sexually off to hammers, like the wooden hammers. So basically, this woman she don't have dildo, she has wooden hammers because that's just her preference. When you're amoral, you're like, oh, all right, that's interesting, strange, but interesting. Right? See, when you're amoral, you're like, oh, you're not really judging on whether that's right or wrong. Well, oh, this woman has 3 husbands. When you're amoral, you're not thinking about, damn, you're only supposed to have 1. That's just what the law says. But obviously, this woman went beyond the law. She got 3 of them bitches. So when you're amoral, you're looking at that situation and you're like, that's nice. You're not caught. See, the average person lose their fucking top over that shit because they're selfish. They're thinking about the one husband or the one wife they have, and they looking at you with your 3. It ain't that they care about you. They looking at them. They're more so dealing with jealousy and their own turmoil. That's what it becomes. That's what the status quo is. That's what status quo. Status quo is. We all can do the same thing. We all are entitled to the same rules and regulations. So when you go beyond the status quo, what do? They exile you. You become exiled. You go beyond the status quo, you get exiled. Not because you're right or wrong, just because you're going beyond the status quo, beyond the visible light and beyond the visible sound that has been created by this world. So when you're not adhering to the laws of this world, you instead adhere to the laws of the spirit. So if you are Urzuli, and Urzuli has 3 wives, and you are like, I am the avatar of Urzuli, you have no problem having 3 husbands. I think I said 3 wives. Urzuli has 3 husbands. But yes, there are male deities with multiple wives, but that's kind of, men already do that in real time. So I'm more so, I don't think it's too many places that allow women to have multiple husbands. So that's more so going beyond visible light and sound. More so than a man doing it. Because you see, we kind of accept that, don't we? We accept like, okay, men like multiple women. We kind of have accepted that. But let a woman do this shit, we will be up in rage. And when I say we, I'm talking about the status quo. The status quo will be enraged. Not just 3 men, but 3 husbands. Not just 3 sexual partners. Women doing that shit all the time. So I'm not talking about the sexuality. I'm talking about this is actually your partner. All 3 of these people are actually your partners. Not just sexual partners, but actually life partners, spiritual partners. So when we go beyond that, the visible light and the visible sound, then we understand spirit, because that's all the spirit does. Is go beyond the visible light and visible sound. That's what the spirit is all about. That's why their myths or their stories are so crazy. All this they're trying to introduce you to amorality. Amorality. You see these gods fucking on humans, human women, Zeus fucking on human women and all this shit. Amorality. Damn, a god shouldn't fuck on humans. Well, not according to Zeus. He ain't adhering to that law. So I'm just giving examples of, we see these stories are crazy. These myths, even in the Bible, these stories are fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. They're amoral. There's a lot of amoral stories in the Bible, a lot of amoral stories in mythology. They're amoral. So where does that come from? Is it just not introducing you to how the spirit operates? That's why I said the spirit is childlike, not childish. That's what people get it confused. The spirit is not childish, it's childlike. Very, very profound difference. You have a lot of people that feel like they need to be childlike, or childish rather. A lot of people become spiritual and become childish, not childlike. Because when you become childlike, that just means you're pure. Because a child does not judge. A child is not looking at them. This woman got 3 husbands. She's wrong. A child doesn't think like that. Oh, this man has multiple wives. He's wrong. A child is not thinking that. A child is not judging at all. There is no judgment. So that's what it means to be childlike, not childish. Childish is judgment and selfishness. That's what it means to be childish. You're judgmental and selfish. But when you're childish, you're not passing judgment on anybody's life, including your own. A lot of people are fighting against their own fetishes. You may like some shit that's outside of boundaries. You may be a woman that enjoy other women. Men enjoy other men, whatever. You may be outside the boundaries, but you don't understand it. You don't like, damn, why the fuck do I even care? But that's the thing. You ain't supposed to judge. That's not what spirituality is all about. Spirituality is not about judging any person, place, or thing about whatever they may be into or not into. But we see the majority of the world is ultra concerned with what people are doing. You see, that's why it's like that type of stuff. It just doesn't interest me. But we see, like, you can't even buy fucking food at the market without what? Looking at those damn magazines. Right? You can't even get food out of the fucking market without seeing the tabloids. So-and-so just cheated. So-and-so has a new man. So-and-so is dating. It's like you can't even buy food without passing this bullshit. It's a reason. That's programming. Programming. Low dimension. It's programming. Why can you not buy food without being introduced to some dick and pussy shit? You're trying to buy food to feed your family, and your family gotta see some dick and pussy shit to even get the food. Why are the magazines not somewhere else? To the point where if you want to see that, you can. There's a certain section in the grocery store where all the tabloids, but no, they don't do that, do they? They put it right there where you gotta see that shit because they know you're gonna be waiting. So what do you do when you're waiting? You're looking at the fucking magazines with just nonsense. And some of that stuff don't even be real. It be gossip. It don't even necessarily have to be based in reality. It's just motherfuckers printing up stories to sell papers. Watched a Tibetan documentary of a woman in her village who had 3 husbands. One younger, one around her age, one older. The men were honored by it and believed it provided more security and abundance. You see? See, that's outside the bounds of reality. Because they're absolutely right. They're absolutely right. But that's not something we're going to accept because we don't want to liberate women. We want to keep women suppressed. And you know, again, this is because we don't accept the feminine energy within ourselves as men. That's why we let a woman start doing what the fuck we already been doing. We don't like it. We always got something to say about it. But that's us not accepting our own feminine currency. That's what it becomes. Like, it's okay for men to do it, but it's not okay for women to do it. Well, that's judgment. I should have nothing to say about a woman who is dealing with multiple men. If I'm dealing with multiple women, I should have nothing to say about that. So the fact that we actually do got something to say is because we don't accept the liberated feminine currency, where the male has been liberated. Why is a woman suppressed? Because a woman is actually more powerful. It is what it is. Maybe not in physical strength, but in spirituality, because they understand the amoralism of spirit more than a man does. That's why when you think about a man, you think about a priest. You think about motherfuckers trying to uphold the law and shit. They're really not amoral. They're trying to be upstanding citizens, right? They're trying to be righteous, upstanding citizens. Then women are the ones who have to navigate those clip-offic tunnels to fulfill their desires. They have to do it in the darkness. Not that they're doing something strange, but they understand how the world is. It may not be acceptable. But anyway, all that's changing. You know, we got platforms now. You know what I mean? You got the, what is it? Because yeah, we know about the OnlyFans and all that stuff, but on it, it's obviously more going on than that. But basically, there's no stopping women from being liberated at this point. They probably making more money than men at this point. It is what it is. As a man, you shouldn't feel no type of way about it, honestly. If you're balanced, you shouldn't feel no type of way about it. The only reason we do is because the image of a liberated woman is more powerful than a liberated man, regardless of how we feel about it. If you look at the imagery of a liberated woman versus a liberated man, what's more powerful? Because if you're dealing with a society that liberates their woman, that is a powerful society versus, okay, you got a liberated man. You can have a king who's liberated, but where are the women? Where's the liberated women? What good is it to have a liberated king without women? That's versus if you got a liberated queen. It's a whole different message. It sends a completely different message. That's why we don't see it. But we're beginning to see more and more of it. And women are at a point where they're not going to be stopped. It ain't nothing we can do about it. Because they've been waiting for this. They've been waiting for it. And that's why they don't give a single fuck. I guarantee you, they don't give a fuck at all. They coming through the door and ain't no stopping them. That's why, it's like a lot of women don't really give a fuck about men, how we feel about it. What we think about it, they don't give a single fuck. They straight Cali mode. Straight Urzuli, they don't give a single fuck. And again, when you're comfortable, you shouldn't feel no way about it. You shouldn't feel no way, because the liberation of the divine feminine also includes men. We don't understand that yet. We're still evolving. We don't get that yet. Liberating your woman frees you too. Keeping your woman suppressed doesn't free you. We may feel free because we can have, you got a woman over here, you got a woman over here. We may feel free as men because we got multiple women. But nah, it's just a feeling. It's not reality. Let you be a man with 3 liberated women versus you're a liberated man, but you're the liberated one, but the women you're around are not liberated. It's a whole different situation. Whole different situation. Because of the imagery. The imagery is more powerful. You can't deny that. Like, damn, these women are free. But that's why, it is what it is. The only reason we should feel any type of way about it is because we're not in tune with spirit. These women are in tune with spirit. The spirit is telling them it's time to be amoral. Not immoral, amoral. It's time to be amoral. Fuck what they thinking, fuck what they talking. We coming through the door. That's what the spirit is telling them to do. So if you're in tune with spirit, you will understand, this is how the spirit moves. The spirit may tell you to take somebody out, and you ain't got to worry about going to jail over it. You got enough courage? The average person don't. But these liberated women is doing shit out here. And that's what I'm saying about it. Plutonian. Yeah, you got the pornography on one side of it, but on another side of it, you got these women taking these high profile men out of the picture, out of the box. Whether it's sexually or, violently. Women is out here putting in work. Because they are listening to the spirit, and this is what the spirit needs at this particular time. So really, as a man, it's for you to be relaxed. That's what men don't get. We're too busy trying to bust our ass, trying to outdo the next man, trying to impress these women, not realizing all we got to really do is fall back. We don't need to be in front, in charge anymore. Not really, because women are capable of doing what we can do. They just ain't had the opportunity to show and prove that. You can run a successful society with women in charge. It's very possible to do that. With the men, fall back. I'm like, all right, do what you gotta do. Because it's possible. That's why you had matriarchal societies. That's why you have the Amazons. You always had women dominant, making things happen. Don't need no confirmation from another man or another physical being. They go straight to spirit. No problem. Us as men have to learn how to do that. That's how it becomes balanced. We both need to be in tune with spirit, not just women. We both need to be in tune. We both have to embrace our amorality, because that's what the power is. Spirit is, again, spirit says study astrology and all these occultic topics so that you can liberate your consciousness. That's what the spirit says. That's why the mainstream, aka men, who the fuck is making these laws, probably men. Oh, fuck astrology, fuck this, fuck that, fuck that. That's male thinking. Oh, that's not real. That's bullshit. Male thinking. Oh, science is real though. Male thinking. You see what I mean? Why everything is separate. I gotta take all these separate classes instead of learning everything at the same time. Male thinking. So, do we honestly think we would be in this position if women ran shit? Let's just be real. Will we really be in this situation we're in if women ran shit? But you see, that may be too big of a question. Because we see how the niggas is doing this shit. And damn, now I'm going straight to the block. I'm like, damn, I don't even use that word. I don't even say the N word like that. God, that just came out. We see what these motherfuckers are doing. Just running shit to the absolute mud. We see what these motherfuckers are doing. We see what they're doing. She's here to destroy the male office because it's not serving the world anymore. It's not serving the world anymore. That's why she's destroying shit. It's not destroying the world anymore. It's not serving the world anymore. It's just not serving the world. And we see it. Just look at what's going on in the world. Empty shelves and all this shit. Whose fault is this? Is it a man's fault or a woman's fault? Last I checked, the president is a man. It's a man who is in the highest office. With a stroke of a pen, he can change some shit. But he's not using it. You still got the woman in the back. You got the vice president. Yeah, she's a woman. But she's limited in her power because that's how comfortable they want her to be. But again, we're going beyond presidents and all that stuff, because you can be a president of your own company. We ain't got to say the overall president. You can be the president of your own company. But it's over with for the male patriarchy. It's over with in terms of how all this war and this carnage. It's over with for that, because that's what the fuck we've been doing. Been running shit, taking over shit, killing shit, taking over territory, just being just overly aggressive. That's what the fuck we've been doing, killing each other. You see how we killing each other every day. Men are killing men. Sometimes men kill women and children too. Enough of that. Spirit is enough of that. That's why motherfuckers are getting taken out by a pandemic, because like it's just enough of that. It's enough of it. So that's why we see what we see. It's over with for that. So if you're in tune and you're a man, it's really just for you to fall back. It ain't for you to poke out your chest anymore, and it just be the overly dominant, overly masculine. You don't need to do that anymore. This idea of a real man or a real woman is dead. It's dead. Don't let nobody else try to convince you of otherwise. Or we need to be real men, or we need to step up. Women need to be real women. No, it's dead. It's dead. We need to be amoral. Amorality. That's what it means to be real. If we want to be honest, to be real is to be amoral, is to be non-judgmental. Non-judgmental. But you see, that's a big pill to swallow, because people have some strange fetishes. As I said, people have strange fetishes, so it's not easy to like, damn, that's pretty strange, I'm just gonna leave that alone. Eventually you're gonna come across somebody who's doing something you may not agree with. So I'm just saying, not to say, it just is what it is. We think we're going to, what am I trying to say here? We're still trying to use our physical strength as men to try to, you can say, end the pandemic. We're trying to just do what men do. We're trying to use our physical strength to get things done, and it's not working. That's why I said we wouldn't have empty shelves in these markets. Inflation, house prices is all over the place, skyrocketed. People can barely afford bills and homes because we're trying to just be overly masculine, and that's what the results come down to. So it just needs to be said. We're trying to be overly masculine because we feel we're lacking, because a lot of women are complaining about what the men are doing. So we feel like we gotta overcompensate, we gotta overdo, we gotta push ourselves to the grade type shit. So that's what stresses men out too, because the women is like, yo, what the fuck? And we're like, yo, what the fuck? Like, we're both looking at each other like, what the fuck? So that's why there's so much relationship turmoil. There's so much, this, what is it called? Gender debates and sex debates. And what I mean by disparages, whichever word. Right? This is why we see all this. It's because it's a change from universe A to universe B. And in universe B, women ain't trying to take basically this old concept of what it means to be a man. That does not apply in universe B. What I mean by that is, this concept of manhood, for example. Because look, just look at it. Let me explain this a little bit. What we hear most of the time is, basically, because of the fathers are not in the home, for example. It's not enough fathers in the home. So that leads to kids not being as disciplined as they would. We have all these arguments as to why the world is the way it is. Right? There's all these types of arguments. And we need to step up. We need to be there, do this and do that. We need to be righteous, proactive, so on and so forth. When has that ever worked? This is my point. Our whole ideology of these things are based on illusion. When has this ever been successful? What do I mean by that? There's a reason why all these great empires fail. Egypt, Rome, Greece. Why did they fall? Why did these great civilizations fall? Because the common denominator was a suppression of people, mainly women and children. Disparity. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like I be having the words in my mind, but I'm like actually saying the words. It may come out wrong. I appreciate the correction though. So yes, this is where we at with it. You heard it from me first. So anybody that's talking about you need to do more, you need to do better, whether you're a male or a woman, that's out of the picture. They're just selling you dreams. They're selling you dreams. They're selling you dreams. That's not what the world needs. That world is dying. That applies to universe A. Universe B is going to be different, because that's just how the cycles work. So these certain ideologies that need to be killed. We don't see things as they are. We see things as what we are. Excuse me. This is true. Because most of these people that's making these arguments are low vibrational because of their own experience. Like even in my own community, there's a lot of there's all type of debates again, just look, it's all on YouTube. You got full-blown channels on YouTube of men bashing women and women bashing men. And that's just all they do on a daily or semi-daily basis, is just put out content bashing women or bashing men. And they develop a whole following. And it just becomes that. That's just, so people literally come to their channel to watch them or hear them bash on men or women. There's an abundance. There's probably more of that content than what I'm doing. So that's in abundance. I'm sure that's in abundance. You ain't gotta look too hard to find that type of content. But why is it there? These are agents with an agenda funded by the government. That's why they're there. They're here to sell us dreams. That's why they're there. They're here to make us think that the male and female relations are just so terrible that we literally need to just stop having children, and we just need to cut that whole reality off. To the point where we don't even want to embrace the opposite. For example, you got women that's fed up with men. Now they just deal with women. They don't even deal with men. And to me, that shouldn't be a reason why you cut off the complete opposite sex when you still have an animus. See, when you go into psychology, you realize that you can't cut off the opposite sex because you got an anima, you got an animus. So every man has an anima, which is a woman. Every woman has an animus, which is a man. And depending on your relationship with your anima or animus, that will determine your relationship with the complete opposite sex, according to Carl Jung or Carl Jung. So that's not something we can escape. That's why I'm bringing these things up. So irregardless of how much shit that people got to say about the opposite sex or the same sex, you still got to deal with the opposite within yourself, within your own subconscious mind. So for example, if I was a man that hated women, what I'm really saying is I hate my own anima, which is within me, my own subconscious mind, my own emotional center. That's really what I'm saying. And if I'm a woman that say I hate men, I'm talking about I hate my own animus. I hate my own subconscious. See, when you know, this is what you see when you hear people talking crazy. You're like, oh, this is self. This don't have nothing to do with whatever experiences they may have encountered with the opposite sex. Because those experiences based on your connection with your own anima or animus. Like Jerry Springer. Again, we have shows that keep us in the lower worlds. We have shows. You can listen, you can zone out all day. And you got people that do it. Instead of watching me for 7 hours, you got people that watch madness for 7 hours. On a daily. Why? Damn, I got disconnected for a minute. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Let me know y'all can hear me. I just want to make sure we still in the building. Just talking about I got disconnected. So wait, let me verify we still in here. Hold on. Okay, y'all can hear me? Okay. Shit is crazy. You see, I've been running my mouth for 7 hours. No problems. Soon as I start talking about this shit, disconnected. You see this shit? You see this shit? Been running my mouth for all this time. Soon as I start talking about this, disconnected. That's crazy. Now I'm in. Maybe I should talk about this shit more often, huh? Maybe I should talk about this more often, huh? How the fuck we have no problems for 7 hours? As soon as I start talking about this particular topic, now we don't know what's going on. Trying to cut the goddamn live stream. Yep, there was a dip. This is what I'm saying. Like, what the fuck? We've been going strong for 7 hours. Yeah, you see? You see politics? You see that? You see that? You see, as soon as I started talking the realest shit I was talking. I'll see what's going on. I see what's going on. So they can't just cut me off. Cause I'm not, I'm not this. Maybe I am though. I am cussing. I am getting kind of crazy. But that's very interesting. I'm like, yo, okay. So I can talk about the occult all I want. But as soon as I start talking about this, oh, that's a no-no. That's funny. Wow. That was unexpected. But this whole live stream was unexpected, so. That's funny though. That's funny. I guess funny is not the right word. That's just more of my subconscious. It's more like, oh, okay. Maybe I've caught on to something. Yeah, okay. I need to ponder on that. I gotta ponder on that. So obviously somebody didn't like what I was saying. Somebody's listening to this and don't agree at all. They don't agree at all. But anyway, I'm gonna keep that in mind though. So I guess in the next video, it should be the title or something. But I mean, what am I supposed to do? Lie? What the fuck am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to tell y'all how good men are, and how powerful and strong we are, and we need to be respected and accepted. That's what they want to hear. That's what they want to hear. Nah. That may be what people want to hear, to make themselves feel better. That may be good to hear. However, that's not the reality. Right now, the reality of 2022. The reality is, relax. We're over here busting our ass. We're over here doing what we think we need to do, but it's not getting us any closer to our women. It's not getting us any closer to our men. We're out here doing what we think we should be doing, trying to be righteous people, trying to be moral people, and it's not getting us no closer to our opposites. Why? We're here trying to adhere to that religious book. We're here trying to live like Jesus, trying to adhere to the Bible, all these things. But I don't see it working. And if I said it was working, I would be lying. It's not working. Right? I've seen women struggle my entire life because of what a man did. I'm even included in that. I'm sure I've caused women to suffer in my past. Sure. Before I became, where I am now. Sure. Thinking with the small head instead of the little head. Instead of the little head. Thinking with the small head instead of the big head. So, basically trying to fulfill ourselves, we're hurting each other. That's what it comes down to. The more we're trying to be real men and real women, whatever that means, we're hurting each other. That's what it boils down to. That's what's going on. The more you try to be a real man, the more you try to be a real woman, we are hurting each other. Because that's not what we need moving forward in Universe B in 2022. That's not what we need. That's not what we need. Because of what's occurring. Righteousness is not going to solve COVID. It's not. In fact, your righteous ass could be taken out by COVID. And we see it. You think all those 900,000 people were evil people, were wicked people that checked out? You think all those people were wicked? Or we're just going to use reality and no, all those people were not wicked. Some of those people were righteous. Some of those people were religious. Some of those people were dogmatic. From everywhere. Even some of those people were spiritual. Some of those people were spiritual too. Everybody's getting hit with the virus. Because the virus don't give a fuck about what your spiritual system is. Or your religious system or your dogmatic system. The spirit doesn't care. What the spirit is checking for is, are you amoral? That's what the spirit is checking for. Can I introduce you to science that you're not gonna judge me over? That's what the spirit is saying. That's what the spirit is saying. So, if you continue to try and prove your righteousness, try to prove how moral you are, how principled you are, and you think, that's what's going to cause a person to love you stronger and greater. That's not how it works. That's not what the spirit is calling for. It's just not. Especially when everybody think they're great. Everybody think they're special. So if anything, it's just inflating our egos. Look what spirituality has done to us. Let's just be real. Motherfuckers just inflated their fucking egos. Let's just be real about this shit. Now everybody's a fucking god. Everybody's a goddess. Everybody's the Lord of all worlds now. Everybody. And I'm not saying they're not. But they represent the whole world. We don't need to call ourselves gods and goddesses anymore. Honestly, let's just be real. We don't need to do that anymore. That's the old world. That's universe A. We became gods and goddesses in universe A. We don't need to do that no more. God, the concept of God is outdated. Let's just be real. It's outdated. Especially when everybody feel they are. Everybody's God. Everybody's goddess. It's outdated. So when I speak about amorality, now we're talking about something else. So this is the issue from my perspective. Because I see everything that y'all see. Even if I don't speak about it, I see it. I stay tuned in. That's why I can speak on it, because I'm like, I see it in my own household as well as outside the household. Because I'm like, oh, okay, so this ain't just personal. This is universal. This is a universal issue or supposed issue. It's just you have to align with spirit. That's it. Then it's no longer an issue. That's why I'm here talking about 93. And I always talk about 93. It's very amoral. It's very amoral. If I'm talking about Delima, do what thou wilt, that's very amoral. That's very amoral. But that's what I've been on. I've been talking about it forever. Amorality. In one way or another. But that's because that's what the spirit desires. I wouldn't be here if the spirit had a different message. If the spirit was saying something else, I would be saying something else. But that's the spirit is like, yo, you gotta be amoral. You gotta be amoral. The more you continue to judge and feel like this world is not where it's supposed to be, the more we feel like we're in a prison planet, we're just controlled by the government, we have no control over anything, the more we feel that we are doing some type of spiritual work because we acknowledge ourselves by divine names, which has just led to further arrogance. You can say we were better off before we were calling ourselves gods and goddesses. Let's just be fucking real here. We were better off before we started taking on these divine titles. Because all it did was inflate the head. Whether it's the lower head or the higher head. All it did was inflate the heads. Let's just be honest. You can't even tell a person that they're not a god or a goddess. Let you try to tell a person that they're not, for whatever reason. They gonna have something to say about it. But the thing is, nobody should know. That's the whole thing. Nobody should know. It shouldn't be heard. Just imagine me talking about how godly I am. And I just need to let that be known. What most people don't know is I may appear to talk like this, but this is just strictly for people that understand. What I mean is, damn, I just forgot what I said. Damn. I just blacked out for a minute. Yeah, I literally just blacked out. Oh, yeah. I think I was talking about gods and goddesses. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, I got it. I literally blacked out for a minute. So, yeah, what I was saying was, nobody should even know. Just imagine me talking about how godly I am. You go say, oh wow, you're still here. Of course. I gotta show and prove, right? Gotta show and prove. I gotta do the unusual, right? The unusual. This is show and prove. But anyway. Let me focus my thoughts. See, my mind is trying to go elsewhere now. I'm glad to be here with you. I appreciate you so much. I'm glad to be here with you too. So what was I saying? Okay, this was what I was saying. I know I come on this YouTube and talk madness. But once I start recording, I remain silent. For those who may not know, I'm not going around speaking about none of this stuff outside of this cipher. So nobody knows. Oh, he's a god. He's that. Oh, he's a Monasha Renew. No, they don't know none of that. That's secret. That's how I live my life. Nobody knows that unless you know that. I don't introduce myself as Asha to those outside of the cipher. You don't need to know who I am if you're not a part of the cipher. So I don't introduce myself as that. I'm like everybody else. I'm gonna introduce myself like my birth name like everybody else. Or whatever fucking name, who knows. But essentially what y'all witness here on this channel is unique to this channel. This is not me in the everyday average world. Because I'm in silence. You probably wouldn't even know if I was in the same room with you. I'm not the life of the party. I'm not the one talking loud. I'm the one whispering. I'm the whisperer. Again, I'm the one you didn't even know I was there. Like, oh, I didn't even know you was here. Like, yeah, I've been here, but I just been silent. Why? Because this is not for public consumption. This is not for public consumption. The only people here is because they clicked on here. They made a decision to be here. It's different when, okay, I'm just speaking this and this ain't what people signed up for. I just feel like there's a times to be spiritual and there's times to keep that in silence. That's probably another reason why I speak for 8 fucking hours, because again, I'm silent. If I'm not on here running my mouth, I'm probably silent somewhere in meditation, in research, in study, or conducting experiments or services for others. But I ain't doing too much mouth running. So yeah, I guess, yeah, that's why when I get on here, I may have an abundance to say, because I'm not just running my mouth. If I don't need to speak, I don't speak. If I don't need to speak, I honor the silence. Again, it may not seem that way, but I actually do. So essentially, I'm in my feminine. You can say I'm in the feminine majority of the time. It's only here that I manifest the masculine. You can say that. Because now I have to break the silence. So when I get on here, I'm breaking the silence. Because again, I'm not just speaking to random people about spirituality and occultism and amorality. That ain't for their ears to hear. Especially not from me. But they can feel it. They just don't hear it. So yeah, people switch up when they're in my presence. And I'm not saying it's a positive or negative. It's just an observation. They can feel something that's unusual, but they may not know what it is. And before they figure it out, I'm gone. Before they even comprehend it, I'm already gone to the next place. So I preserve this for this particular cipher. And then I balance it with silence. Imagine if I never shut the fuck up. If I just, the same amount of time I'm running my mouth now, I'm just running my mouth to anybody who wants to hear it. This ain't for anybody who wants to hear it. So that's the whole thing. So outside of this cipher, you can say I'm a different person completely. Outside of this cipher, I am a completely different person. Completely. I don't want to say completely 2 times. Outside of this cipher, I am a completely different person. Outside of this cipher, my veil is on. Outside of my cipher, nobody knows. Except those who are supposed to know. I'm sure that's not the situation with most people though. But that's the situation with me. Why? Because I have to balance the masculine and the feminine. I can't just be 100% masculine, running my mouth, speaking truth all goddamn day and all night. Can't do that. I have to respect the silence at some point. Because that's how I channel. I have to respect the silence. So I have to give a break to the masculine and honor the feminine. Then I give a break to the feminine and honor the masculine. I have to do both. So that's why it is very therapeutic for me, because this is where I get to express all the things that I've been absorbing. Because I'm not just, I don't speak. Like, I'm not on my phone. I don't do none of that. I ain't just texting people all day back and forth. I don't do any of that. I don't do any of that. I don't think I even got a phone call this year. Like, that's just how detached I am. If I look at my recent calls I don't even think happened this year. We 13 days in. I ain't calling nobody. Ain't nobody calling me. If outside of business, of course. Outside of business. I ain't doing too much talking. I ain't doing too much texting. I ain't doing none of that. Because I don't have a desire to outside of this cipher. I don't even have the desire to do so. Like, I ain't trying to wake people up. Oh, this person, they look like they need some spiritual game. No, the fuck they don't. No, the fuck they don't. I need to mind my business. I need to be amoral. Amoral is I don't need to preach the truth to people that ain't trying to hear that shit. For the people who ain't trying to hear it, they don't even know I know. I'm as dumb as everybody else. In the public, I'm as dumb as everybody else. Publicly. The wisdom doesn't manifest until I'm in the silence. Or I get away from the public. That's the only time the wisdom manifests. So I don't manifest this publicly. It ain't meant for the public ears. So it's, imagine me trying to explain this stuff to the public. Imagine that. At least everybody here has an interest in what is being said. So it's a lot easier. Versus I'm trying to convince people that you can't convince. But they don't mind feeding on your energy. So I had to learn though. This is me now. I had to learn. Remember, I used to do meetups and all that shit. It's on the channel. When I would travel, I'm like, oh, if anybody's here, reach out. I ain't doing that shit no more. You out your fucking mind. Hell no. Hell no. If I'm traveling, most people don't even know I'm traveling no more. It's a whole different space now. I can't do what I used to do. I had to evolve. Because you don't know what people's intentions are. Right? You never know. So I had to stop a lot of that. I had to stop a lot of that. But you see, it was a time, it was a time where, okay, yeah, I'd just talk to anybody who want this game, I'll talk to them. Nah. Nope. So to the public, I don't know a damn thing. To the public, I don't know anything. To the public, I let them talk. I let them educate. So publicly, I'm being taught. For the people who want to run their mouth, they probably run their mouth to me. They got something to say, they probably say it to me, but I ain't really saying too much back. I don't want to say I play dumb, but I just honor the silence. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So that's what it comes down to. And I'm saying all that to say, outside of the camera, I'm practicing the divine feminine. I honor the silence. I'm not trying to break the silence. I honor the silence. So again, if anything, I'm probably speaking low and whispering, if I do have to speak about whatever. I'm saying that to say, I have to come on here and manifest the masculine to bring the balance. So if I was like that all the time, it wouldn't be balanced. Or if I was like this all the time, it wouldn't be balanced. So that's what it is in terms of fuck the public, really. Fuck the public, honestly. They're not gonna do you no good. They're not. In terms of you manifesting your divinity to them. That's what I mean. Let me introduce my love. For example, I come to somebody talking about I'm the God of the universe. I'm supreme God Allah type shit. Let me come like that. Because if you're dealing with a person that don't understand what that means, I may be talking to a Jesus lover. I don't know who the fuck I'm talking to. I may be talking to a Jesus lover, then I'm talking about I'm God. Now, you may have some people that say I'm going to say it irregardless of what their belief system is. Some people just, they're just super masculine all the time. So some people are on that wave. They got to let that divine masculinity be known. Some people are on that wave. I'm just not on that wave. So that's why I say I don't even be talking about myself here on my own platform. I don't be talking about how godly I am. I don't even be talking about this on my own platform. Because it don't need to be said. Why do I need to say that? I don't need to say it. Why do I need to say it? Maybe I should show and prove it. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should show and prove, and then let the people decide for themselves what I am or what I am not. Instead of me trying to force the idea. Trying to be cool or something. Oh, that person has wisdom. That person has knowledge. I don't want those accolades. Definitely. I stay in my imagination with the kids and grandbabies. We make forts, play Barbie, all the homeschooling. Just have fun learning. And that's salute to you. You homeschool. I know that's not easy. Teaching your children or other people's children yourself. So shout out to you, because that's something we honestly need. We know these schools don't give a fuck about our kids. So you taking on that responsibility is definitely, that's praiseworthy, because we know how important the future is. We know how important the children is. So that's praiseworthy. So double salute. You know what I mean? Because that's what we need. But like I said, I just don't do none of that extra shit. Because it's not necessary. It's not necessary for me to manifest my magical name to people outside of this cipher. Because people outside of the cipher didn't make me who I am. What made me who I am is the people within the cipher, not the people outside of the cipher. So this is preserved only for the people that has added on, who has had some type of energy exchange, who has given me praise and I give the praise back. Because it's an energy exchange. So when you comment, I comment back, right? If you acknowledge me, I'm going to acknowledge you back. I'm going to show you the same love you showed me, because that's what I'm supposed to do. But if I'm thinking I'm above everybody, I wouldn't do that. So you got people that don't reply to their comments. It's all over YouTube. And again, no judgment. But if we are all one, I have to reach out and acknowledge you. Because if you're just as divine as I am, why would I not acknowledge you? If I'm God, that means you're God too, or you're the goddess. So who am I to not acknowledge my equal or my opposite? Right? So that's the whole thing. If it is truly equality, I should be able to show you your divinity as you show me mine. If we are one. But if I'm just the only one absorbing the divinity, then what purpose am I serving other than... See, I'm thinking about words that I don't even know if that's the proper context. Damn. See, I'm thinking about words. I don't even know if that fits. Self-grandizing. Let me try to say what I'm thinking. I know it ain't right. Grand-designing. I don't know where these words come from. Why am I'm thinking about grand-designing. I don't know if that's just, I'm hearing. I don't know if that even fits what I'm trying to say. Grand designing. I don't know. But you understand what I'm trying to say here. That's probably the wrong expression completely. But I guess I'm hearing something and it ain't coming out my mouth right. Anyway. That's why I do what I do. It's not enough for me to see the God in myself. I must acknowledge the God within you. The goddess within you. So that's why I say we don't need to call ourselves gods and goddesses. We don't need to do that. All that just puts an arrogance in the air. So that's why I don't do it. So that's why I say. So I'm not expecting people to call me God. So yeah, I'm not going around calling other people gods and goddesses. Now, yeah, if a person greets me, peace God, peace Lord, then I'm going to give you the same praise back, of course. But to expect it, I don't expect it. Because now I'm thinking with my ego, I need to be acknowledged a certain way because for whatever reason in my mind that I thought about. But definitely acknowledge your lucid dreams. I see what you're saying, Kay. Acknowledge your dreams because you can do amazing things in your dreams that you can't do physically, especially lucid dreams. That's what we learn. We learn when we dream. That's really why we need to sleep, to process information. That's why if you stop sleeping, you eventually will die. Because you just simply cannot process the information. So when we sleep, we're processing information. And I don't even mean a full sleep because, again, there's been times when I've been in these streets and I couldn't sleep. So I know you can sleep without sleeping. So yeah, when I was in these streets, there is no sleep. There is no sleep. You bet not fucking fall asleep. Wake up with shit missing. You bet not fall asleep. So I know how it is, as they say, sleep with one eye open. I know how that is. but you still got to get some type of rest to process life. And if you stop getting that rest, you're going to go insane. However, in small doses, that insanity can be beneficial. Sleep fast. See, we be talking about food fast, but what about a sleep fast? Stop sleeping for a day or two. That's harder than a food fast. It's easier to not eat for a day or two than to not sleep for a day or two. So the true challenge is sleep. It ain't diet, it ain't food. It's sleep. But not just sleep, the quality of sleep is lacking. That's where I started off. Our quality of sleep is lacking. That's why we must listen to Hertz. You know, I was listening to like the ASMR and stuff. People just running off at the mouth. But that's not necessarily going to lead to a better sleep. Just hearing people ramble about anything, random shit. Even if it's whispered. What helps is the Hertz. So when you sleep, listen to 33 Hertz. That actually will enhance your sleep. Versus, you know, you just listen to some relaxing music or something. Well, I guess that wouldn't hurt either. So yeah, we're gonna end it at 8 hours, which is about 5 minutes. We're gonna go ahead and check out. It's about to be fucking 10 a.m. So I know the world is up now. So again, I started at 2 a.m. The world was asleep. I know the world is up now. So it is what it is with that. Anyway, let me go to this screen. So here's all the links. So all my updates will be via Twitter. So follow me on Twitter for all the updates. I keep saying that shit though. I didn't even update people that I was going live. But I will put it on Twitter, the actual live stream. So I need to do that actually. But yeah, all updates. So what I update on my website, what I update on TikTok, Instagram, any updates will be filtered through Twitter. So Twitter is the ultimate filter, or the RSS feed. So basically the RSS feed. So any updates from me in any form or fashion, you will most likely be able to find it via Twitter. Check out the website for any divination services. I will also begin to put up free articles. They're not up there now, but I will begin to put up free articles, but then I will update that via Twitter. And of course, TikTok, Instagram up there. And I'm gonna start doing more diverse content. So just like the content I showed hours ago at this point, I'm gonna upload that via Instagram. Maybe TikTok, maybe not. And if you want to support the channel, you got Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal right there. So there's all the links and all this stuff. So yeah, the main message, the main point I want everybody to take from this. I didn't even. What do you say after 8 fucking hours? So the main point I wanted to take home from. I didn't went from Hollywood land to amorality to crystal technology. The versatility is. Sound magic versatility is ridiculous, but that's what we're supposed to do. So I'm going to continue to study every goddamn thing and report back, so I can filter the information so that everybody can get it pure. So that's what I'm doing. That's if I say the purpose I serve, I just filter information to purify it. If I just wanted to compress what I do into a sentence. So I'm the purifier, like carbon. I'm the purifier. So any information that crosses my desk, I'm going to extract the wisdom from it. I'm going to extract the pure concepts of it so that we understand it, so that we have no judgment. We have to remove ourselves from judgment. I homeschool too, and salute to all the homeschoolers. Salute to you. Very, very, very important. Very, very, very important. You're doing a great service to not only your own children, but also the world as a whole. I feel like children are more developed when they learn at home. When you're in a comfortable, familiar environment versus you're in a asylum called school. So definitely salute to stepping outside the box and following spirit, because that's what we have to do. I appreciate that, Callie. It's always fire. It's always fire being with you. It's always fire. It's always fire. Okay. So that's what it is. God damn. Oh, fuck it, 8 hours. Gonna cap it right there. So as always, we're on 93 time. In the name of 93, as always. Alright? And like I said, we're just here to show and prove. We're just here to show and prove. So I'm gonna continue to hold it down as long as I am instructed to do so. I'm gonna continue to hold it down. And again, I know I wasn't even trying to do a 8-hour live stream. That's how I know it's the spirit. I came on here, probably was only gonna talk an hour or two. Nah, the spirit needed to let whatever came out my mouth be known. The spirit just needed to let it be known, and we cap it. It is what it is. And yeah, we can process it later. We can filter it later. But it was revealed. I feel better. This is a good start to my day. So I'm definitely not about to lay down. I'm about to start my day in good spirits. Cause the interaction that we had for the last 8 hours was beautiful. Definitely I respect the spirit. I appreciate y'all so much. So they couldn't do it without y'all. So this 8 hours is the collective energy of us all. Everybody who acknowledges this, everybody who gives an energy exchange. So everybody who participated in spirit, in comment, like, subscribe, whatever it is, everybody who participated, this is a result of that. This is a result. So again, this ain't, I can easily just say it's me. I did it all myself. This is just what I do. No. This is the service that is performed for the greater collective, for the cipher that we have built ourselves. We built this from the ground up. We built this from the grassroots. That's why it's nothing else like this. We're very small, but very powerful. And understand that. Very small, very powerful. That's all we need. All we need is each other. I'm just here to show and prove that. Because with us as a collective, we're going to get infinite experiences. Infinite time. Me just running my mouth saying what needs to be said. So, me too really help so much, especially all the stuff I've been dealing with, feel energized, and that's what it's all about. So that's what it's all about. So if I put you in a better mood, then I'm doing my job. So that's what it's all about. So from me to you, liberate the spirit within. Do what you're called to do, and acknowledge those who are seeking light, because they damn sure will acknowledge you. So as I acknowledge you, continue to acknowledge those who need you. All right? So we're going to continue to give each other love. Fuck the world's love. Fuck everybody else's conditional love. We're going to give unconditional love. That's what we do. That's why we can get on here 8 hours and we ain't worried about nothing else. We ain't worried about the outside world. We ain't worried about nothing, what else, anything else, anybody else going on. So we're going to give the unconditional love, because that's what's needed. The world needs unconditional love. Fuck this conditional love. Again, all this relationship bullshit, this dick and pussy love shit. Fuck all of that. Fuck all of that. Fuck it all. Kill it. Fuck it all. If it ain't divine love, just kill that shit. Fuck it. Fuck all of it. We don't need it. Universe A is dead or dying. We just say dying. Universe A is dying. All that conditional love, all that physical shit, it's over with. If it ain't in divine love, divine spirit, fuck it. Divine masculine, divine feminine, as one. Not separate. Fuck separation, as one. Divine feminine and divine masculine as one, because when we unite, we become one, which is a whole nother word. So that's why we don't even need to call it divine masculine, divine feminine, because when it's singular, it ain't called neither one. It's something unique. Those two components make a third component. When the two come together, they make a third component. That third component is the secret. That's the secret science. It's the third component when we unite. So when the minds connect, we produce a third mind. That's what it is. That's what's happening here. When they say when two or more people come together to praise God or to commune with spirit, that's what manifests spirit. It's the conversation we have. That's what manifests spirit. It's that third mind. That third mind is from those two minds. The two or more minds that come together, that's how we manifest spirit. That's why when I say when the spirit comes through, it's because it's being manifested, not because the spirit is just there and it just wants to come through me. No, we have to manifest that. We have to clear the pathways and allow spirit to manifest through us by connecting and synchronizing our minds, our frequencies. That's how the spirit comes in, jumps in, say what needs to be said, then go on about his business. That's how that works. So as we continue to acknowledge each other and praise each other and love each other unconditionally, fuck what we're doing on a personal level. Your personal situation is irrelevant. We go beyond the personal, go into the spiritual, and that's how we evolve, that's how we grow. Because that way we know that we are all synchronized. We may even see each other in dreams. So stop playing. Stop playing. I mean, I may come to you in your dreams, give you some game. You may come to me in my dreams, give me some game. Because we're connected. And that's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be giving each other game. I ain't just here to give y'all game. Y'all can give me game too. And y'all do. Trust me. It ain't, that's what I'm saying. It ain't just about me. So yeah, again, I can go on a whole nother tangent. We'll be here a whole nother fucking hour. So I just wanted to reiterate true love. The more you connect with me, the more I connect with you spiritually. That's what we do. That's what we do. That's why I have these pyramids in the back. We are superconductors. We conduct energy. We acknowledge our capstones. That's what we do. We conduct energy when we acknowledge the capstones. That's what we do. The capstone is just the intelligence that we are channeling. We are our here we go. We are all channeling intelligence from our capstone. The pyramid and the capstone is symbolic of what we're actually going through. It's symbolic. This is all symbols symbolizing a higher process of thinking. That's why I have the imagery before you. That's why I'm like, it ain't enough for me to just show my face. I need to show the glyphs, because that creates a certain vibe, that creates a certain energy. And I actually need to produce more. If I want to be real, I need to produce more. Or update it, at least. So yeah, I'll be updating the imagery and all that, just depending on what needs to be said, what needs to be heard. So continue to love each other. That's what we do. We must love each other. The same love you have for your family. We are spiritual family. We come from the same spiritual tree. Otherwise, you wouldn't give a fuck about what I have to say. We may be on different paths, but we're from the same tree, different branches. I guess that's a better way of putting it. You were a light for me in my astral travels, balance. And that's all I can ask for. That's all I can ask for, Callie. That's all I can ask for. All I can ever hope for is to be a light in the midst of darkness. That's all I can ask for. Everything else is whatever. Your vibe attracts your tribe. Exactly. Conduct energy, because we are all super pyramids. Not just regular pyramids, super pyramids. The pyramid just symbolizes you. We are all pyramids, but we're super pyramids because we're not stagnant. We're not just vessels of energy. We can conduct energy. That's what we do, super pyramids, because we're super conductors. And we must crown ourselves with our capstones. Your crown is your capstone. That's why a crown has jewels. So the capstone is about jewels, crystals. The capstone is a crystal. And we just talked about crystals earlier. Crystals are technology. Your crystals are your computers. Your energy grids, your crystal grids. So a pyramid is a crystal grid. Crystal grids. Anybody can create a crystal grid, because I'm sure everybody got crystals. So you can conduct a crystal grid. All you need is crystals, technology, earth technology. So I'm going to just send all that to say this is quickly capping and summing up everything that we spoke on already. Yep, that's why the Luxor unmitigated the capstone on the resort. Exactly. That capstone do be shining, don't it? You already know. That capstone be shining in Vegas, don't it? That capstone be bright. Now they even got the little light streams on. See, they just used to have a capstone. Now they got the lights at the edges of the pyramid, so it's like lights at the corners. Like they got it looking all nice now. But yes. It is us. We are the pyramids. That's why it's pyramids all over the world. They just symbolize the intelligence that never dies. As long as those pyramids are standing, there will be people like me and people like you that exist. As long as those pyramids stand, and I'm not just talking about, again, the pyramids in Egypt, also the pyramids in America, the pyramids in Mexico. It's pyramids all around this planet. It's pyramids on Mars. As long as those pyramids are standing, this type of consciousness will continue to manifest. Because this earth technology is deeper than was spoken about in books. I'm not going to say than we realize, but this technology is deeper than what's written about in books. As long as these monuments stand, we will continue to be here. Powerful, strong, and conducting energy. That's what it is symbolizing. The pyramids have been here before us, and they're going to be here after we depart. Just to symbolize, our works are timeless. Our works are timeless. We all are here to leave a pyramid. Maybe not a physical pyramid, but a pyramid or a capsule full of your intelligence. Some people call it their book of life. We are here to leave a book of life and pass it to the future generations. That's what we're here to do. So as you gather your wisdom, you're able to hand it to the future generation so that they're not out here lost. That's what the pyramids do. We're not lost because these pyramids are still here. People don't realize that though. That's why the pyramids couldn't be destroyed. It's too much energy. It's connected to too many things. Again, people have tried to destroy these pyramids forever. They didn't give a fuck about it. They just were unsuccessful. They couldn't do it because it's a greater game at play. So that's what we must acknowledge. As long as these monuments exist, we will continue to populate. We will continue to increase our intelligence because the planet's or the Earth intelligence is increasing. So when the Earth's frequency or intelligence increases, we increase, we grow. So that's why 2020 and beyond, those pyramids and those ancient monuments have a special frequency that they are emitting. And that's what's leading us to. That's why so many people are quitting their jobs. That's why, again, this pandemic, this is all the Earth bringing in Universe B, bringing in that new currency. How do you like Vegas? You know, Vegas is heaven to me. Vegas is heaven to me. And I say that to say because it made me a magician. Vegas made me a magician. I can acknowledge that. I am who I am because of Vegas. Because this is where I mastered my craft. I had to come to the desert. I had to come to the land of Set. So let me not get deep, but it's not just Vegas, it's also Arizona. When I went to the Grand Canyon, I met Set. So I told y'all how I met Osiris. I also met Set. I had to come to the desert. I had to go to Arizona to meet Set. So what I'm saying is, like, this stuff is just too fucking real to me. This shit is so real that I don't even watch fantasy. I don't watch TV. I don't watch movies. I don't watch anything make believe other than ASMR when they're role playing, when they're pretending to be doctors and such, experimenting on my body. I may watch that, but this shit is just too fucking real. Like, you got real deities coming to you in the most strangest ways. It's like this is just. It's too profound. It's way too profound. So this is how I know. Like, and so when it comes to Vegas, I mean, if you're spiritual, this is a great place to be. I'll say that. If you're spiritual, it will help you develop your spirituality because of the silver in the grounds. Remember, Nevada is the silver state. So silver is in these lands, is in these grounds, just like uranium, just like gypsum. Gypsum is also in Las Vegas. We got some very, very exclusive materials here. So there's just places here that, not places, but there's just situations here, there's history here that most people don't acknowledge. I had to discover it on my own. So I don't love Vegas for the usual reasons that most people would love it for. I love it for the history that it represents. Because the history can be felt, not just the natives, but also this what happened with the mob, what happened with the atomic bombs, not the atomic bombs, but the bombs that they used to drop every 3 weeks. Vegas used to be Atomic City. People don't know that. See, I'm like, why the fuck do I keep coming into contact with all this information that nobody else knows? Vegas used to be called Atomic City because they were dropping bombs every 3 weeks at that full moon. That full moon come, they dropping bombs. That's why it's radiation in the atmosphere at all times in Las Vegas. They have to constantly measure the radiation to make sure it ain't peaking. There's radiation here, nowhere else. That's what makes the city unique. There's no other city that has that history where they're dropping bombs every 3 weeks just to test it out, and people can pay to see this shit. People used to pay before casinos. Again, this is before casinos. So this is before the Las Vegas that we know with casinos and gambling and all that. Before that existed, people came to Las Vegas to see those bombs drop. But this is before we knew about radiation. So people were getting hit with radiation. All they was told is to take a shower. So we were in those times where we thought we could just wash off radiation with a shower. So they tell you, okay, if you come here, just make sure you take a shower, get that radiation off of you. That's just how close to radiation we are. So it's radiation in this city at all times, just from the past, from all these bombs dropping. So there's no other city with that history unless there's been a bomb dropped on it. So if you don't live in a city that has a bomb dropped on it, then you probably don't have too much radiation in your atmosphere. But in Vegas, because of the history, there's radiation at all times. It's just kept, I'm not gonna say it's kept, it's just at a level where people deem it safe. Don't make it safe though, but we just say, okay, well, it has a certain amount of radiation. They say whatever they want to say. They're not gonna tell us the truth, but radiation is dominant in these places. So it's a unique experience. It's a unique experience. But it's just certain key places that, you know, I have absolute love for. Also New York. So I'll say Vegas and New York, because Vegas is basically the New York of the West. So if you kind of like the quickness of New York, the fast pace of New York, you will love it here. So even though we're in the West Coast, it feels like an Eastern city. So that's what I would say about Vegas. Vegas feels like an Eastern city, even though you're in the West. You feel like you're still in the East. Because the desert gets a little colder than California. But again, you also have silver. You have silver in the grounds, because it's the silver state. So you are influenced by that silver, and we know the silver is connected to the moon. That's why it's called Sin City, and the moon is connected to the third eye. So that's so when I say I became spiritual, I became a magician, that's because of the atmosphere of the Mojave Desert. Just call it what it is. This is the atmosphere of the Mojave Desert, which is unique from any other atmosphere. Did I know about any of this originally? No. I learned about all this over time. So I didn't come to Vegas, okay, Vegas is this. No, I didn't know any of this stuff. I had to learn this over time. That's why I always tell people, learn the history of your city. Learn it, because there's many secrets that most people don't know. Just like I just told you about Atomic City and dropping bombs. You ain't gonna hear that from nobody. You're not gonna hear that from nobody else. You're not gonna hear it. Just like it's your city, there are secrets in your city that ain't nobody talking about. I guarantee it. There's certain secret histories that nobody's talking about, that occurred, that nobody knows nothing about. Just like I was just showing you about Hollywood land. Aleister Crowley, Jack Parkinson's, Majorie. Ain't nobody gonna tell you about that. So every history has a dark past. It's just about, do you want to acknowledge it? Are you amoral enough to accept it? I have to check out Atomic Testing Museum. Exactly. We got a whole atomic testing museum. Why? We obviously love radiation around this bitch. But that's a product of Uranus. So when I say Vegas made me magician, it made me a Uranian, because of the uranium. Radiation comes from uranium. I had to do the history, I had to do the science. Wasn't even gonna talk about this stuff. You see, I'll be so what I'm saying, I'll be studying a bunch of stuff. I just don't be talking about it. Radiation comes from uranium. Uranium, Uranus, Aquarius, astrology, occult, the occult language, prediction, cryptocurrency, all Uranus. So that's why I'm into all that stuff. I'm into all that stuff. NFTs, all this shit. That's Uranus/uranium/radiation. So radiation in the air puts you in a Uranian mindset naturally. Naturally, you're put into a Uranian mindset. And anybody who's been here, that's why people love it here. Anybody who's came to visit, you know what I mean? They love coming to Vegas. People still come to Vegas in the pandemic. You know how many people still coming to this bitch? Don't give a fuck about no pandemic. They still coming to the Mojave Desert because they know there's rituals that need to be conducted here. There's certain things you need to do here that set off spirals, as they call the butterfly effect. The butterfly effect. Whatever you do here will travel with you. That's why I say this, the profound effect Vegas has had on me. I can't not be Vegas. It's like I'm from Detroit, but it's like I'm Vegas. It's like I can't not be Vegas. I've lived in California or Los Angeles, lived in these cities, but I'm Vegas all the way. I can't deny that. I can't deny that at all. I would be different if I was anywhere else. I would not have became a Uranian if I was somewhere else. I would have became a Plutonian or a Neptunian. It just depends on what the atmosphere is like. Where's the island of Isis? Now, when you say the island of Isis, like, what do you mean by the island of Isis? Are you talking about there's supposed to be an island of Isis? Let me just look it up, because I just want to make sure that I know what you're speaking about. Is it supposed to be in America, or are you just talking about it in general? So wait, let me see. Island of Isis. You see, here we go. Y'all about to keep me on here another hour. Here we go with this Island of Isis. And they're taking me to a book. There's a book called Island of Isis, but I don't think that's what you're speaking about. Yet we have Underground Railroad in a historic district and lots of underground bunkers. Exactly. Every city has secrets that you have to discover. And that is what makes you a supreme being in your particular city. If you acknowledge the spirit of your city, you grow in rank. So I'm always talking about spiritual rank. Well, how do you grow in spiritual rank? You have to acknowledge the spirit of your city. Excuse me. I mean, when you said the land of Nevada is Osiris and Set. No, I was speaking about Arizona. And so let me clarify that. So Set is a god of the desert. So that's why I said Set. And I said Osiris because Osiris is, the phallus of Osiris is in Hollywood, underneath the Hollywood cross. If you want to know more about that, study Linda Goodman. She was, she's the one that wrote the popular book Sun Signs in like the 60s. So Linda Goodman. So she's who brought that science to the world. So study Linda Goodman. But in terms of Set is the god of the desert. So when I say I had to go to the desert to meet Set, or the Grand Canyon in Arizona. But again, I'm not saying that like I did that purposefully. I didn't. See that? So that's what I'm saying. I didn't purposely meet Asar. I didn't know. Okay, I'm about to go to the Grand Canyon. I'm about to go to Arizona to meet Set. That was not the goal. It just happened. I'm like, wait a minute. God damn. It was just so obvious. It's like literally somebody wrote down a phone number, and when you look at that phone number upside down, it looks like Set. And it's like on TV, they're showing a documentary about Egyptian gods, and they're zooming in on Set. It's like this shit it was abnormal. So just imagine you're looking at a TV, you're watching an astrology program. For whatever reason, they start talking about Egyptian gods, and now they're zooming in on Set as you're looking at this piece of paper that somebody else wrote down. Was in a hotel, so somebody just wrote down the Wi-Fi code or some shit, and it looks like Set. It's like, wait, this is SET. In the hour of Saturn. It was an hour of Saturn and a day of Saturn. And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm seeing Set in the hour of Saturn, and it looks like Set is wrote on this piece of paper that's right in front of me, and all this is occurring at the same time. I'm like, this is Set. Like, Set is reaching out. How is he not? And again, I don't want to bring gender into it, but I'm like, this is Set. Set is making itself known. So that wasn't something I was seeking. So that's what I'm saying. So I wasn't seeking Asar. I wasn't seeking Set. But they came to me. So that's why I'm like, oh, so my spiritual journey kind of got kicked off with Asar. But then when I went to the Grand Canyon, I met Set, who is the older brother of Asar. So that's what I mean by, this is spiritual rank. Set didn't come to me first. Asar came to me first. So once I acknowledged Asar and I started to evolve in my understanding, put in that spiritual work, then here comes Set, which is 10 years later. So you can say that Osiris incident happened like 10 years ago. That situation with Set happened recently when I went to the Grand Canyon. I think it was 2020. I think it was 2020, 2019, 2020, end of 2019, 2020. I don't remember the exact date. Yeah, I don't remember the exact date. So yeah, was it the 2019 or 2020? So then again, Set came to me, the older brother, after I had evolved spiritually, just letting me know it's time for you to enter into deeper mysteries. Right, so that's why I started showing the Baphomet in the background and all that. So I was doing all that to acknowledge Set, because Set literally came to me personally. I'm like, that ain't something that I planned. That ain't something that I could have conspired in my own mind. It was as profound to me as it was to anyone hearing it. I'm like, I didn't know deities work like that. I'm like, these motherfuckers is running up on me type shit. I didn't know they work like that. But that's what they do. It's like, I wasn't somebody who was just watching somebody, oh, this spirit came to me, this spirit came to me. People say that all the time. They talk to spirits and they communicate with spirits. Cool. But then when it's happening to you, you're like, wait a minute. And it's not something in your mind. So that's what I'm saying. It's not something in my mind. This is something that's on TV. It's zooming in at a particular hour, and I see the imagery right in front of my face. I'm like, wait a minute. This is something greater than what I realize. So again, when situations like that happen, it's profound. It changes you. So when Asar came to me, that changed me. When Set came to me, that changed me. I'm like, damn. Because now I have to recalibrate myself. Because Asar is supposed to be the righteous God, right? Asar is supposed to be righteousness, the upstanding one. So when you talking about Set, I'm like, oh, Set, that's like amorality. The amoral God comes. I'm like, oh, fuck. The murderer comes. Right? The blood spiller comes. Like, oh, okay. So when I speak about amorality, I'm like, okay. Evolution. Time for me to get off of that self-righteous path and go towards amorality. Because once you study the story of Set, then like, oh, okay. The story of Set is deeper than just him killing Osiris or Asar. Set was also a guardian for Ra. When Ra descended into the underworld, he was guarded by Set. So Set actually fights off Apep, which is pure chaos. So the only one that fights off pure chaos is Set. So he assists Ra in the underworld and he fights off Apep. So he is a guardian of Ra when Ra descends into the underworld. So I'm like, oh, fuck. So I'm like, oh, me descending into the underworld. So Set is saying, I got you. Set is saying, I got you. Oh, you ready to take that boat into the underworld? I got you. I'm gonna guard you from all this wickedness. Blah. Mind blown. Time to go deep, motherfucker. Oh, okay. What was I supposed to do? Refuse? What was I supposed to do? So that's when I started talking more about the Inferno, right? The Inferno mystery. So I'm like, oh, this is more than just me trying to be cool. This is more than just my path. This is now the deities are reaching out, letting me know that I got you. Don't worry about it. Keep going in the direction you're going, and you don't have any fear. So that's what Set is about. Set is about not having fear, and coming into, your self-power, but in a amoral fashion. So Set came into power after he killed Asar. Then he took the throne after Asar. So then when he fought Haru, they merged into Haru Set. The two became one. Haru Set. So there's a god called Haru Set. It's a double-headed god. It has the head of Set and the head of Haru or Horus in one body. So I'm like, So again, you see, that's what I mean. Like when the spirit worked, the spirit ain't telling you every goddamn thing all at once. It's like I had to combine the actual experience with the research and further research to truly understand what was going on. So even at the time that it happened, I didn't fully say the same way I just explained it to you. I didn't have all these pieces together when it happened to me. I had to piece it together after the fact. Damn, why did that happen? I had to go do my research to figure out, oh, why did that just happen? Just like with Asar. Damn, why did Asar just come to me? Why did that happen? I didn't know at the time. I had to dig deeper and get the proper research to understand what was going on. So I'm just explaining, this is just how the spirit works and comes to me. So the fact that they were Egyptian deities. See, here's the thing. We can say with Set, okay, Set came to me because, okay, I acknowledged the Egyptian energy. But that wasn't the case with Asar. It was because of Asar that I acknowledged the Egyptian energy. See, that's the difference. Like when Asar came to me, I wasn't Egyptian, dog. I wasn't rocking Unks. I wasn't studying Egypt. The only thing I had did at that point was play with Yu-Gi-Oh cards. That was the closest I got to Egypt. So when Asar came to me, that's what made me want to rock Unks. That's what made me want to study Egyptian culture. That's what made me want to go deeper into my studies. It was after that, because I'm trying to figure out what's going on. So you could say Asar introduced me into the Egyptian mysteries. But then Set came like, okay, you got the light. Now it's time to go into the dark. Now it's time to go into those Clip-Orphic tunnels, because the Clip-Orphic tunnels are called the 22 tunnels of Set. So when we're talking about the Clip-Orphic tunnels, they're called the 22 tunnels of Set. So the fact that Set came to me in the desert, it's like, okay, it's time to descend into those 22 tunnels, and don't worry about it, I got you. So I'm like, oh, again, it took me some time to piece it together. So I know I'm speaking coherently now, but it took some time to piece all those things together. Yes, Linda Goodman, yes. So yeah, if you want to know about the story of Osiris and the Holy Cross in Hollywood, you have to study her, because she mentions these things in her book. I don't remember what the name of the book is, but there's a book where she mentions this. I appreciate that. Blue Mahogany Queen. Definitely so much love. So much love for you as well. Like Lilith is to me and Isis. Exactly. Isis would be the moon. Then Lilith would be the dark moon. Right? So Isis is the moon. Lilith is the dark moon. The dark moon represents Neptune, because all the attributes of Neptune used to apply to the moon before Neptune was discovered. So all of the attributes we associate with Neptune used to be associated with the moon. Right? So all that mysticism, all that spookiness, all that was associated with the moon originally. Once we discovered Neptune, all of those darker mysteries got placed on Neptune, which is the number 7. So that's why Lilith and Isis, they are connected, because one is a light moon, one is a dark moon. One is the moon and one is Neptune, the number 2 and the number 7. And just showing you the balance between the two, the balance between the light and the dark moon. That's why Lilith is amoral and Isis is about morality. So when you work with Isis, you know she's a very moral god or goddess. She's very moral. But then when you work with Lilith, she introduces you to amorality. So Isis introduces you to morality, then Lilith introduces you to amorality. So those are just chambers of mysteries. So when you're introduced to morality, then you understand amorality after being introduced to morality, right? So that's why I keep mentioning amorality, because that is a message from the goddess. So that's when you deal with the goddess, that's why the goddess has been so compressed, because she teaches you amorality. Whether it's Lilith, whether it's Marie Padhilla, Palm Bagheera, Lady Death, La Santissima, whatever goddess, because the goddesses are in charge of the death courts, right? So if we're talking about death cults, Kali, these are ran by goddesses. So even gangs, thugs, this is Kali. Just again, do your history about the Thuggies. The Thuggies worshipped Kali, a goddess, not a god. The Thuggies worship Kali. They sacrificed to Kali, and they were not allowed to spill a drop of blood. That's just how spiritual they was with their murder game. They were not allowed to spill a drip of blood. So that's why when you study the Thuggies, you realize when they killed, they suffocated. They just suffocated your ass. They were not allowed to spill blood, because death or murder in their mind was an offering to Kali, their goddess. So all that is the Great Mother. That's Kali for you. So again, the thugs, the G's, the gangsters, all that's Kali. That's the Great Mother. That's La Santissima. That's not even ruled by a god. That's why it's so extraordinary. So it's a goddess that rules over that, not a god. But again, who else is gonna tell you that but me? You have a Cash App? Just to show some love, the Cash App is right on screen here. Money sign Asha Renew. It's right there for you. So the Cash App is money sign Asha Renew. So that's why I want to bring all these things full circle here, because ain't nobody else gonna tell you that. Kali is the ultimate transformation for alpha males. Exactly. That's why we have to acknowledge our opposite. That's my whole point. We have to acknowledge our opposite. So as a male, you must acknowledge the feminine. As a woman, you must acknowledge the masculine. So that's why it's easier. So yeah, it's kind of, you wouldn't think of it like that, but that's the reality. We wouldn't think like, okay, Kali rules over gangsters, or Kali rules over thugs. Or a woman or a goddess rules over thugs. We wouldn't think like that naturally, but that is the reality of it. We have the documentation to prove it. So when you go to Tupac, who brought thug life to the world, that's why Tupac was speaking about Eastern mysteries. See, people don't put the story together. Why was he talking about reincarnation? That's an Eastern concept. He was introducing Eastern concepts to the Western world. Just think about it. I wonder if heaven got a ghetto. Where do real thugs? What happens when thugs die? Why is he introducing these concepts? Where did this come from? I got the spirit of a thug in me. Where is this coming from? Where do you think this shit is coming? But again, it's just over most people's heads. But that's why Pac is still loved to this day, because he was introducing Eastern concepts into the Western world. So you can see a lot of his music is Eastern concepts. Again, reincarnation. Again, heaven for thugs. All these things are Eastern. He's introducing Eastern, and who rules over that? Kali. Exactly. Went to California after he got out of jail. It's plain to see for those who got the eyes. It's very plain for those who can acknowledge it. But for everybody else, he was just another rapper. To everybody else, he was just another rapper. But to those who are spiritual, you know better. And again, I know that, it is what it is. Like I said, I interacted with his spirit. He died here in Las Vegas. So I went to the death site, and he let me know what was up. He told me, welcome to, this is Death Valley. Pac was like Anubis. So if we want to go with deities, Anubis. I appreciate the Cash App. Mine too. Salute to you, homie. And even that, that's an Egyptian god. See, I didn't know that at first. But mine too. I had to learn about that. the warrior god. So let me just acknowledge you. So that's what it is. So this is what I'm saying. It's like this is all mostly personal experience. Like I said, I wasn't a person that cared about this stuff until I began to have personal experiences. I'm like, yo, I gotta explain this shit. I had to explain it. I'm not saying I had to. I just had a grand desire to try to understand what was going on. I have thug life on my knuckles. See, yeah, I see you, Mary. I see you. Okay, cool. So there's a reason for that. So that's what people don't realize. That's what people don't realize. So yes, Pac was, he was the reincarnation. I appreciate that, Lady Owl. I appreciate the cash app. Thank you so much. Pac was introducing these concepts to the new generation. That's why his music went beyond the 20th century. Remember, Pac had so much music that he was releasing albums like every year till about what 2006? I think that's when Pac's Life came out. Pac's Life came out in 2006. So Pac was releasing albums well into the new millennia. That's why they acknowledge him. Machiavelli has Cali name on it. There you go. See, for those who have the eyes to see, it's very clear. It's very clear for those who can see. But again, if y'all want more information about Machiavelli, I did 2 videos on it. It's called Machiavelli Magic. I did Machiavelli Magic Part 1 and Part 2. Part 1 I did in Los Angeles. So Part 1 I was in Los Angeles when I did it. Part 2 I was in Las Vegas. So I did Part 1 in Los Angeles, Part 2 in Las Vegas. And I go into way greater detail than I am now. So I speak more about the Thuggies in Part 2. I didn't speak about the Thuggies in Part 1. I more so spoke about his music and how his music is occult. So that was more so Part 1. So I'm speaking about the All Eyes on Me and basically just the lyrics. The lyrics was, again, it was unlike anything else. Again, that's why Pac has such a dominant presence. It's because who else was speaking about Eastern concepts in the 90s other than Pac? So that's what it is. That's why they had to get him out of here. They had to get him out of here. They tried to kill him in New York. They was unsuccessful. Remember, he was supposed to die in New York in 1994 at that studio. They were unsuccessful. He took 2 bullets to the head. Who was surviving 2 shots to the fucking head? Who's doing that? Other than a deity. So this is what I'm trying to get people to understand here. This is what I'm trying to get people to understand here. And not for me, this is for the legacy of Machiavelli. Because I know it's real. I remember lighting a candle for him. I remember and the Machiavelli Magic 2. In the video, in Machiavelli Magic 2, I lit a candle on the video. Soon as I got done with the video, I felt the presence. I knew it was a presence because the hair on my body began to stand up. The hair on my body began to stand up. My little nephew, he was I don't know how old he was. My nephew, he may have been 4 or 5 years old. And he can see spirits too, because he's a shaman. You know, my little nephew, he had the signs of a shaman. It's like there are certain signs that you're born with. He was born with signs. He was born with a lot of signs of shaman, so he's a shaman. But he was able to see the spirit, because like as the hair started to stand up on the back of my hand, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? He's looking directly at the spirit. His face is frozen, and he's looking like, what the fuck is going on? And I'm like, all right, so it ain't just me. I got a child looking directly at the spirit. I'm like, who else could that be? So it's like, as soon as I did that video, spirit came right through because of what I was saying in that video. I was speaking about the thuggies in part 2. So that's the whole thing. So that's how I know it's real. So again, it's 2 or 3 instances. You know, a Pac coming to me in spirit. Like I said, when I was at his death site, not his death site, because he died in the hospital where he was shot on Koval. I think Flamingo and Koval. He was shot at Flamingo and Koval. I heard his voice. His voice was like, "Welcome to Death Valley." He told me like, "Welcome to Death Valley." I'm like, who the fuck is that? I remember hearing that voice. I'm like, who the fuck is that? Who just said that? But then I look up. I'm on Koval. I'm like, fuck, this is where Pac got shot. Like, why the fuck would he say that? Welcome to Death Valley. Like, oh, because he's fucking Anubis. Who the fuck else is welcome to Death Valley? Anubis, the god of the underworld? Who the fuck else would say that shit? Who the fuck else would say it? So I'm like, oh, Pac was Anubis. Anyway. You see what I mean? I'll never get off talking about, because this is just so dear to my spirit. This is dear to my spirit. I think this is the longest live stream that I've ever done in the history of YouTube. So, salute to this record. I don't think I ever did a 9-hour live stream. Yeah, my, what was it? The longest was 8 hours. 8 hours is some change, but now we about to hit 9 hours. So this is now the longest live stream I've ever done. But this is just, I'm passionate when it comes to this spirit. You see, when I start talking about the spirit, fuck time. I ain't worried about none of that. I appreciate that, the Nubian hippie. I appreciate that. This is like a live lecture. It's cause, you know, I'm just doing it like the ancestors did, man. We all came up listening to Bobby. We all know what Bobby did. Hours. So I'm like, I gotta come with that same spirit. I can't say that I'm coming out, you know, I'm coming with this, and I can't do that. We already know. Salute to the first. I appreciate you so much, Callie. I'm glad that you was here for it. Perhaps you can do 24-hour live ASMR videos. So yeah, I know what you mean. Like how people be having like the 24/7 lo-fi videos and stuff that they just have just looping. They basically just have loop. Sure, I would have no problem doing that. I would just have to have enough content. So once I cook up enough content, enough hertz. So once I get hertz, so like I said, I got the 33 hertz. So I gotta put out at least 10 hertz. So that'll be about an hour or so. So yeah, in the future. So yeah, I just gotta craft up some more hertz. So, you know, I'm gonna continue to do that. I'm gonna continue to do the ASMR. I'm gonna continue to do the hertz. Because again, I know that, you know, people acknowledge ASMR, and that's what we need. We need to sleep better. So on top of doing the live streams, I'm gonna continue to do the hertz, different frequencies. I'm gonna continue to upload different frequencies, but you know, I'm not just. It's a process. That's why the hertz sound different. You're not gonna hear that from anywhere else. You're not gonna hear that because I'm doing that manually. So like all those sounds you hear, for those who have listened to the hertz, that's me manually. That's manual. That's not automatic. I didn't just generate 33 hertz and just no. This is 33 hertz, but then I'm playing it. So when you hear the variations in the hertz, that's me with my hands. I'm doing all that for 10 minutes. So this is 10 minutes. So for 10 minutes, that's because why? Because I wanted to reduce the redundancy. Because if I just had 33 hertz and that's just all it would become redundant. It would just be too redundant. It would be too flat. So to make it psychedelic or wavy, basically. So to make it wavy, I had to put my own hands to it, basically. So when you hear my hertz, that's not just me uploading a hertz frequency. That's me actually, for 10 minutes, I'm hitting keys on the board. So that's what makes it unique than anybody else. So. But yeah, it's tedious. But it's necessary. It works out in the end. I appreciate that, Natasha. I appreciate you as well. I see you de-strutted. You can feel the difference with your ASMR, and that's what I'm saying, is because it's a personal touch to it. It's not machine-like. It's not artificial intelligence. That's that human touch. So it has that human touch. So that's why I want to continue. I was hoping you would do like Bobby. Thank you. I appreciate that, because we already know. You know, it's infinite love and respect for the ancestors, but mainly Bobby. I say mainly Bobby because he was the first one that I acknowledged. Because he was I think even to this day, he's like the only one that speaks about the spirit. And the way he does, it wasn't, who else is speaking about the spirit like Bobby? He's talking about his actual interactions, like, yo, I did this, and this was happening. He's talking about his personal experience. I don't know who else is speaking about personal experience when they're talking about spirits. Yes, they may talk about the ideology of the spirit, but they ain't talking about personal experience. So Bobby was letting you know about, this is what's personally, even if it was embarrassing, he's still letting you know the spirit. This is how it works. So I don't know anyone else who was doing that or who is doing that. But because I'm in the path now, I understand why. I get it. That's how you know, like, all right, everybody's not qualified to do what he did. Everybody's not qualified to do what he did. Because it ain't too many people having experiences like he was having. But it's because he was amoral. Let's not get this shit twisted, because he was amoral. Bobby was amoral. So don't play any games here. That's why he was having the experiences he was having. He wasn't dealing in the realm of righteousness. He wasn't trying to be this righteous black man or whatever we're striving to be. He wasn't trying to do any of that. He said, fuck all that shit. He dealt in his amorality. And he also acknowledged the 93. He may not have ever said 93, but he mentioned he has lectures about AWAS. He has full-blown lectures about AWAS, which is 93. So that's why I say if anybody was my teacher, it's Bobby, because he was the one that acknowledged 93. He never said 93 like I say 93, but he acknowledged AWAS. That's what made me study AWAS. That's what made me study the Lima. Okay, what's going on here? Let me see what he's talking about. So definitely Bobby was letting me know how real it was, because he was talking about his experiences with AWAS. He had direct experience with AWAS. So I'm like, oh, so not only is this just a spirit that came to Crowley, this is an active spirit. This spirit is active. So I'm like, you ain't gonna get that from nobody else. You're not gonna get that from nobody else. So that's why he's so special. That's why he's so special. Cause he just outworked everybody else. Who got more videos than Bobby? He just outworked everybody else. That's how I knew. I'm like, man, something. Who else is giving 6-hour lectures on the regular? 6+ hours on the regular? It gotta be spiritual. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't not say it's spiritual. It's making me want to watch some Bobby right now. I want to watch some Bobby right now, just speaking about it, because it's just like, what are you gonna do? He was for the new millennia. He was for the new millennia. He was for these times. He started lecturing in 92, 93, but he was lecturing all the way up to 2011. About 19 years. He got 19 years. 19 fucking years, almost 20 years of data that you can access. Who the fuck else got that much works? 20 years worth of fucking lectures. Who else got that? All right then. I'm not saying that other people don't, because obviously there was, you got Phil Valentine and such. So you had people that's been around that long, but that's a whole different energy. And again, no disrespect to them, but it's just a whole different energy. But those were the most advanced people. The most advanced people was either Bobby or Phil Valentine. So some people acknowledge Bobby if you were more into the spirit. You acknowledge Bobby if you were more into, you would say, the metaphysical. If you're more into the metaphysical, you would acknowledge Phil Valentine. So it really was about the type of person you were. What is this? I appreciate the Cash App, Charlie. I think that's, or share it. Let me not say that. Yeah, Charlie. Charlie Love Butter. I appreciate you. There we go. See what I'm saying? 9 hours. So yeah, we didn't fucking set a record. We didn't broke some records for the 2022. You can feel it from your heart plus spirit. That's why I try to be pure, you know. I understand how important energy is. So that's why I try to be pure when I come on here. I try to be pure because I understand how valuable energy is. So it's just deeper than what I'm saying. It's just way deeper than just the words that I'm manifesting. Because the spirit can be felt. So I just try to be pure. So when I come before you, when I come before this cipher is sacred to me. This is a sacred cipher to me. So I want to be as pure as I can. Let me remove all of the bullshit and let me just speak the truth. And that's what it is, you know. I'm watching after, yeah, I'm definitely gonna check out Bobby. Like, yeah, just speaking on his name just make me wanna, you know what I mean, connect with the energy. So it's beautiful because it's beautiful. That's what it is. It's beauty. It was done out of pure love. It wasn't done, again, he speaks about it. It was just pure love. It's pure love. That's just, there's no other way to call it. His works will outlive him. And that's all we can ever aspire to. All we can ever aspire to do is for our works to outlive us. That's all we can aspire to do. So when you have works that will outlive you, what else could you ask for? When you're dead and gone and people are still connecting to your spirit, they're still giving you praise, they're still giving you energy because of the work you did while you was here. That's what we do for Pac. We still praise Pac. He been gone over 20 years. We still praise him because he's praiseworthy. He's praiseworthy, right? And that goes for anybody who's been gone and their works still show, improve. Mother Teresa. So I don't want to just acknowledge the men, but also the women. Mother Teresa. I know that's far off. But yeah, we got women too. Their works will outlive them because of that their hearts were pure as gold. I'll just say it like that. When your heart is pure as gold, your works will outlive you because now it's coming from divine love, not human love. Divine love. You got so many videos here. It's 20 years of videos, basically. It's 20 years of videos. So, just when you think you saw them all, there's more to see. But you gotta go to the Patreon though. Not the videos on YouTube. Because that's not all the videos. Some videos you gotta pay for. You know, you gotta sign up for the Patreon. All his videos ain't even released yet. That's the crazy part. All of the videos ain't even released yet. It's crazy. You know what I mean? There's no other way to describe that but spiritual. So Bobby's whole house was dedicated to the spirits. Absolutely. No doubt about that. Because that's what I saw when I had a dream about him. I never met him in my life. I never been in his house. But I had a dream about him, and that's all I saw. With spiritual energy, spiritual artifacts. It was something I've never seen before. So yeah, I know that. So I have an image of what you're speaking about. The whole house is just full of currency, spiritual currency. I completely understand that. But yeah, he was definitely one of the greatest souls to ever walk the planet. There's no doubt about it. You know what I mean? So I'm humbled even speaking about it. It's like I'm humbled when I speak about Pac, when I speak about Magickal, because these were great souls. Especially once we remove the personalization out of it. Fuck what Pac did in his personal life. Fuck what Bobby did in his personal life. We're talking about the works that they produced that outlives them. Because that's what matters. That's what truly matters. Because yeah, it took love. It's like Pac didn't have a lot of money either. See, that's what people don't realize. Pac was like a lot of what we saw Pac with was gifts. Like a lot of jewelry. Like Pac didn't have a lot of money. He didn't have a lot. Like his album had just came out. Like the same year he died. His album came out the same year he died. All Eyes on Me came out February 1996. He was gone in September. In the music industry, it takes about 6 months to recoup, to get that first check. So he died before he can even get the residuals from his music that he released, that went platinum in 6 minutes. It's another fun fact. All Eyes on Me, 2 discs, went platinum in 6 fucking minutes. Tell me what other album went platinum in 6 minutes? Under 10 minutes, the album is fucking platinum. This has never happened before. It's funny. But you see, the man don't get the credit that he deserves. See, people acknowledge him, but they don't really know. They ain't really dug into the history. Especially the newer generation. Like, they know what they know about him, but they don't know the influence that he had. They didn't know it was people crying, losing their minds when he died. Right outside the hospital. It was people don't remember this shit. People were lined up outside of the hospital when he got shot. Whole crowd. Just to make sure they was sending him energy. Motherfuckers don't understand this shit. They don't understand this shit. Who the fuck else do you know that got shot? That people came to give them their currency. Not money, currency. People came to give their currency because of the love they had for that man. Who else is doing that? What other rapper you know that got shot and people stood outside the hospital when he was there for days? He was in the hospital, 7 days? People were outside of that hospital for days. Not necessarily coherent, but every day there were people, a whole crowd gathered, sending currency to make sure he got through it. That's why he was alive for 7 fucking days. You see, the spirit be coming through, and I'm like, oh. So this is gonna make me go on a tangent. It's gonna make me go on a tangent. How do you think he survived for 7 days? It's because of the energy, the currency. How do you think he did that? He could have actually pulled through. It was his mother that made a decision to take him off of life support. It wasn't that his body failed. It was his mother's decision to do so. And again, that was her decision to make. It was her decision to make. We can say she was under pressure, because why is it that she died before his movie came out? His mother, Afeni, died before his movie came out. You think that's a coincidence? So the same way they took out Pac, they took out his mom. You think it's a coincidence? It ain't no coincidence. So that's why I'm like, it's just so many layers to that. It's just so many layers. It's so many layers. And then, you know, we always compare Pac and Big. There would be no Big without Pac. Pac was Big's big brother. You know, so as much praise as we give to Big for his lyrical ability, there would be no Big without Pac. Just like, that's why Pac was mad at Big in the first place. Like, yo, I brought you through the door. What the fuck? You know, you get with Puffy and all these people. Now you dissing me. So Pac was hurt. But again, I don't want to get too deep into the beef. I'm just, you know, because when we acknowledge Pac, you know, we acknowledge Big. But Big was a little brother of Pac. Pac gave Big the game before Big knew. Like I said, Pac brought Big, he brought Big out on stage. Big's first performance, Pac brought him out. But again, this is already known for those who know. So I'm just bringing that up to say that as great as Big was, lyrically, we still got to give some praise to Pac, even for that. For introducing the world to Big. And that in the way he did. So we still have to give that praise to Pac. So, you know, people focus on the beef. People focus on the beef between them, but it was deeper than beef. They had love for each other at one point. And I don't think it ever died. I don't think Pac didn't just stop having love for Big. He may not like him. But that's what I'm saying. Personally, their personal lives may have crossed. But they still had love for each other. There's no doubt about that. Then they got a song together. I think it's called Running from the Police. They got a song together. So it's like they had love for each other. And I think Big still had love for Pac even after he died. Or before he died and after he died, of course. So again, I'm just saying all that to say. Again, I just feel the spirit. That's all. So yeah, I didn't mean to go off into a tangent. But it's just, I guess, these Egyptian spirits and Pac being Anubis. Ain't nobody else gonna tell you that either. So don't expect to find that anywhere else. And the only reason I know is because I went to the actual site and got the revelation and then had to decode it. So he didn't come to tell me, okay, I'm Anubis. No, it didn't happen like that. Like, welcome to Death Valley. I'm okay, well, who was the guardian of Death Valley? Who was the guardian of death? Who was the lord of the underworld before Osiris? Before Osiris, it was Anubis. Anubis was the lord of the underworld before Osiris. So, therefore, Pac had to be Anubis. Or you can even say Set. If you want to go deep with it, you can say Pac was Set. If you want to go there with it. But we just keep it to Anubis to keep it clean. Bro, there's a Pac poster in a girl's bedroom in an ad right on this app as I listen. That's how the spirit moves. You see, I didn't know nothing about that. Pac put Big on, exactly. No coincidence. Definitely all of these spirits are amongst us. Because the spirit never dies. That's why you keep people's name alive, because it keeps the spirit alive, right? What books do you read? Because I'm getting into the Kabbalion. Read the Book of the Law and the Book of Thoth. That's all you need. But that's my recommendation to you. But in terms of, you ask me what books am I reading, I got books that I paid for I ain't even read yet. So let me look into my Kindle. I done been buying books I didn't even get to yet. I didn't even get to these books yet. So I can just let me just tell you the books I've purchased, but I haven't even read yet. Astrological wise, I'm reading the clockwise system the housewise, the clockwise. Why am I saying housewives? Housewives. What you that's crazy. You already know. You already know that's what housewives of Atlanta. That's crazy. That's crazy. The clockwise house system. That's what I'm reading. I'm also reading this book called Obeya, Ifa, Palo Meombes, Trill. I don't know, I can, wait, let me see if I can show you the title. Hold on. Trill. This is for the runes. So astrology wise, it's the clockwise house system for runes. It's called Troll Run. Ifa. Hold on. Ifa. I know this may be backwards, so it is what it is. Obeya. Anyway. What is it, Saint Cyprian? Saint Cyprian. Cyprain. Yeah, you can't see that at all. Anyway, got a bunch of books in here. The Occult Basis of ASMR. That's probably one you wasn't expecting. Wasn't expecting that one. The Occult Basis of ASMR. Again, it's probably backwards. The Occult Basis of ASMR. For those who may not know, ASMR is occultic. That's why I'm into it. It's more than what we realize it is. Anyway, what else? The Egyptian Tree of Life. Again, I got books on books. I don't get to them in a timely fashion though. The Egyptian Tree of Life. Alright. So I'm just showing you the title, so just in case you want to check it out. Fitra Science. So I'm all over the place. So Fitra Science. Fitra Science. So that's Islamic. What else we got here? Salat al-Wasta, the middle pillar. Salat al-Wasta. Salat al-Wasta. See if you can see it. There we go. The middle pillar. What else we got? Theology of Time, of course. All praise is due to the messenger. Theology of time. Pambagira Ishu. So it's a book called Ishu. It's a book called Pambagira. This is the Ishu book. This is the cover. Ishu. Ishu in the Kubanda. It's called Ishu in the Kubanda. The Knight of something. I don't know the full title here. Let's see. It's Pambagira. Pambagira, not Gira, Pambagira. Pambagira. We can keep going. Palo Mayombe. Palo Mayombe, the Garden of Blood and Bones. Let's see. Again, this is just a Kindle. This ain't the PDFs. My library is crazy. I have hundreds of PDFs. It's stupid ridiculous. Just, compiled over the years. And like I said, the clockwise house system. Clockwise house system. Alright. So that's just a little peek into my library. Then I have some more graphic things in here that I probably shouldn't show. Midpoints. Let's see. Okay. I don't think they let me show the title. Hold on. Let's see if I can show you the title here. Oh, here it is. Oops. Midpoints. Identify and integrate midpoints into horoscope synthesis. So y'all get the point. Y'all see where my mind is. It's just a quick look into the Kindle. Alright. Where we at with it? Damn, bro, you getting it in? Yeah, of course. That's funny. No, it's just good energy though. It's just good energy. I said when I'm around these long ass lives, it's just good energy. That's why I say I appreciate it. So no, I don't be coming on too often. So that's why when I do come on, I want to make sure that I cover a lot of ground. So if I don't show up for another week or something, then you can always get it in nonetheless. Rest in peace, X. R.I.P. So I don't know if you're talking about DMX or XXX Tentacion, I believe. But rest in peace to them both. Legends. would like to see more Pac posters in decorative settings. Usually I see Marilyn Monroe or Bob Marley because they're more safer. If you put Pac up anywhere, it's gonna bring a certain energy. Just like if you put Marilyn Monroe up or Bob Marley up, it brings a certain energy. It brings a certain energy. But that's also a reason you don't see too much Pac, because it brings a certain energy, aka the thug energy, right? So if you ain't trying to deal with that, then you probably wouldn't have Pac up. You know, so it's darker mysteries. It's darker mysteries. I appreciate that, Mary. Salute. Salute. I like learning books mostly about manifestation and how to manifest your desires. Which books would you recommend for manifestation? Again, that's more Eastern. It's more New Agey. Well, I recommend the Master Key System. So if you're all about manifestation, the Master Key System. That's all you need right there, the Master Key System. Oh, wait a minute. That's what I'm listening to, the Kabbalion. What's up, Miles? You always showing love, Miles. So salute to you. But you see, I be keeping up with you too. So salute to you. You be showing a lot of love, but you see, I stay right there with you. Always acknowledge you back too. Always acknowledge you back. But yeah, I used to listen to books, like audio books. I used to do that. I don't do too much of that now. I don't know. I don't know. I think I just got over it. So you see all these books I got. It's like I don't think I own a single audio book. I guess that's just not my medium. Even though I would create an audio book. This would be a whole fucking audio book. Imagine that. This is how long they take. They be about what, 6, 7, 8 hours? This would be this whole fucking audio book. So you see, I can do this easy. So if I had to do an audio book, just speaking, I can do that easy. But if I have to take time and write it, it's a whole different process. It'd be a lot more eloquent. Because that's what I try to do. When I write, I try to be as eloquent as I can. But you know, when I speak, I'm just saying any goddamn thing. Not saying anything, but it's not filtered. I'm not trying to talk nice. That'd be cool if you did an audio book. Yeah, sure. I think I just need an app to do it, really. I know it ain't too hard to do. I just need an app. I just have to edit it. But I will have to do something like question and answer form. See, I don't like reading books like just long for no reason. So that's kind of why I didn't want to do. I didn't want to write no 300, 400 page book. Really wanted to keep just doing a question and answer format, so people can get to what they're looking for. So do it in like question and answer format. So I think I can do something like that. So a book in question and answer format. Not just give these long drawn out answers. So I think that'd be more useful than me just writing a book about one topic, basically. So instead of me doing a book about one topic, it's like I don't even care to do that. You see, I can't even speak about one topic in these videos. So to just be able to just speak on one topic, I don't think that'd be useful. But if I can do a question and answer format, speaking about all things, then I can probably do that pretty much easy. Any authors or books recommended for, what is this, demonotry? What is it, demonotry? Wait a minute. Demonotry, what is that? Wow, I never saw it in that way. Hold on. Demonotry. Yeah. What the hell is this? What is that? Demon tree. Is both a magical practice and a religion. The basis of demonry, without being confused with demon on demonry, is a religion. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. The basis of what is this demon? Oh, what is it? I see. Demonolatry, demolatry. Oh. Very interesting. Okay, so it's the worship of demons and or practicing ritual magic with the aid of entities known as demons. I see what you're talking about. I had to do some research. I'm like, I appreciate the marathon. I fell asleep and I'm still rocking. Yeah, you saw that? I know, putting motherfuckers to sleep. That's crazy. It was funny. I can only imagine doing a lecture and just seeing people falling asleep like that. And this motherfucker is still talking. You goddamn right. So the same way Bobby used to bring in the spirits, y'all remember that? For fans of Bobby, y'all remember that when he would call out spirits before he did his lectures, and he would say that's what charged him up. Even though I'm not working with any spirits though, I'm sober as fuck right now. No drugs, no alcohol, no food, water. Like there's literally nothing in my system right now. But no, demonology is different than demonotry. As I see now, it's not the same thing. So demonology is not the same as demon. I thought it was until I just had to do my research. I'm like, oh no, those are actually two different. It's two different things there. Two different sciences. Any authors or books recommended for demonotry and shadow work? Well, no, I wouldn't recommend any authors other than Crowley, but I would say work with the 72 Goetia. So that would be. So read the book The Lesser Keys of Solomon by Aleister Crowley. There you go. The Lesser Keys of Solomon by Aleister Crowley. Let me make sure that that's the exact title. The Lesser Keys of Solomon. Yes. The Lesser Keys of Solomon by Aleister Crowley. That's to put you on the right path there. So it looks like that. The black book there. Lesser Keys of Solomon. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Or any of Crowley's works, really. You can't go wrong reading any of Crowley's works. So honestly, anything related to Crowley, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with that. But it's like I work with. Again, it's like I don't be reading books though. So it's like I didn't work with so many demons. It's ridiculous. But I can't really recommend a book though, cause I just work with the spirits directly. So that's why I say yeah. It's like I work with all. Hold on. Oh man. And I guess it's saying that word. But yeah, I work with all type of spirits. Just directly. So that's why, yeah, I'm like, I don't really have that many books on demonology or demetry or demon, however you say that word, demolatry. So I just work directly with the spirits. So let me think. What demons gave me a hard time? Oh yeah, yeah, how can I fucking forget? Them clip-off spirits. So yeah, you want to work with some demons, work with the demons and the clip-off. I would say those are the most powerful demons I've ever worked with. So the most powerful demons you can work with is those clip-off spirits. Sorry about that. So yeah, I guess I'm not the best for books, unfortunately, right? Even though I don't know. I just be working with them though. I just work with them. And I got all the notes. Oh yeah, I see that Mickey. Yeah. That's symbolic too. I rock Mickey because Mickey was released on my birthday. That's my connection with Mickey, so I ain't just, oh, that's cool, no. The first episode of Mickey Mouse was released November 18th. I believe in the 40s, which is my birthday. So that's why you see Mickey. I got full-fledged Mickeys right by my bed too. So I sleep with Mickey. I can go grab the Mickey right now if I wanted to. So I'm heavily connected to Mickey. Sinister Mickey. That's what Mickey said to me. Just so y'all know. So Mickey, spirit, that's a living spirit. Mickey told me, acknowledge me as sinister, Mickey. That's what he told me. Like, I am sinister. Not sinister, like evil. Sinister. Like government, like the sinister. Like, call me Sinister Mickey. Or Senator. Yeah, I'm saying it wrong. Senator, not sinister. Senator Mickey. So when I work with Mickey, Mickey told me, acknowledge me as sinister. I don't know why I'm just thinking about, because we talking about demons, so I'm thinking about sinister. Senator Mickey. That's what he said. Acknowledge him as Senator. And I'm like, damn. You do deserve that, don't you? I'm like, damn, Mickey did. Mickey created waves that people don't know. I do my own research. I do my own research on Mickey. I didn't know anything about Mickey. Not like that. But Senator Mickey. So this is what I mean. But the deities update their names. Right? I know that was unexpected. You're like, oh, the last thing you expected to see is a Mickey Mouse. But yeah, that's what I mean. The spirit moves. I didn't expect it either. I didn't know Mickey Mouse was released on my birthday. I didn't know that either. I was just drawn to this. I'm like, you know, I'm normally a person that I don't even deal with like phone covers and phone cases. I normally don't even use those. But Mickey was just speaking to me when I saw the cover. I'm like, fuck it, give me that Mickey. Then after the fact, I researched Mickey. Mickey was released on my birthday. So I didn't do that consciously. That wasn't conscious. I did not know that till after. So I already had this case. Then when I researched, I'm like, oh, Mickey was released on my birthday. Oh, that's why he was calling out to me. So this is what I mean. It's just shit like that. It's stuff like that. Then I'm like, oh, that's just too major to ignore. I'm like, damn, he was released on my birthday. That's why he's communicated with me. And he told me to call him Sinister. Not Sinister, Senator. Senator Mickey. Like, call me Senator, motherfucker. I'm like, goodness. He actually helped me with the graffiti. So I'm just keeping it real. So my graffiti game my graffiti game excelled when I started working with the Senator. It's crazy. Who the fuck would imagine that? I can show you. Let me show you right now. I can show you right now. I think I got it. I can show you right now. Hold on. I think it's in here. Yeah, it is. Here it is. Here we go. See that? That's how my graffiti started. That's what Mickey did. You see that kind of looks like Mickey? You see it kind of looks like Mickey? So when Mickey came to me, yo, do that. Do that. So my graffiti game, he got my graffiti game up. Told y'all. So let me show you. It's all type of pieces. I got all type of pieces. That's all the Senator right there. It's a Senator. I ain't playing around. That's a Senator right there. But no, I could just show you the whole thing. Hold on. I can go on and on and on and on. So my digital game, that's Senator. That's what the Senator did for me. So when I started fucking with the iPad, right? With the Apple Pencil, there it is. The Senator got me up on game. Like, yo, draw my face. Draw my face. Then it went into the graffiti. Look at this. Just all the Senator. Look at this. Anyway, y'all get the point. Let me see if I can show the whole thing here. Anyway, Mickey Mouse. The last thing you would expect, right? But that's just the spirit moving, fucking talking to me crazy. So yeah, the last thing you expect, Senator, like Senator Mickey, like goddamn. Don't call me fucking Mickey Mouse. Call me Senator Mickey. Like, oh gosh. All right, I got something for you. Bombing with Mickey, exactly. Who would have fucking thought? But when you study Mickey Mouse and the character of Mickey Mouse, you're like, oh, he is that motherfucker. He is a rebel. He really don't give a fuck. Like Mickey Mouse he's really, yeah, the Elegba. He's a trickster spirit. He's a trickster. Just look at the first episode of Mickey Mouse. See, Mickey Mouse got nicer over time. Mickey Mouse got nicer, but he started off amoral. Look at the very first episode. It's on YouTube. Look at the very first episode of Mickey Mouse. He's amoral. Ain't no nice shit. He's amoral. So once I did that research, I'm like, oh, I see exactly why it came through. Just look at how he manifested it to the world. All that nice shit is a creation. And yes, of course, all Disney is a cult. Yes, that is very true as well. Do you consider the 72 Goetia to be aspects of our subconscious mind? I mean, you can say that, and you wouldn't be wrong. You wouldn't be wrong for saying that. It's just more so, what does that mean? Until you work with all 72, do you truly know what that means? So even with saying that, okay, 72 aspects of the subconscious mind. So what does that mean though? So once you work with the 72, you realize, oh, fuck. So I would say definitely, it ain't enough to work with just a couple. I had to work with all 72. I got notes on my phone right now of every one of the 72 spirits. I documented each and every one of them. A lot of work. But yeah, they showed me some dark places though. I will say that. Like I said, I done seen fights break out right in front of me. So the Goetia is gonna show you some chaos. Expect chaos with the Goetic spirits. They will show you some fucking chaos. It's crazy shit. Had to break up fights. I'm seeing fights in front of me, breaking up fights. It's the chaos for real. Arguments. I end up arguing. You end up arguing and shit, or people around you begin arguing. Like it's just be safe with that. I would say work with the spirits outside. Don't work with those spirits. And it's a house full of people, or you got don't do that. Keep that outside the home. So if you want to work with the 72 Goetia, make sure you outside the home, because it may stir up some chaos. Do you really have to sell your soul to be famous or get into the music industry? Well, to me that's any industry. We don't have to just focus on the music industry. It's the same with the film industry. It's the same anything. So music or film, because you don't own it, you are subjected to scripts. So any industry is selling your soul, because if you become an actor or actress, you don't write those scripts. You're given a script and you're told to act according to this script, so you don't have your own soul. Your whole job does not consist of who and what you are as a person. It consists of you acting somebody else's script out. So you can say that's a form of selling your soul, because it's your soul playing those roles, but it's not your words. It's your soul, but it's not your words. And if we're talking about the music industry, it's the same thing. If a record label tell you to speak about violence because that's what's selling, but you don't want to speak about violence, you think they're gonna put out your music? Or are they gonna put you on the back burner? Or even drop you? So in a sense, it don't matter what industry you're in, because you don't control the agenda. So if they are pushing the agenda and you don't want to be a part of that agenda, you know. So in a sense, you're selling your soul any industry you enter into, because you don't own it. The only industry that you don't sell your soul to is the industry that you create. So unless you are creating the industry, you're probably going to be selling your soul, because you're going to end up doing things you may not want to do, but the industry wants to do it, and the people that's making the decisions is going to make you do it, and it's up to you to comply. But when you under contract, you tend to want to comply, because if you void the contract, you can get sued. So a lot of people stay in lines of the contract, because if you void the contract, they're going to sue you. And that's just a whole nother headache that you really don't want to deal with. So truly selling your soul is those contracts. It ain't fuck the industry, it's the contracts. When you sign your name on the dotted line, that's you selling your soul. Because now somebody else can tell you what to do. They can control the direction of your artistry. If somebody else is controlling the direction of your artistry, that's selling your soul, because you can't be a natural artist. You got to go with agendas. Some people are just fine doing that though. Just like TV hosts, news anchors, whatever agenda that the industry is pushing, they're going to push it. So you sell your soul because you don't have your own agenda. Like if you look at these news anchors on these major news outlets, they don't have their own agenda. They're told not what to say, but the context. We're going to push this agenda, so we're going to cover these stories. You can say whatever you want to say about the story, but you think they're picking and choosing what they want to talk about? You think it's up to them to decide what they're going to talk about, what they're not going to talk about? Or somebody choosing the programming? Are they the programmers or are they the anchors? Because the programmer is choosing what's going to be on that program. So if they are not programmers programming, if they're anchors, they're being told what to say. Not necessarily how to say it, but they're being told what to talk about. So that would be an aspect of selling your soul, because you don't control the agenda. You control the words that come out of your mouth, but you don't control the agenda. The petrol spirits are strong too. Yeah, those voodoo spirits. Those voodoo spirits. But I don't know if I would call them demons though. I don't know if I would call them demons. Cause you got, I guess, like Kalfu. I guess that would be considered a petrol spirit, Kalfu. I did a video about Kalfu. So in that sense, I guess you would be right. But every spirit ain't Kalfu, so yes, Kalfu would be a strong energy. Damn, with Mickey though, that's crazy. Exactly. Alright. Wasn't I supposed to get off here an hour ago? Y'all see this shit? Keep journals of your everyday activities. Nothing is by chance. Everything has a purpose. I completely agree. Document. Especially when we got the goddamn notepads already on the phone, so you ain't gotta do nothing. Just click the notepad. Definitely document your journey. You never know when you're gonna have to go back. I document not for the day, but when I want to go back. So for example, if somebody asks me, let's just say about one of the 72 Goetia, yo, have you worked with the Goetia? Y'all work with the Goetia. Well, what happened when you work with Gap? Which is one of the Goetic spirits. What happened when you work with Gap? I'm like, okay, well, I gotta pull up my notes. I don't just have that information on the top of my head. I don't know what the fuck happened with him. But I got it in the notes though. I'm like, oh, okay, let me just pull up the notes. Oh, this is what happened. Okay, boom. So that's when the notes come in handy. When you work with complete pantheons. So for example, the 72 Goetia, you ain't gonna remember all that. But if you document your experience, now you can verify what happened in a later date. He'll say, nah, we're strong. Well, in 10 minutes, we'll be at 10 hours. U.S. going on lock due to, what? Whoa, that's funny. COVID 25. That's funny. That's the funniest line that I've seen. The world is going on lock due to COVID 25. That is the funniest line I've seen all day. COVID 25. Oh, these cold words. People are so intelligent. I love the intelligence, because we know YouTube, is a big sucker when it comes to that COVID information. So we got all type of ways. To say that. Oh, that's creative. That is so creative. That's pure creativity right there. See, I wasn't even expecting to laugh. That's how you know. That's pure creativity. That's pure. Oh man, that is pure creativity. That is great. That is great. COVID 25 is shutting the world down. Well, goddamn, I guess so. Come up with your own label or keep writing your rights. Exactly. Come up with your own. That way you can run it how you're supposed to run it in accordance to spirit. Yeah, exactly. You must navigate with the spirit. The consciousness is not enough. You must navigate with spirit. Yup, you have to give consent on a contract. That's what I mean. That's why they say the devil was in the detail. So if anything is satanic or demonic, it's them contracts. Those contracts is what keep people locked into spaces that they don't even want to be in. You know how many people is locked into contracts right now? To the point where they can't even put out music? Just imagine being signed to a label who don't want to put out your music, but they're not going to drop you either, because if they drop you, you can just, you can sign with somebody else. But if they don't drop you, you can't sign with nobody else. So just imagine being an artist, you can't even release music because you don't own your own music. You signed a contract that you're not going to release any music outside of the music for the label that you signed for. So just imagine the label ain't fucking with you because they don't like the direction you're going. You gave them an album, they don't like the album. We ain't putting that out. So now you just ain't releasing music because you're like, fuck what they talking about. I ain't trying to release what they want me to release. But you can't even release music because of the contract. So it's great when you're on the right side of that. It's good when you can, release music that you are actually invested in. If you're on the right side of the scale. But if you're on the wrong side of that scale, it's the worst place to be in because you can't just continue to make music because you're locked into a contract, which doesn't allow you to do different deals. Somebody may come with a better deal, but you can't even take it because you're locked into a contract. So contracts can be a blessing or it can be a curse. It all depends on what side of the scale that you fall on. Think of the world as one big Sims world or GTA. Well, yeah, in terms of a stimulation, that is correct. Even though I would say the world is more fascinating than GTA or Sims. I know we use this cold words. But there's not even a game that can be created to match the intensity of life. You can't put life into a video game. It's not gonna work. The fullness of life can't be captured in a video game. It just can't be captured in a video game. There's no way to create a video game that's just like life. It's impossible to do it. How do I work with spirits? Invocation or evocation. You can invoke a spirit or evoke a spirit. Invocation, evocation. Invocation is like incantation. Evocation equals incantation. Evocation is sigil magic. When you're carving actual sigils. So you can work with spirits via their sigils or via their incantations. Right? Oh yeah, but that Hovid 25. If that's not the most creative thing I've seen. That's how artificial intelligence couldn't pick up on that. That's why we can do shit like that. Artificial intelligence or the algorithm don't like Hovid 25. They would just look right past that. But you see, the human mind, I know exactly what you're talking about. Just like everybody else know exactly. Even though you said Hovid 25, but it's clear what you're talking about. Artificial intelligence wouldn't be able to catch that. They would have missed. It would have went right over artificial intelligence head. So that's why all you gotta do is be creative and you can navigate around the rules. That's why I've never been in trouble with YouTube. It's not because I'm clean. It's just because I don't title my videos anything that's gonna make them suspicious. So I may title video something and be talking about something else. You see, I titled this video Sound Magic. I'm talking about some other shit. I didn't talk about a whole different reality. But you see it, creativity. I've been having visions of a dark phoenix How would you interpret that? So when you say dark phoenix, what is it composed of? Because we know the phoenix is composed of fire. So when you say a dark phoenix, are you saying it's still composed of fire? Or is the darkness a different substance? Right? Because if it's of a different substance, such as carbon, for example, I guess that would completely change the meaning. It depends on what it actually was composed of. Because if a phoenix is composed of fire versus, let's just say, water, if you got a water phoenix, that completely changes the meaning. But the idea of a phoenix at all is more so talking about the Scorpio energy. If we just want to keep it basic, it's talking about the Scorpio energy. That's one of the symbols of the Scorpio zodiac constellation. Because there's three symbols. You got the serpent, not the serpent, the scorpion, the eagle, and the phoenix. Dark smoke. It's fire, but it looks like dark smoke. So what would you consider that then? What would you consider dark smoke? Because according to the Quran, the jinn were made from a smokeless fire. Is it smokeless fire? Yeah, smokeless fire. So if it's like a smokeless fire, that's indicating the jinn. Now if we're talking about dark smoke, so that the idea of smoke, carbonated smoke, because dark smoke means it's not good for inhaling. You can inhale white smoke, like smoking. That ain't dark smoke. Dark smoke is like, you definitely shouldn't be breathing that in. If the smoke, I think that's like fire. So I think around fire, you get like darker smoke versus, like smoking. But it's because of the chemicals. What makes the smoke dark is the chemicals. So if you got chemicals in the fire, that means the fire is composed of chemicals. It's a chemical fire. So what does that mean? It's a symbol of alchemy. That's what it means. It's alchemy. It's chemistry. So the Dark Phoenix is an introduction to alchemy. Because a phoenix has wings, and alchemy is star chemistry correlating with the stars, star magic and chemistry. So the phoenix is telling you to get involved in alchemy, not chemistry, but alchemy. So, because that's an alchemical product, or that's chemistry rather. It's a special type of chemistry that can only be produced by what we would call an alchemist. Because we know alchemists compose, poisons and such, and explosives, poisons and explosives and all that. So if it looks like a poisonous explosive phoenix, that's something the alchemist would be doing. And who else? Who else? I'm thinking about the movie V for Vendetta. Watch the movie V for Vendetta. That's what's coming to me right now. V for Vendetta. If we're talking about a dark phoenix, V for Vendetta is a dark phoenix. So yeah, goddamn, 10 hours. Yeah, so do we need to wrap this up now? We can go ahead and wrap this up now. Unless anybody has any more questions, we can go ahead and wrap this up. I think the point has been made here. We got 10 hours, we broke records. Great energy. I think a lot of people that started off is not here anymore. That's crazy. I don't think they're here now. If you started in the beginning, you're probably not here now. It's probably a whole different group of people. That's funny. Whole different group of people. I appreciate that, Miles. So yeah, we gonna get up out of here. So of course, in the name of 93. Well, let me not say it in that weak voice. I'm still here. See? There's a new audience. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Bring a whole nother audience. It's a whole nother audience. I see you, Aya. Whole nother audience. I see you, Morbid Clown. Love and gratitude as always. Absolutely. I dream of Jenny. Are you talking about Genie? Like Genie or Jenny? Are you talking about the actual person? Or are you talking about the fire spirits? That's hilarious. Whole another audience. But no, we'll wrap it up here. So I'm gonna be releasing more ASMR. So look forward to the ASMR. So before I do another live stream, I probably will put out a couple ASMR videos. So I'll probably come back at y'all. I don't know, no later than a week maybe. Because again, I want to build up the ASMR content. Put out some more hertz. You know, to give people something to sleep to. So you'll be able to sleep to the hertz. Like whatever frequency you're trying to unlock, I'll be able to access that for you. But again, it takes a little time to do. Them ASMR videos enhance my dream state. So that's what I'm talking about. So that's why I'm doing it. That's why I'm doing it. That's why I'm doing it. I appreciate that, Morbid Clown. So that's what I want to do. So I want to get people deeper into the dream state, get deeper into the astral. So I'm going to be releasing the hertz. So definitely look out for those. Again, I try to get out a couple more. And then I don't know what I'm gonna do this again. 10 hours, but again, it's not nothing though. Like I said, it may be a long time, but you know I can be here all goddamn day if I needed to. But you know that'll be in time. You know, once we begin to grow the audience, you know, more people start checking in. So y'all might have me on here for 24 hours, like I said. So again, it's nothing to me to do this. Cause I said when the spirit is flowing, and ain't nothing I can do about it. So when the spirit needs to be heard, the spirit is gonna be heard, right? So with that being said, we're gonna check out in the name of 93. Salute to everyone, seen and unseen, known and unknown, from the past, present, and future. As the game continues on, I wish you the best. Love and light. That's funny. That's love and light. No. We gotta be more creative than that. We gotta be more creative. Let me just say a little something different. Because again, the love and the light that humans recognize, I ain't talking about that. I ain't talking about the love or the light within the infrared or ultraviolet light. Transcend light. Transcend love. There we go. Transcend love. Transcend light. There you go. Transcend that shit. Fuck trying to embody it. Fuck trying to be love and light. Transcend it. We don't need no more love and light. We don't need it. Not on a humanistic level. We don't need it. We need the divine type. We need the pure type. So pure love, pure light. That's more so invisible. Because it takes effort to manifest that. It takes effort. Hence why we're on here 10 fucking hours. That's effort. Right? We need that effort. That's the type of effort we need. We need more spiritual effort. Now, I don't even want to say spiritual. That's too cliche, right? We need more clip-offic work. God damn it. We need more clip-offic work. Fuck that other shit. So continue to journey in those clip-offic tunnels. Yeah, there we go. Continue to journey those clip-offic tunnels. You know what I mean? And if you ever, get kind of weary, just know that you'll find me there. You'll find me in those clip-offic tunnels. So, just know I'm always near. 93.